The story opens to the desolate, ruined landscape of a deserted city. A young man with weary, vacant eyes looks around, the dense dust obscuring the sky. My name is Gao Xiaoliang. I was just an ordinary college student. Because my roommate unplugged my charger, my alarm didn't go off. While rushing to school at 8 in the morning, I got into a traffic accident. I was hit by a car and thrown 800 meters. I looked ahead with a weary gaze, and when I woke up, dazed and confused, the whole world had changed. I had been transported into a dangerous, apocalyptic world. Before me now was a scene of utter chaos. A group of people were struggling to fight a giant octopus, its tentacles swinging like the arms of death itself. A blond man leaped high into the air, his sword flashing as he sliced clean through a writhing tentacle. Everyone thought victory was in their grasp, but unexpectedly, a new tentacle grew back in an instant from where it had been severed. Someone in the group screamed in panic, "This is bad! This monster can regenerate! What do we do?" Gao Xiaoliang stood at a distance, silently watching the horrific scene, his heart heavy, as if weighed down by a stone. At first, I thought I was one of fate's chosen ones, destined to have a glorious aura like the protagonist of a novel, roaming freely and performing miracles. But it wasn't long before I realized things weren't as simple as I'd imagined. I began to sink into the painful memories of my past failures. The first time, I led the survivors out of a zombie encirclement, only to be bitten and killed. When I opened my eyes, I was back at the starting point. The second time, using experience from my previous life, I helped everyone avoid the zombies, but we starved to death due to a lack of food. The third time, I disguised myself as someone who'd been bitten by a zombie to search for food, but the military shot my skull to pieces. The fourth time, I finally awakened a special ability and built a base, but I was betrayed by a trusted brother in arms. It led to a tragic death. Then, the fifth time, the sixth. Every time I died, I returned to the first day I arrived in this world. This was already the ninth time. My hope was exhausted, and all that was left in my heart was resignation. But fate wouldn't leave me in peace. I was forced to enlist, becoming a soldier in this brutal war. The situation before us was incredibly tense. The giant octopus's tentacles writhed like demonic snakes, ready to snatch the life of anyone. The group was gradually becoming exhausted, unable to hold on any longer. Those who still had the strength turned tail and fled for their lives. But what about Xiaoya and the food supplies? The people in the safe zone are waiting for every last bit of food to survive. We can't hesitate. If we don't run now, we'll all die here. Xiaoya was tightly bound by a giant tentacle, unable to escape. She could only scream and cry, "Help me! Don't leave me here!" The octopus lifted her high into the air, preparing to devour her. Xiaoya let out a piercing, desperate scream. Gao Xiaoliang stood below, witnessing the scene. A feeling of recklessness rose within him. He was already broken. So what was one more crack? He thought to himself, if I can't escape this damn world, then at least this time, I want to do something worthwhile before I die. He let out a long cry, his body shooting like a lightning bolt straight towards the giant monster. The fleeing group turned their heads, stunned in amazement. What is that kid doing? Is he trying to get himself killed? Is he crazy? That's just suicide. But Gao Xiaoliang paid no mind to their whispers. He swung his sword, his eyes burning with determination, and sliced the tentacle in two. Xiaoya was freed, falling to the ground with a thud. She trembled, moved, and said, "Thank you for saving me. You're so brave." Gao Xiaoliang didn't have time for her. He just replied coldly, "Get out of here," then immediately dashed away, leaving Xiaoya sitting there in a daze. His target was the convenience store behind the giant monster. Rushing inside, he was taken aback by the strange silence. Precious goods were still intact on the shelves, like a treasure trove on the edge of life and death. Without hesitating, Gao Xiaoliang swept through the place. From hamburgers to potato chips, he devoured them greedily, as if he'd forgotten everything else. Then, he found a bottle of soda, unable to contain his joy. Finally, I get to drink this. He took a sip of Coke, the refreshing feeling making him feel alive again. Outside, the octopus was furious at having lost its prey. It roared, its eyes glowing red as it fixed its gaze on the person standing in the convenience store. Gao Xiaoliang was engrossed with his drink, completely unaware of the giant shadow silently closing in on him. A massive tentacle swayed behind him, ready to strike a fatal blow. He let out a carefree sigh and smiled. No more regrets. Just as expected, a second later, his vision turned blood red. But then, his eyes opened again. He was still in the convenience store, just as he was before he blacked out. He looked around in surprise and exclaimed, "Why am I still in the same place? Haven't I returned to the starting point?" He hurriedly felt all over his body, wondering, am I not dead? Suddenly, a robotic voice echoed from the void. No, you died, and then you lived again. Gao Xiaoliang was startled. Who's talking? The system replied, Congratulations, host, for activating the system. I am the unlinked system. Connection successful. Code number 2333. A ball of light gradually appeared before his eyes. Liu Cao stammered, System, then he rushed forward and hugged it tightly, snot and tears streaming down his face. What took you so long? I've been waiting forever. Do you have any idea how horribly I died? He cried, noisily, while rubbing his face against the sphere. Give me a reasonable explanation, or I'll file a complaint against you. The system couldn't take it anymore and shot up into the air, responding in a small voice, Host, please calm down. The reason I was late is because, there was a small incident. He pressed. What happened? The system avoided his gaze and looked away as it spoke. You may not believe this, but my system roommate stole my charging cable, so my alarm clock didn't go off. Liu Cao's lips twitched. He ruffled his hair and replied, No, I believe you. There's no point in dwelling on it now. He immediately changed the subject. All right, better late than never. Did you bring all the golden finger hacks? The system answered clearly. Of course. It presented a scroll, on which there was a map and some lines of text. It said, But as per procedure, please allow me to read the mission to you. You are currently in an apocalyptic world. The host's mission is to save this world and help it restore peace. As long as you complete the mission, you will be revived in the real world. If you fail, you will be completely erased. After explaining, it rolled up the scroll. You have a total of 10 chances, and you've already wasted 9. This is your last chance. Liu Cao couldn't help but shout, What do you mean I wasted them? The system gave an embarrassed laugh. Don't worry about those details. Precisely because there isn't much time left, we must make use of every precious moment. The moment the system finished speaking, the surrounding space was immediately distorted, twisting as if manipulated by an invisible hand, forming a shimmering portal of light. Brave young man, prepare to receive your first mission. In an instant, Liu Cao appeared on a desolate street, where the buildings were dilapidated and in ruins, as if it had just gone through an apocalyptic storm. The system's mechanical voice rang out again. Today's first mission is to sell snacks to earn 50 crystals. You will receive accumulation points to exchange for attributes, space expansions, and many other attractive rewards. Seeing the scene before him, Liu Cao was so angry he gritted his teeth. He shot up and roared, What kind of world savior has to be a street vendor? His shout echoed, attracting the attention of the zombies that were lurking nearby. They all turned their heads in unison, their cloudy eyes fixed on him. One of them was even gnawing on something that looked like the remains of a horrific meal. He was horrified by the sight of the zombies preparing to charge at him. Liu Cao was so stunned he couldn't speak. And another thing, did you pick this location so they could treat me like a snack? His scream seemed to tear through the blue sky. But right now, he had no mind for business. He could only run for his life, running desperately to save himself. Liu Cao sprinted frantically, trying to escape the horde of zombies. The system asked in confusion, Host, why are you running? He yelled back. Nonsense. If I don't run, should I wait to get bitten? But as soon as he said it, he suddenly stopped, as if he had just remembered something important. His eyes lit up, and he said excitedly, That's right. I have a system now. Why should I be afraid of these losers? He stood up straight with his hands on his hips and called out, Number 2. The system immediately reacted, its voice annoyed. Please call me number 233. Liu Cao flashed a dangerous smile, mixed with a hint of smugness, and clenched his fists. All right, number 2. What are my superpowers? The agility of a leopard, the speed of an eagle, the strength of a bear. Show yourselves now. A status window suddenly appeared before his eyes. On it was written, Liu Cao. Strength, unrated. Speed, unrated. Perception, unrated. Intelligence. 2. Storage space, not unlocked. Stall area, 2 square meters. A long list of stats all displayed the same word, unrated. Liu Cao muttered thoughtfully. What does unrated mean? The system answered casually. It means the value is too low to meet the minimum scoring standard. Currently, your body's attributes are still in their initial state. If you want to improve them, you need to earn accumulation points to exchange. He frowned. In other words, the only thing on my body that's remotely usable is my brain? Before he could think any further, a zombie suddenly charged at him. He screamed in panic and started running for his life again. As he ran, he yelled at the system, You fraud! Didn't you say there was support software? The system flew behind him, frowning as it replied, "The support software has already been given to you. There was once a stall right in front of you, but you didn't cherish it. Only when you lost it did you regret it." Liu Xiao was stunned. "Are you talking about that tattered piece of cloth?" The system was exasperated. "What do you mean? Tattered cloth? That's your upgrade item." Hearing that, he immediately turned and charged back the way he came. "Why didn't you say so sooner?" He bent down and hastily picked up a rusty iron bar from the side of the road, intending to face the oncoming zombies head-on. Without hesitation, Liu Cao swung the iron bar, smashing it hard into the nearest zombie's head. The closer he got to the cloth, the more fiercely he fought. Suddenly, a zombie lunged, aiming straight for his thigh. He was knocked over, rolling several times before finally coming to a stop right on top of the cloth. The zombies didn't miss their chance, swarming forward all at once. Facing this hopeless situation, Colin smiled bitterly, not expecting to die so quickly. In terms of speed, this had to be a new record. His hands trembled as he clenched his fists, his voice full of sorrow. He didn't even feel hungry seeing the snacks anymore. This time, it really seemed like the end. But just as he braced for the pain of a bite, a brilliant light suddenly flared up. The zombies that touched the light instantly froze, halting their attack. To his utter amazement, they turned and walked away one by one, as if he were completely invisible to them. Colin shouted in astonishment. "What's going on? Did those zombies go blind?" The system sighed, exasperated by his slow uptake. "I already told you it was a cheat item. Did you really think it was just a piece of cloth?" He excitedly picked up the cloth to examine it. "So, this is what protected me." He couldn't help but hug it tightly. "My precious treasure is practically my personal shield and armor." Suddenly, he remembered something and turned to ask the system. "Right, is this function only useful against zombies? What if I run into other mutated creatures?" The system replied, "This item can block all forms of attack. As long as you are within the range of the stall, nothing outside can harm you." Colin's eyes widened. He jumped to his feet with joy, humming a tune in his head as he spun around and danced. "I close my eyes. With a stall in my hand, I am invincible." The system immediately cut short his daydream. "Don't celebrate too soon. The stall item's blocking function can only be used 3 times a day, and if you don't complete the mission within the specified time, the function will be disabled. There's only half an hour left until sunset." It continued. "After dark, the zombies will become more active. Please hurry, host." Colin sighed. "This place was just wiped clean by zombies. There's no one left. Who do you expect me to make my first sale to?" Suddenly, a voice echoed from a distance. "Today is a really lucky day. We managed to loot so much ammunition." 3 men, who looked like they were from the same group, swaggered over. The man in the lead said, "I didn't expect this extra haul. The boss is going to be pleasantly surprised when we get back." The man next to him chimed in, "If the boss is happy, he'll definitely reward us." Colin rejoiced internally. Talk about a godsend. When the 3 men spotted him, he quickly arranged his goods on the cloth, looking as professional as a real salesman. The 3 men asked curiously, "What's that?" They looked over the items on his stall. "Aren't these fruit candies? Why would something like this be here?" He replied with a bright smile. "My little shop doesn't just have fruit candies. We also have potato chips, shrimp crackers, and soda. Is there anything you gentlemen would like?" The 3 men cheered, as if they had just discovered a treasure. "They're really potato chips. And there's beef jerky too. I haven't had a soda in 3 years. I've almost forgotten what it tastes like." Colin continued. "Little brother here is just opening for business today. Since fate has brought us together, not for 998, not for 98, but for just 50 crystal cores, you can take all these snacks home. How about it? A great deal, right?" The 3 men suddenly went silent, glancing at each other before bursting into laughter. "This kid is actually trying to charge us money. He must be an idiot." The man in the mask picked up a bottle of Coke, holding a gun in his other hand. He said in a low voice, "I'm in a good mood today. Leave your stuff and get out of here. Otherwise, I'll let you have a taste of hot lead." Colin frowned as he looked at them. Then, he suddenly stepped forward, snatched the Coke bottle from the man's hand, and muttered, "I thought I'd found my saviors, but it turns out I was just wasting my time." The masked man immediately raised his gun, aiming it straight at Colin, his killing intent as sharp as a cold blade. "You're asking to die, kid." A deafening shot rang out, but at the same time, Colin's invisible shield activated. Not only did the bullet fail to touch him, but the gun exploded right in the man's hand. The explosion stunned the masked man, sending his body flying several meters before he landed unconscious. His companions panicked, their eyes wide with shock. What happened? How did the gun backfire? Could this kid have superpowers? The other man shook his head, his voice trembling. "No way. I've never heard of such a strange superpower. Colin paid no attention to their chatter. He bent down joyfully, pressing his face against the cloth and cooing incessantly. This is amazing! My treasure can even reflect bullets. The other two men looked at his goofy behavior and couldn't help but whisper. No matter how you look at it, he's just an idiot. One of them spoke up, his voice laced with suspicion. Hey, who the hell are you? What kind of trick are you trying to pull? Colin drew out his words. You fools. In this world, there are countless people with superpowers, but there is only one chosen one. He rubbed his hands together and gave them a sly grin. So, right now, for just 50 crystal cores, you can take home a pile of snacks, and you'll even get a free photo and an autograph. Are you sure you don't want to consider it? Feeling utterly disrespected, the two men roared in anger. What chosen one? Do you think we're 3-year-olds? It must have been a faulty gun. Watch me shoot you dead. Seeing how stubborn they were, Colin sighed helplessly. They really don't listen to anyone, they're just asking for trouble. One of the men threw a powerful, fiery punch at him, but as expected, the punch was stopped by the invisible shield. The force of the punch made the man clutch his arm, screaming in agony, "Oh, no, my hand." Witnessing the miserable state of his two accomplices, the remaining blonde man began to hesitate, his feet stopping as if nailed to the ground. Seeing him falter, the other two yelled, "What are you standing there for? Kill him!" Leo said nothing, only glaring silently at the blonde man. His gaze was as sharp and cold as a knife, making the man tremble in fear. He raised his hand, crackling blue electricity flashing in his palm as he shouted, "Hey!" The blonde man flinched, took a step back, then turned and fled like a puff of smoke. "This kid's a monster. I don't want to die." His two accomplices were stunned by his cowardice, roaring in anger. "Don't leave us behind, you spineless bastard." Then, without another word, they both scrambled to run for their lives. Leo called after them, "Don't run. I want to ask if there are any other people around here." Suddenly, he noticed a strange object, a burlap sack tossed carelessly on the ground, clearly belonging to the three men from before. He looked at it curiously. "What's this?" The mouth of the sack unexpectedly moved. He gasped in surprise. "It's moving!" Unable to contain his curiosity, he poked the sack a few times. Is it some kind of animal? With that, he carefully untied the rope. A living creature immediately shot out of the sack. He followed it with his eyes, stunned to realize it was a woman. She had shimmering silver hair that looked like a sparkling waterfall under the orange glow of the sunset. Her body had seductive curves, a slender waist, and a full chest that radiated an enchanting beauty. She turned her head, and her eyes met his. Leo was captivated, blurting out, "So beautiful." But immediately, the silver-haired woman glared, her pupils flashing with madness. She launched herself towards him like an arrow shot from a bow. Terrified, Leo turned and ran, thinking this was no time to admire a beautiful woman. He screamed, his voice cracking. "She's obviously a zombie." Her hand slammed down where he had just been standing, creating a terrifying shockwave that made the ground shake. He quickly dodged, narrowly escaping. Looking up in fear at this monster, he exclaimed, "What the? How can a zombie be this fast?" In his panic, his hand accidentally touched a black object on the ground. Without thinking, he threw it hard at her. The silver-haired woman raised her hand to block it, and the tense chase continued. Using his experience from last time, Leo ran straight for his stall, hastily picking up his precious, treasured cloth. He quickly packed up his goods, cursing as he did. "Damn it, I've already used up all 3 chances. I should have been more careful. If I get caught now, I'm done for." He was about to keep running, but when he looked up, the silver-haired woman had already flown over his head, landing gracefully in front of him. Startled, he fell backward with a thud, his food scattering all over the ground. The silver-haired woman glared, energy gathering in her hand as she prepared to deliver the final blow. Facing an irresistible force, Leo could only scream in desperation, "Stay away from me." Despite his fear, he didn't stop picking up the food containers that had fallen around him and throwing them at her. As expected, this action only made her angrier. He didn't give up. He grabbed another bag of food and, without even looking, threw it straight ahead, then squeezed his eyes shut to await his fate. But after a moment, nothing happened. He timidly peeked open his eyes, stunned to see the silver-haired woman happily chewing on dried squid. She swallowed with a gulp, a satisfied look on her face as if she had just enjoyed a divine delicacy. Leo was amazed. This zombie likes to eat dried squid? After finishing her snack, she crawled towards him, her eyes sparkling and drool dripping from the corner of her mouth, looking like she craved more. He frantically fumbled on the ground, screaming internally, "Oh no, there's no more dried squid. What do I do now?" His mind raced. He muttered, "I wonder if she'll eat other things?" He clumsily picked up a bag of crackers, tore it open, and threw a piece forward. She immediately opened her mouth, catching it and chewing with a look of satisfaction. He breathed a sigh of relief. Good, it works. Tossing crackers as he went, he slowly backed away until he reached a deep chasm. Below, a strange red glow emanated from a stream of molten lava. Without hesitation, he threw the whole bag of crackers into the chasm. The silver-haired woman immediately leaped after it without a second thought. Standing on high ground, Leo wiped the sweat from his brow and heaved a sigh of relief. I'm saved. After eating all those snacks, you can't possibly eat me anymore. As he was about to leave, he suddenly noticed something shining on the ground. He picked it up and examined it closely. This dagger is a high-end piece. Then he gasped. Carved on the dagger's hilt was a golden gear symbol. He instantly recognized it as the mark of the Thunderclap Legion, the most notorious gang of marauders in the post-apocalyptic world. I remember their leader is an evolved, possessing terrifying power. His lackeys are all reckless thugs who use their numbers to pillage and plunder. So arrogant, they treat the military like it's nothing. At this thought, Leo broke out in a cold sweat. Could those 3 guys from earlier have been their men? No wonder they were carrying so many ammo clips. He put the dagger away and bent down to pick up the sack that had once held the silver-haired woman. This bag isn't bad. It's pretty sturdy. I'll keep it. Might be useful later. As he picked it up, he accidentally opened the mouth of the sack and discovered another, smaller bag inside. Curious, he muttered. What's this now? He opened it up to take a look. He was stunned to see the bag was full of sparkling crystal cores. Talk about a lucky break, he exclaimed excitedly. These are crystal cores. There are so many, a full 50 of them. He clutched the bag like a treasure, overwhelmed by this sudden happiness. I can't believe I completed the mission this quickly. The system suddenly appeared, raining on his parade. These crystal cores were found by you, not obtained through sales. Therefore, they do not count towards the stall's income. Gao Xiaoliang immediately retorted. Why wouldn't they count? Let me ask you, did that female zombie just now eat the dried squid and beef jerky? And did she leave these crystal cores behind? The system, encountering this situation for the first time, stammered, unsure how to respond. Even though she was a zombie, Gao Xiaoliang couldn't care less. He continued his shameless argument. You never said the customer had to be human. With such a narrow mindset, how can we grow strong and achieve great success? Seeing the system was still silent, he flopped onto the ground and pretended to cry. Besides, it's already dark, and I can't find anyone else. If you're going to break your promise and kill me, then just do it. The system was at a loss. It muttered a curse under its breath. Damn it, I'm stuck in a bug. Then, it announced in a loud voice, Congratulations, host, for completing the mission. Reward points received, space unlocked, stall upgraded. A magnificent, brightly colored cart appeared before his eyes. It was a far cry from the original tattered cloth. All the equipment on the cart was clean and tidy. Gao Xiaoliang stared at it, dazed for a long time. When he came to his senses, he opened the notification panel to check. This was the legendary storage space, but inside there were only 4 items: rice, meat, and vegetables. He turned and asked the system, Is this all there is? I've seen other people's storage spaces with all sorts of medicine, weapons, even planes and cannons. The system replied scornfully, We are a stall system, not an armory. You haven't even left the starter village, and you're already asking for a bicycle? Gao Xiaoliang muttered, I'm screwed. He then asked what the reward points could be exchanged for. The system replied, the product catalog and stat values. However, with your current points, your access to the space is at a minimum. So the only things you can exchange for are these. The screen showed a notification. Current points, 21. Toothbrush, 300 points. A bowl, 450 points. Soap, 200 points. Scissors, 250 points. Gao Xiaoliang scratched his head and sighed. This is really pathetic. He continued sadly. Although the stall can block attacks, I only get 3 chances a day, and I can't hide inside it. 24 hours a day. Right now, the most important thing is to improve my self-defense capabilities. Without hesitation, he said to the system, Shopkeep, exchange everything for stamina points for me. The system cheerfully accepted the order. Confirmed. Host, stamina points +1. The exchange is complete. The man and the system stared at each other, waiting for a result, but after a long wait, nothing changed. Gao Xiaoliang was disappointed to see no change at all. The system made no comment, simply announcing a new mission for the next 24 hours. Earn 100 crystal cores and hire a waitress. When Gao Xiaoliang heard this, his face fell. 100 cores? That's too many. Besides, what's a waitress? This stall is so small, and I have to share it with someone else? Just then, a gust of wind blew by. It carried a piece of paper that slapped right onto his face. On it was a picture of a female waitress in a maid outfit with the words, "Welcome." He looked at the paper and muttered, "This is from the milk tea shop across the street." Memories flooded back. I remember this girl used to come to my school, handing out flyers and even offering me a free sample. The memory made him wistful. I wonder how she is now. I wonder if she's still alive. But the seriousness didn't last long, as his imagination ran wild. He started daydreaming about a beautiful blonde girl, wearing a maid outfit, calling him boss. The image excited him as if he'd been re-energized. He cheerfully pushed the cart, shouting, "I feel motivated all of a sudden." The scene changes to a fissure filled with lava. A dark figure suddenly leaped into the air. It was the silver-haired woman he had tricked into jumping down earlier. She looked around, then slowly stood up, a sad expression on her face as if deep in thought. Then, she ran off in an unknown direction for no clear reason. Daylight broke. Gao Xiaoliang had been pushing his cart all night and finally stopped in front of a dilapidated store. He cautiously poked his head inside. He called out softly, "Anyone here?" 4 zombies heard the sound and slowly tilted their stiff necks to look at him. Seeing that the situation was bad, he quickly shut the door and said politely, "My apologies for disturbing you." Then, without another word, he turned and ran for his life. "Aren't these the same zombies from yesterday? Why do they keep chasing me?" the system replied in a monotone voice. "They were here before you. You're the one who's the lingering ghost." The zombies opened their cavernous mouths and chased after him frantically. One with incredible jumping power leaped up and lunged straight at the cart. As expected, it was knocked back several meters by the defensive shield. But Gao Xiaoliang wasn't happy at all. He shouted in dismay, "The block function can only be used 3 times a day. I can't waste it. Like this." With that, he scrambled to push the cart and escape. In a place he didn't notice, the zombie that had just been knocked away began to transform strangely. It let out a terrifying roar, its body folding into an unnatural position as it started crawling towards him. Its speed was terrifying as it opened its mouth and lunged for his heel. Gao Xiaoliang noticed just in time, quickly moving his foot to dodge the zombie's bite. He cursed angrily, "You damn thing, trying a sneak attack?" As he spoke, he threw a powerful kick at its face. The zombie went flying through the air, crashing straight into a vending machine on the side of the road. The loud noise made several other zombies pause. The vending machine toppled over with a crash, crushing the zombies that couldn't get out of the way. Gao Xiaoliang was stunned by the sight. Did I do that?" One kick was enough to smash its head in. He exclaimed excitedly, "So the power boost was real." The system's voice spoke up. "Congratulations to the host for successfully eliminating the first zombie. The reward is a newbie gift package, 1 disposable raincoat." Gao Xiaoliang examined the item, muttering, "Isn't this just a piece of plastic? What good is this?" The system explained, "Do not underestimate this raincoat. It is made from high-tech materials. It doesn't just repel water and provide warmth, it also blocks all harmful substances. Wear it, and you could swim in radioactive water without a worry. But it can only be used once." Gao Xiaoliang was skeptical. Is it really that amazing? Suddenly, the sound of countless hurried footsteps echoed as a horde of zombies approached. Startled, he looked around and saw zombies everywhere, exclaiming in panic, "There are this many zombies?" He thought to himself, "This is bad. The noise I just made must have attracted them." A sense of despair washed over him. This was a dead end. There was no way to retreat. Just then, a soft voice called out from behind him, "Sir, hurry, over here." It was a girl in a maid outfit, hiding behind a door. Gao Xiaoliang looked down and saw the zombies pinned under the vending machine wriggling their way out. In front of him, the massive horde of zombies was ready to charge at any moment. Without hesitation, he pulled his cart and dashed toward the girl. The door slammed shut quickly, blocking the zombies outside. He panted heavily and said, "Thank you so much. If it weren't for you just now, I would have been in big trouble." But when he got a closer look, he exclaimed in shock, "It's you." The girl looked bewildered. "You know me?" He was overjoyed to meet an acquaintance in these chaotic times. "I'm a student at School A. You used to come to my school to promote bubble tea, and you even gave me a free drink. You don't remember me?" The girl smiled brightly. "Of course I remember. I even remember that you were great at basketball and especially loved drinking peach-flavored boba tea." But in her mind, she thought differently. He's not even a hottie, just an average-looking guy. There are tons of guys like him in college. How would I remember? Gao Xiaoliang didn't notice her deception and replied innocently, "But I'm in the soccer club, and I don't even like peaches." The girl quickly shut her mouth, touched his shoulder, and changed the subject. That's not important. Anyway, it's great to see you again. Gao Xiaoliang immediately forgot about the matter, thinking only, so soft. After chatting for a while, he remembered to ask, "Oh, right, I still don't know your name." She replied, "I'm I Chin." He also introduced himself, "I'm Gao Xiaoliang." I Chin gave a sweet smile and called out, "Brother Liang," her calling him that made him tremble. He turned his back and started sobbing. This is the first time in my life a girl has called me brother, and from such a beautiful girl too. I'm so happy. I Chin was speechless. What the hell is he crying about? Suddenly, a sound was heard. Gao Xiaoliang whipped his head around warily and shouted, "Who's there?" He walked over and picked up a can that was rolling on the floor, then another sound from the closed door next to him made him jump. Gao Xiaoliang cautiously approached the mysterious door, reaching out his hand to touch the handle. Suddenly, I Chin's panicked voice came from behind him. "A mouse!" She threw herself into his arms, as if to stop him from opening the door, and said in a cute, whiny voice, "Brother Liang, I saw it. It was a mouse." Gao Xiaoliang was pulled away by her. He asked, "Where's the mouse?" She answered vaguely, trying to distract him. "It ran over there." "I'm so scared." In a blind spot he couldn't see, a head quietly peeked out from behind the door, its eyes flashing with a dangerous glint. Meanwhile, I Chin let out a cry and fell backward, pretending to faint. Gao Xiaoliang panicked and caught her. He asked worriedly, "I Chin, what's wrong?" She replied weakly, "Brother Liang, I'm so hungry. I've been trapped here for 5 days with nothing to eat." He snapped his fingers and smiled. "So you're just hungry. That's a simple problem." He ran back to his cart and said, "Wait a moment. I'll make some food for you." He sat down and rummaged through the goods in his cart. He muttered happily, "What should I make? How about noodles, dumplings, chicken wings, and a Coke would be nice too." I Chin coldly observed his naive behavior, thinking to herself, "Food." She stood up and looked at the cart, seeing eggs and oil. These were rare items in these chaotic times. She was inwardly astonished. Where did this guy find so much food? A dangerous smile formed on her lips. "I didn't expect a fat sheep. This is going to be a huge score." I Chin reached out to grab an egg, but as soon as she picked it up, it vanished. She tried a few more times with the same result. This was a system rule. The food cart's ingredients cannot be stolen. They will automatically return to their original spot without the owner's permission. I Chin didn't know this and started to get suspicious. What's going on? Am I hallucinating? But she didn't dwell on it and decided to change her approach. Whatever, I'll deal with this guy first. Everything in this cart will be mine. She reached behind her back, intending to grab the knife. Where did it go? Cao Xiaoliang suddenly spoke up. "Are you looking for this?" Miss Chin was stunned to see her knife in his hand. "That's mine. How did it end up in your hands?" He recalled how he had quickly taken the knife from her back when she pretended to pass out. He smirked slyly and said, "Of course you need a knife for cooking, but my little shop just opened, and I don't have the right tools. I'm just borrowing this for a bit. You don't mind, do you?" Miss Chin forced a smile. "Of course not." But inside, she was terrified. How did he know I had a weapon? Could it be that he's been on guard against me this whole time? Seeing the situation was not in her favor, she quickly explained, "Mr. Liang, please don't misunderstand. You know how difficult it is for a girl to survive in the apocalypse. I just use this knife for self-defense." Gao Xiaoliang replied casually, "How could I possibly misunderstand?" "Of course I believe you," Miss Chin asked timidly. "Then, when you're done with it, can you give the knife back to me?" He nodded. "Of course." He held the knife out to her, not forgetting to add a warning, "But this knife is extremely sharp. I'd advise you not to use it." Miss Chin gripped the knife, her vicious smile, a stark contrast to her gentle voice. "Is that so?" With that, she sprang up, her initial weak demeanor gone, and lunged toward him with the knife, screaming, "You stupid, gullible man, you deserve to—" But before the knife could touch him, a defensive shield activated, flinging Miss Chin away as she let out a pained scream. Cao Xiaoliang cleaned out his ear and sighed. "I told you not to use it recklessly. Why don't you ever listen?" Miss Chin collapsed on the ground, staring at him with wide eyes. "You're a superhuman." Even so, she wasn't deterred. In fact, she grew even more enraged. "You brat, you tricked me. I'm going to kill you." She leaped up amidst a cloud of dust, sparks flashing beneath her feet. Cao Xiaoliang remained unfazed, calmly pulling out a defensive spray and firing it at Miss Chin. Caught completely off guard, she took the full hit and squeezed her eyes shut, screaming, "It burns!" Miss Chin rolled on the ground, clutching her swollen eyes and sobbing uncontrollably. "My eyes!" Gao Xiaoliang laughed gleefully as he held up a jar of wasabi. "Why didn't you tell me sooner you couldn't handle spicy food?" I'll be sure to pay more attention to my customers' tastes. He continued to sprinkle wasabi on Miss Chin's face, saying, "Do you like barbecue? How about a little more wasabi?" Miss Chin begged in agony. "Stop! Stop it right now!" Gao Xiaoliang raised his voice, shouting towards the door. "Are the people in there not coming out? If you don't, your friend here is going to get pickled." The door remained shut, opening just a crack before suddenly swinging wide open. Two children, a boy and a girl, rushed out wielding clubs and shouted in unison, "Let our boss go!" Cao Xiaoliang was slightly taken aback by the scene. The boy said aggressively, "Boss, don't be scared. We're here to save you." The little girl, though her eyes were brimming with tears, bravely shouted, "You villain! Don't you dare hurt our boss!" With very little effort, Cao Xiaoliang had already caught both of them. He lectured them sternly. "You're so young. Yet, instead of studying, you've already formed a gang to harm others." The two children yelled together, "Let us go." Miss Chin struggled to get up, shouting, "Don't hurt them. If you've got any guts, then come after me." Cao Xiaoliang replied coldly, "You said it." He tossed the two kids toward her, and all three of them tumbled to the ground. He walked into the secret room and saw food and drinks piled up everywhere. He listed them off. Not bad. Instant noodles, biscuits, canned goods. He stroked his chin, smiling at the three culprits tied up in the corner. "It seems I'm not the first person to be tricked." Seeing how calm he was, Miss Chin asked, "I've never made a single mistake all this time. How did you find out?" Cao Xiaoliang replied, "Then all I can say is that those other people were incredibly stupid." He explained, "You said you were trapped here for nearly 5 days without eating anything, but there was leftover soup in that can, which was clearly just opened. On top of that, there's a fresh blood stain on the ground over there, but you don't have a single wound on you." He concluded, "So, there's only one possible answer. Someone else in here was injured, or is already dead." After his analysis, he muttered just loud enough for himself to hear, "That was dangerous. I almost became one of them." The little boy said angrily, "Those people deserved it. If they weren't so greedy, they wouldn't have been tricked." The little girl chimed in, "That's right. We've never tricked a good person. The only people who get tricked are bad guys like you." Being called a bad guy, Cao Xiaoliang was stunned and thought to himself, "In what way do I look like a bad guy?" Miss Chin spoke up, "In this chaotic world, everyone is just trying to survive. They can't blame me." Cao Xiaoliang nodded. That's a fair point," but his tone immediately shifted as he broke into a sinister grin. "So, now that you've fallen into my hands, you can't blame me for whatever I want to do either." Miss Chin's face turned pale. "What do you want to do?" Gao Xiaoliang stared at the three of them and smiled. "Well, it's been a while since I've had fresh meat. Looks like I'm in for a delicious meal today." The two kids panicked and started wailing, "He eats people! No, please! I don't want to be eaten!" Despite his ferocious expression, Cao Xiaoliang was gloating internally. "How dare these two brats question my good looks? Are you scared now?" Miss Chin shielded the two children, pleading, "If you have to eat someone, eat me. They're still just kids. Please, let them go." The little girl cried, "No, don't eat our boss." The little boy said resolutely, "Adults don't taste good. I'm a kid. My meat is tender. Eat me instead." Cao Xiaoliang had intended to intimidate them, but he never expected the situation to turn out like this. He thought to himself, "What is going on? These three swindlers are acting all close, making me look like the bad guy." Suddenly, the little girl coughed violently. The boy cried out in worry. "Sister," Miss Chin quickly said, "Xiaoling is injured. If she's tied up, she won't be able to breathe." Gao Xiaoliang considered himself a sharp person, not easily fooled. "Trying to trick me into loosening the ropes so you can stab me, huh?" Xiaoling continued to cough non-stop. Seeing this, he wavered slightly but remained stubborn. "This little girl's acting is even better than yours." The boy screamed, "We're not tricking you. Miss Chin is telling the truth. She's going to die like this." Seeing their urgency, he didn't untie them immediately. Instead, he whispered, "System, run a scan." The system emitted a beam of light that enveloped the little girl to scan her, then reported that she had a severe internal inflammation that was already festering and infected. If she didn't receive treatment soon, she would only live for another 3 days. While the two were communicating, Xiaoling suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood. Cao Xiaoliang was startled and quickly used his knife to cut the bindings. As the rope slowly came loose, the little girl collapsed forward. Miss Chin and the boy cried out in unison, "Xiaoling, sister!" After taking off her outer coat, he discovered a blood stain slowly spreading across the gauze on her chest. Seeing this, Gao Xiaoliang cursed angrily. "It's a gunshot wound. Who would be cruel enough to do this to a child?" Miss Chin answered bitterly that it was the Jinglei Corps. She lowered her eyes, her voice filled with sadness as she began her story. Their mother was a regular at my shop. When the apocalypse broke out, their family was buying bubble tea at the store. I've seen a lot of apocalypse movies. So, when I saw people on the street biting each other, I knew something was wrong and immediately locked up the shop. Soon after, the news announced a zombie virus outbreak, advising everyone not to go outside, so the customers stayed. At first, everyone was united, encouraging each other to wait for rescue. But as time went on and food ran out, people's true colors began to show. A man didn't hesitate to snatch a packet of bread from the hands of the two children's mother. The helpless mother said, "Who are you? Your share was already taken." "That's ours," he replied contemptuously. "They're so young. How can they get the same share as an adult? One portion for the three of you is more than enough." The mother tried to explain. "My daughter is sick. She can't go without food. Please, give it back to me." The man looked down at the little girl with a cold voice. Looking at her, "She won't last 2 days anyway. Eating it would just be a waste. It's better to give it to someone else." The little boy jumped up and bit down hard on the man's hand. "You monster. That's my sister's." The man flew into a rage, hoisting the boy into the air and shouting, "You little brat, you dare bite me? I'll throw you to your death." "Good. Saves us some food." The terrified mother lunged forward, screaming, "Xiao Luo." Miss Chin couldn't stand it anymore. She stepped out and lightly tripped the man, who, caught off guard, tumbled to the ground. Miss Chin caught Xiao Luo and scolded the man. "Food is limited. What gives you the right to steal from others?" The man cursed furiously. "You call this food? How can this tiny piece of bread feed anyone? Are you trying to starve us to death?" Miss Chin was speechless at his logic. How ridiculous. "I don't owe you anything. If you want food, there's plenty outside. Go find it yourself." She looked at him as if he were a coward who didn't dare fight zombies and only knew how to bully women and children. The man got angry. "You bitch. How dare you talk to me like that?" A middle-aged woman in the shop interjected. "Miss, there are so many of us here. This little bit of food really isn't enough. Could you share some more?" Another customer added. "That's right. When this whole mess is over, we'll pay you back double," Miss Chin explained. "This is a bubble tea shop, not a supermarket. This is all the food there is. I've already taken it all out." A young woman pointed at a room and questioned. "You've really taken it all out? Then why is that door locked so tightly? What's inside?" Miss Chin calmly replied. "That's my changing room. There's nothing in there." The person wouldn't let it go. "I don't believe you. Not unless you open the door and let us see." Miss Chin frowned. "Why should I?" But she alone couldn't stand against the hungry crowd. People started shouting, "She won't prove it, so there must be food inside. Letting everyone starve while she eats alone. How can you be so selfish?" Xiao Luo and Xiaoling's mother stepped forward to intervene. "Everyone, please don't be like this. If it weren't for the owner's kindness in taking us in, we wouldn't have survived this long. You can't be so heartless." But when hunger clouds judgment, these words had no effect. One person yelled, "If she hadn't meddled in other people's business, I would have been home long ago." Another added, "Exactly. If we had left earlier, we might have met the rescue team and retreated to the safe zone with the government troops." Miss Chin let out a bitter laugh. "A bunch of ungrateful people. If you want to leave, it's not too late to go now." The aggressive man shouted, "You bitch! You think you're something special, don't you?" The crowd surged forward and restrained Miss Chin. He announced triumphantly, "Ignore her. Break down the door." Without waiting, the man moved to break the door. He yelled, "Don't let me find any food, or you'll see how I deal with you." After a few strong shoves, the door burst open. Inside was nothing but women's dresses. The man muttered in confusion, "It really is just clothes." He stepped inside, looked around, and mumbled, "Isn't this a bubble tea shop? Model. Milk tea? What's with all those dresses?" A spiteful middle-aged woman spoke up. "I've thought for a long time that she wasn't a proper woman." A young girl chimed in, "Good girls don't dress like that. She's definitely trying to seduce someone." Mute shouted angrily, "Don't you dare go too far." Suddenly, a deafening explosion echoed from outside. An SUV crashed through the main door and drove straight into the shop. The front of the vehicle bore an emblem of a gear and a lightning bolt. A man got out and laughed loudly. "There are people here." Everyone in the shop immediately became wary. "Who are you people?" The man's fierce appearance made everyone guess he was here to rob them. As expected, he announced, "We are the Thunder Legion. Anyone who doesn't want to die, hand over your food." The man who had previously yelled at Mute was now trembling. He begged, Don't hit me. I was just passing by." He pointed at Mute. "All the resources are with that woman. She's the one in charge here." The members of the Thunder Legion smirked sinisterly, saying one by one, "There are women? And more than one. It's been a while since I've seen such a beautiful woman. Looks like meat's back on the menu, boys." Mute only had time to shout, "Run!" before grabbing the two children's hands and turning to flee. On the other side, two robbers had restrained a young couple. The young man cried, I'll give her to you. Please don't kill me. Please spare me." The girl shrieked in panic, "No, help me." A blond man chased closely behind Mute, reaching out to grab her shoulder. "Hey kiddo, don't run. I'll make you feel real good." Mute twisted her wrist, revealing a dagger. She swung it at the man, cursing, "Feel good, my ass." The blond man, caught by surprise, roared, "You bitch! You were hiding a knife." He pulled out a gun and fired a shot. "Go to hell." The bullet was meant for Mute, but Xiaoling suddenly lunged in front of her, and it pierced the little girl's shoulder. The incident horrified Mute, Xiao Luo, and the children's mother. They screamed in unison, "Xiaoling!" The leader of the robbers yelled, "You idiot! Who told you to fire a gun? Don't you know that'll attract zombies?" He turned and shot the young woman who had confronted Mute earlier in the shop, right in the head. Seeing the situation was turning against them, the man no longer cared about the women. He just wanted to grab all the supplies and retreat. He ordered, "Take everything, leave nothing behind." Anyone who tried to run was taken down by a bullet. In the end, only Mute, Xiao Luo, and Xiaoling were left, cornered against a wall with no way out. The children's mother suddenly rushed forward, wrapping her arms tightly around the man's waist to hold him back, shouting, "Run!" Xiao Luo cried out in fear. "Mom!" The man viciously struck her on the head. "Damned woman, let go." But she didn't loosen her grip, not even a little. "Don't worry about me, or everyone will die." The mother weakly spoke her last words. "Mute, please take care of Xiao Luo and Xiaoling." Fighting back tears, Mute hugged the stunned Xiao Luo, gritted her teeth, and jumped through the window to escape. When she saw the three of them get out of the store, the mother pulled the pin on a grenade attached to the man's thigh. The explosion blew the milk tea shop to smithereens. Back in the present, Mute sat dazedly on the ground and said, "I promised Sister Lee I would protect them and help them survive. This was the only way I could do it." She couldn't hold back her sobs. "I'm sorry. I'm so useless." Xiaoling woke up and reached out to wipe Mute's tears, saying obediently, "Boss, don't cry. It doesn't hurt, Xiaoling. If Xiaoling dies, will I get to see Mom?" Mute quickly comforted her. "Xiaoling, you're not going to die." Xiao Luo panicked. "I don't have a mother anymore. Little sister, please don't leave me." Hearing the story, the system started sobbing. "They're so pitiful." Gao Xiaoliang glanced at it. "Pitiful now, are they? But they didn't show me any mercy when they were trying to kill me earlier," he thought to himself. In this chaotic world, bringing two children along is not only a burden but also a source of trouble, increasing the risk of death. The fact that she's held on this long shows she has some conscience. He turned to ask the system, "Hey you, don't you have medicine in your space? Is there anything that can cure this child?" The system replied, "I do have some, but you need to unlock the high-level space to use it. Your clearance isn't high enough." He pouted. "A moment ago you were saying how pitiful they were, and now you're just going to watch them die. You're a system. Can't you be a little more flexible?" The system saw through his intentions and replied nonchalantly, "Are you trying to trick me into creating a condition to upgrade your clearance?" Gao Xiaoliang's face fell. He thought, "It saw through me that easily? This system is pretty smart." Although the system couldn't grant him clearance, it offered another solution. "I can't be flexible, but it's not like there's no other way." The second function of the snack counter, food personally made by the owner, has healing properties. Gao Xiaoliang was ecstatic. "Why didn't you say so sooner? Are there any other surprises this precious thing has that I don't know about?" The system replied calmly. "The specific effect is related to your level. The higher the level, the better the effect. At your current level, you can only rely on luck." Gao Xiaoliang rolled up his sleeves, determined, "Well, I have to give it a try." He looked at the eggs, flour, and oil on the table, pondering, "With only these ingredients, what can I make?" An idea struck him. He exclaimed, "I've got it!" He cracked the eggs into a bowl, kneaded the dough, added seasonings, and then cooked it on a pan. The fragrant aroma spread, making Mute's group curious. Xiao Luo wiped his drool and praised, "It smells so good." A moment later, Cao Xiaoliang held up the freshly baked pastry and said, "They're ready." Miss Qin asked warily, "What are you trying to do?" He smiled. "Relax, it's not poisoned." He handed the pastry to Xiaoling. "This is the egg tart that I loved most as a kid. Xiaoling, give it a try." The little girl took the pastry, a bright smile spreading across her face. "Thank you." She took a bite, complimenting it as she chewed. It's so fragrant and sweet. It's delicious. Suddenly, Xiaoling's eyes widened, and she shot up to her feet. Miss Qin was alarmed. Xiaoling, you can't get up yet. The little girl looked bewildered. I don't think it hurts at all anymore. Miss Qin, in disbelief, touched the girl's forehead. Really? The fever's gone, and even the wound is starting to heal. Xiao Luo was ecstatic. Does this mean my sister isn't going to die? This is amazing. Miss Qin noticed something strange. She looked at the egg tart and asked, what did you put in this? No medicine can reduce a fever that quickly. Could it be your special ability? Cao Xiaoliang replied, of course, I can't tell you that. But Xiaoling's condition has only just started to improve. To recover fully, she'll need to eat my egg tarts for a long time. He grinned slyly. This one was just a free sample. Next time, there's definitely going to be a charge. Miss Qin pointed to the pile of food on the floor. No problem. As long as you can cure Xiaoling, all of this is yours. Xiao Luo nodded. Yeah. Cao Xiaoliang waved his hand dismissively. I have enough food. I don't need that stuff. He pointed at Miss Qin and declared, I need you. Xiao Luo shouted. You bastard. I knew you had bad intentions toward our boss. Xiaoling also said, I don't need to be cured anymore. Don't you dare hurt our boss. Cao Xiaoliang sighed in exasperation. What are these two kids thinking about all day? Is there anything else in those heads of yours? He turned to explain. I'm talking about you working for me, as an employee at my snack stall. For employee benefits, I'll provide you with food and shelter. That's the deal. Miss Qin didn't answer right away, conferring with the two children. Xiao Luo said, even though we don't know what his ability is, he seems very powerful. Miss Qin continued. Plus, if we go with him, we'll get free food and won't have to worry about supplies, Xiaoling added. After a moment, the three of them agreed. All right, I accept your offer, but Xiao Luo and Xiaoling have to come with me. Cao Xiaoliang looked at them. He felt a flicker of regret, feeling like he just made a terrible mistake. Miss Qin presented a contract, smiling slyly. Even though the world is in chaos now, we still need to clarify the working conditions. Everything will follow this contract. Cao Xiaoliang skimmed it. He broke out in a sweat. A 9-to-5 workday, full social insurance and a pension fund, rotating shifts, and public holidays. Overtime pay, an attendance bonus, and a 13th month salary. He yelled in frustration, you might as well just say paid vacation. Miss Qin ignored his sarcastic remark and demanded more. Also, the compensation for child labor needs to be calculated separately. Suddenly, a voice boomed from outside the door. That delicious smell is coming from here. A metal axe smashed through the glass door, shattering it completely. 4 brawny men walked in. The biggest one spoke up. Just as I thought. There are people here. Dazhuang's eyes immediately locked onto the egg tart in Xiaoling's hand. He took a deep sniff. Smells amazing. I told you my nose is sharp. Xiao Luo stood protectively in front of the little girl and shouted, this is my sister's pastry. Cao Xiaoliang stepped forward to face Dazhuang. The man placed a hand on the weapon behind his back, threatening, what? You want to fight? Contrary to his expectations, Cao Xiaoliang rubbed his hands together and smiled warmly. Brothers, the kid doesn't know any better. I'm the owner of this food stall. What would you like to eat? I'll make you a fresh batch. Dazhuang turned to the man behind him. Boss, I want some. The boss, named Lei Hong, thought for a moment before stepping forward to ask, how much are you selling these egg tarts for? Cao Xiaoliang's mind raced. These guys didn't look ordinary. They must have a lot of crystal cores. Seeing a chance to complete his mission, he smiled and handed over a menu. Here's the menu. Please take a look. Lei Hong was startled after reading it. What? A single egg tart costs 10 crystal cores? Cao Xiaoliang replied. It's tough in the apocalypse. We risk our lives for rice and flour. This price is already a bargain. Lei Hong nodded in agreement. That makes sense, he said generously. Give me 10 of them. Cao Xiaoliang replied happily. Coming right up. Dazhuang threatened. If it's not good, I'll smash you and your cart. Cao Xiaoliang pouted and muttered. Whether it tastes good or not isn't up to me. Lei Hong heard him and glared. What do you mean by that? Are you implying we're going to dine and dash? Just then, Miss Qin walked over and clung to Lei Hong's arm coquettishly. Our boss isn't very good with words. Please don't be angry with him, sirs. Seeing a beautiful woman being so forward, Lei Hong's face turned beet red. Seeing that her trick was working, Miss Qin continued to sweet-talk him. Sir, your chest muscles are so big. You must be amazing at fighting zombies. Lei Hong was so flustered by her that he stammered, that's, of course. His 3 underlings saw this and sneered. The boss is at it again. His brain turns to mush, and he starts stuttering whenever he sees a pretty woman. Miss Chin led Lei Hong away. So many egg tarts will take a while to make. Please don't be impatient. Come inside and wait. Lei Hong replied stiffly like a robot. Okay. Okay. As she passed by Gao Xiaoliang, she gave him a wink. He praised her silently. This lady boss is truly top tier. Hiring her was definitely the right choice. Gao Xiaoliang went behind the counter, lit the stove, and started cooking. Lei Hong's 3 underlings sat nearby, drooling as they watched. A moment later, the fragrant egg cakes were ready. Everyone picked one up and took a bite. Gao Xiaoliang and Ai Qin held their breath, waiting for a reaction. Sure enough, Lei Hong exclaimed, "This is delicious." Da Zhuang was astonished. "It tastes just like my childhood." The blue-haired girl was moved. So nostalgic. The last guy sighed. "My deskmate, Zhao Feng, loved this stuff." Lei Hong tossed him a large bag of crystal cores. As promised, he praised him. "Boss, you've got some real skill." Gao Xiaoliang happily accepted it. "You're too kind," Lei Hong continued. "I see you've got a lot of items on your menu. Besides the young chicken egg cakes, what else do you have?" He replied, "A lot." Then he listed them off. Fried chicken, meat skewers, spicy numbing soup, grilled squid skewers, sausages, fried dough sticks, tofu, bean paste, Coke, beer, and plum juice. Lei Hong cut him off. "Say no more. Give me 10 servings of each." Gao Xiaoliang looked troubled. "I'm sorry, but all I have on hand is flour, noodles, and eggs. To make those dishes, I'll need a lot more ingredients. In times like these, I'm afraid they won't be easy to find." Lei Hong said confidently, "That's simple. Whatever ingredients you need, just name them. There's nothing I can't get for you." Gao Xiaoliang frowned, thinking, such big talk. Ai Qin leaned in and whispered, "Looking at these guys, they might be apocalyptic merchants. If we let them be our suppliers, we won't have to risk our lives looking for ingredients anymore." He nodded. "You're right." After a quick discussion, Gao Xiaoliang put on a friendly smile. "Boss, I was wondering, what are your prices for ordering ingredients? Maybe we could have a long-term partnership?" Ai Qin added in a sweet, coaxing tone. "Sir, you'll give us a good price, right? At the very least, whenever you guys visit the shop, it'll be on the house." Lei Hong and Da Zhuang looked at each other, surprised to be called boss. The underlings burst out laughing. "That's right. Our big boss is all right. But he's in the no-capital business." Hearing this, Gao Xiaoliang and Ai Qin's faces darkened. Lei Hong suddenly remembered something and turned to Da Zhuang. "Why are Hu and the others taking so long?" Da Zhuang replied, "I've already sent someone to look for them. I left signs along the way, so they should be able to find their way here." Outside, an off-road vehicle rolled up. A man ran in frantically, shouting, "Boss, it's bad. A Hugh's group is injured." Everyone turned to the door with serious expressions as 4 battered and ragged figures helped each other inside. Gao Xiaoliang recognized them immediately and had a bad feeling. So, these punks finally dragged themselves back. Lei Hong was stunned by the pathetic state of Hu and his men. One was nearly crippled, another had a bandaged arm, and their clothes were filthy and stank. He asked urgently, "Who did this to you?" Hu looked at his boss as if he'd found his savior, his eyes welling up with tears. "Boss, you're here. Little Fox got beaten so bad his tail's gone." Another guy raised his arm in anguish and described, "It was some kid running a food stall. Said he was some kind of chosen one." Lei Hong roared in anger. "Nonsense. This isn't some novel. There's no such thing as a chosen one in this world." Da Zhuang, full of fighting spirit, clapped his hands. "That's right. And even if there was, we'd have to let our boss test him out to know for sure." The underling sighed, pointing to his own pathetic state resentfully. "We didn't believe it at first either, but that kid is just strange. Every one of our attacks was reflected right back at us, and we ended up with internal injuries like this." Lei Hong looked at Da Zhuang, puzzled. Attacks being reflected. Is he an ability user? Da Zhuang thought for a moment, then shook his head. "I've never heard of an ability like that." Meanwhile, Ai Qin, having witnessed Gao Xiaoliang's performance, was dazed, thinking to herself, what a strange power. She suddenly recalled the power from his piece of cloth, a force like a shockwave that had almost knocked her off her feet. After hearing the Jinglei Corps' men, Ai Qin secretly glanced at Gao Xiaoliang, then looked worriedly at Lei Hong. She thought, "Don't tell me. He's about to be found out? The Jinglei Corps has tracked him here." Gao Xiaoliang began to tiptoe away, intending to slip out. He muttered to himself, "Gotta run. Gotta run." Suddenly, Ai Qin pointed at him and yelled, "It was you, you backstabbing wicked jerk." Lei Hong trembled with rage. his eyes bloodshot as a fire of fury ignited within him. He roared, "I don't care who he is. Anyone who dares to touch my men will die." Ai Qin was stunned, as if struck by lightning. Gao Xiaoliang stood frozen, not daring to move a muscle. Xiaoling and Xiaoluo, with tears welling in their eyes, said, we've heard of this name before. It's Lei Hong." Ai Qin stepped forward and asked directly, "Are you Lei Hong, the big boss of the Jinglei Corps?" Da Zhuang answered for him. "That's right." The underling, who had just been beaten to a pulp, looked at her smugly. "So, we're that famous, huh?" Lei Hong blushed. Seeing a pretty girl, he forgot his main mission and laughed heartily to be polite. "Miss, if you ever have any trouble in the future, just come find me." Before he could finish, Xiaoling and Xiaoluo rushed forward, raising their fists to hit him. Xiaoling shouted, "You're the leader of that group." Xiaoluo continued, "You bastard. It was your men who hurt my little sister and my mom." Lei Hong grabbed one in each hand and lifted them into the air, ignoring their struggles. He asked in surprise, "Hey, kids, what are you freaking out about? Who killed your mother?" Da Zhuang and the blonde guy were also bewildered. Da Zhuang scratched his head. "This is a misunderstanding. We may be bandits, but we've never harmed children or women." The blonde guy nodded. "That's right." A minute later, Ai Qin unleashed her spiritual energy and lunged forward, throwing a kick at Lei Hong. Her voice was cold. "Like hell, I'd believe you. Let them go." Lei Hong leaned back to dodge, tossing Xiaoling and Xiaoluo to the side. The two children landed safely, but Xiaoluo was almost crushed when Xiaoling landed on top of him. Lei Hong and Ai Qin fought fiercely as a barrage of her kicks whizzed past, but Lei Hong just dodged, moving nimbly. Ai Qin grew even angrier, unleashing a strike with all her spiritual energy. His underlings stood by, watching, cheering enthusiastically. The blonde guy nodded. "This woman's really got skills." Da Zhuang laughed heartily. "Now we've got a good show to watch." But he was worried that their boss's weakness for not hitting women would kick in again. What were they supposed to do? The whole group shouted, "Go, boss, go!" Lei Hong's face flushed red as he mumbled, "What else can you call this weakness but being scared of girls?" He simply caught Ai Qin's leg and looked at his underlings. They were just enjoying the show, and he thought angrily, "These brats are just going to watch me struggle like this? Aren't you going to help?" A blue-haired girl said cheerfully, "Boss, this is a psychological issue. You need to overcome it yourself." Lei Hong and Ai Qin continued their cat-and-mouse game of attacks and dodges. It was draining their spiritual power. The sounds of the battle attracted a mysterious creature in the hole in the roof. Its giant tentacles covered the opening, and slime dripped onto the floor. Gao Xiaoliang watched with amusement. Enemies crossing paths. What a familiar sight. But then he was startled. Oh, damn it. He counted on his fingers. 1, 2. He only had one chance left today. Panicked, he rushed to the supply cart, intending to sneak it away and get back to the safe zone. Ahu spotted him and shouted along with the bald guy, "It's him! He's the one! The chosen one." Lei Hong turned to where his men were pointing. "It's you." He grabbed Ai Qin by the leg and mercilessly threw her aside. She cried out in pain as she landed hard. Da Zhuang moved in and grabbed both of Ai Qin's hands. She struggled, but he held her tight, saying wearily, "Just behave yourself. Today's your last day." Lei Hong blocked Gao Xiaoliang's path, cracking his knuckles with a bitter tone. "You beat up my brothers and took my crystal core. It's been a long time since anyone's messed with me like this. You're going to die." Gao Xiaoliang played dumb, resting his chin on his hand with a smile. "Big bro, this is all just a misunderstanding." His confident smile made Ahu and the bald guy jump to their feet. They said indignantly, "Boss, don't listen to him. This kid is a master at playing weak to ambush the strong. We ended up like this because we let our guard down." Xiaoling and Xiaoluo ran over to argue back fiercely. The two kids yelled, "Our big brother is not a pig. Our big brother is super strong," Xiaoling added. "That's right. He's 100 times stronger than your boss." From a distance, Ai Qin chimed in, "Our boss is a real man, not like some people who act all tough on the outside, but are so weak inside they don't even dare to hit a woman." Listening to both sides gossip about him, Lei Hong felt steam coming out of his ears. He thought to himself, "This is completely hopeless." Gao Xiaoliang, exasperated, tugged at his ear and yelled, "Can you all please shut up?" Lei Hong exploded with demonic energy. He clenched his fist and charged forward. "Enough nonsense. Let's see what you've really got." A powerful demonic energy radiated from him as he slammed a fist into the floor. In an instant, the floor shattered and cracked. Gao Xiaoliang fell back in terror, scrambling away. From the cracks, demonic energy billowed up, accompanied by raging flames that heated the entire area. Just as his name implied, Lei Hong was surrounded by the pressure of fire and thunder. In the black smoke, his tall silhouette loomed over a corner of the room. Every breath he took sounded like roaring flames, causing the fire in front of him to burn even brighter. No one dared to approach, not even his own underlings. After a moment, as Lei Hong's anger subsided, the flames gradually died down. Ai Qin was speechless, not daring to move. She gasped. This concrete floor is so hard, and he shattered it to pieces with just one punch. Xiao Ling and Xiao Luo huddled together in fear. That's so scary. Is he a monster? Da Zhuang laughed smugly. The power of an ability user is monstrous to begin with, let alone our boss, who is the best of the best. Ah, Hu said proudly. Now do you see who you've provoked? Gao Xiaoliang quietly observed Lei Hong. He was astonished by the technique he had just witnessed. So this is the power of an ability user? If that punch had landed, even if it had just grazed him, his bones would have been pulverized. Before he could regain his composure, Lei Hong charged, throwing a punch as hard as steel. Gao Xiaoliang swiftly dodged it. Lei Hong sneered. What are you spacing out for now? Weren't you so arrogant a moment ago? Show me what you've got, you worthless trash who only knows how to dodge. He angrily channeled his spiritual energy, intending to end it with a single punch. So who's the real woman here? Lei Hong threw a barrage of punches at Gao Xiaoliang, who was forced to use both hands to block the fiery fists. The terrifying force made him tremble, and shockwaves reverberated with every punch. Gao Xiaoliang coughed up blood. Although his life was spared, he had suffered severe internal injuries. Lei Hong watched in surprise. This kid took so many of my hits and didn't turn into paste. He really is stronger than a normal person. This only strengthened his resolve to take him down. He threw a few more punches, saying mockingly, "But you're still a long way from being my opponent." Xiao Ling and Xiao Luo huddled in a corner, terrified. Xiao Ling cried, tugging on his sleeve. "Big brother can't hold on much longer." Xiao Luo said sadly, "Does this mean we won't get to eat egg cakes anymore?" Ai Qin stood still, her expression dark. She thought to herself, if that guy dies, everything on the cart will be ours. Gao Xiaoliang grew angry, dodging Lei Hong's iron fist. He hadn't planned on fighting back at first, but his opponent's frenzied actions, which made him furious. He yelled, "You people are the real scum!" Lei Hong laughed loudly. Not impressed in the slightest. The so-called chosen one? Turns out you're just a psycho who's read too many novels. A steel fist slammed into Kyle Gao, pinning him painfully against the wall. He winced, struggling to open his eyes to look at Lei Hong. Blood seeped from the wound on his stomach, soaking his shirt, and the pain made him collapse to his knees. He pressed a hand to the wound and slowly got back up, his tattered clothes revealing numerous injuries. Staggering, he thought that running away wasn't an option. But facing the man's physique head-on, even with his enhanced strength, he couldn't inflict any damage. There was no chance of winning. Suddenly, he looked over at the vendor cart, a glimmer of hope in his eyes. But if he were to borrow that thing, the stronger the attack, the greater the recoil would be. Kyle Gao immediately dashed towards the vendor cart, catching Lei Hong by surprise. There's no room for fear, he thought to himself. This is my only chance. Lei Hong sneered and mumbled, "Finally done running, are we? Now that's more like a man. Go to hell." He unleashed a flurry of punches. But he never expected that Kyle Gao had no intention of fighting back. Kyle ducked unexpectedly and slid between Lei Hong's legs, shouting, "Gotcha." With a badass flair, he yanked Lei Hong's pants right down to his ankles. Lei Hong froze, a strange, cool breeze hitting his lower body as his mind went completely blank. Lei Hong was exposed. Mr. Mute stood rooted to the spot, his eyes wide open. Xiao Ling and Xiao Luo were stunned, their legs trembling. Lei Hong's underlings witnessed their boss being publicly humiliated and did their best to stifle their laughter. Hu and Da Zhuang turned away, but Blondie and Green Hair Girl burst out laughing. "How embarrassing! Hilarious!" Kyle Gao shouted excitedly. "It worked!" Lei Hong's eyes turned bloodshot, radiating pure killing intent as he roared. "You bastard!" He charged toward him. "I am definitely going to kill you." Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Luo spotted a dagger on Da Zhuang's hip. As if possessed, the boy rushed forward and struck Da Zhuang in the crotch. He collapsed to his knees in agony, letting out a scream. Xiao Luo swiftly snatched the dagger and ran towards Lei Hong, yelling, "You evil leader, I'm here to avenge my mother." Mr. Mute and Xiao Ling were horrified by the scene. Xiao Ling said worriedly, "Oh my god, Xiao Luo has completely lost his mind." Da Zhuang immediately raised his gun and fired at Xiao Luo. "Boss, watch out." Both sides attacked at once. Kyle Gao seethed with anger at Da Zhuang's actions. "You son of a bitch, and you claim you don't harm women and children? He threw all his strength into shoving the vendor cart towards Xiao Luo. Just as the bullet was a few feet from the boy, the cart slid in front of him, shielding him. The bullet struck the cart with a deafening screech. Xiao Luo cried out in fear, but the one in real danger was Kyle Gao. Lei Hong, now ablaze, charged forward, flames swirling like molten lava. He roared, "Die!" Lying there, Kyle Gao lamented his fate. He'd finally gotten a chance to be the main character, and now it was all over. He thought of Xiaoling and Xiao Luo with bitterness. Turns out, troublemaking kids really are the worst. He closed his eyes, bracing for the impact. But just as the flaming fist reached his face, it suddenly stopped. A massive explosion erupted, blowing the entire house to pieces. From within the black smoke, Bai Feifei emerged. She strode forward, her cold, murderous gaze sweeping over everyone. Without a word, she charged straight at Ahu and Da Zhuang's group. Her first target was Lei Hong. Bai Feifei launched a kick at him. Lei Hong, both surprised and terrified, watched as a pair of fair-skinned legs came flying toward his face. Her eyes carried a deadly warning for daring to attack Kyle Gao. Lei Hong glanced down at her bouncing chest and mumbled, "I've walked right into it, boys." His mind reeled, a mixture of embarrassed blushing and pure rage. Kyle Gao recognized her. He was shocked. Bai Feifei. She executed a spirit technique, sending Lei Hong flying with a kick. Her movements were as swift as a flash flood, making him cry out in pain. Ugh! A single blow from Bai Feifei slammed Lei Hong into the wall, causing the room to explode completely. Black smoke billowed up as a huge, earth-shattering explosion went off. Bai Feifei stood tall, her gaze fixed on the flames engulfing Lei Hong. His lackeys realized the situation was bad. The green-hair girl quickly asked her comrades, "Where on earth did this person come from?" The guy next to her was stunned. The boss was taken down? How was that possible? Blondie recognized Bai Feifei, pointed at her, and shouted to his crew, "Isn't that the one we captured? She's a zombie." They immediately formed a battle line. 2 cannons were quickly loaded and aimed at Bai Feifei. Gunshots echoed loudly. Blondie gave the order, "Brothers, get ready to fight. Be careful, don't let her bite you." Hundreds of bullets rained down on Bai Feifei in a crazed frenzy. But with her nimble body, she moved gracefully, dodging every single bullet without getting hit once. Blondie started to panic, dropping his weapon in astonishment. "She's so fast. This isn't a normal zombie, it's a mutated one." Bai Feifei leaped onto the roof of Kyle Gao's vendor cart. Da Zhuang immediately charged, raising a sharp iron blade into the air. He intended to take her on one-on-one. Kyle Gao watched this scene, his heart aching, but not because he was worried about Bai Feifei. It was for the fate of his vendor cart. He yelled, "If you guys are going to fight, then fight. But don't mess up not my counter." He used all his strength, rushing forward to push the cart away. Thanks to this, Bai Feifei easily dodged the slash from Da Zhuang. Another guy took advantage of the chaos, secretly aiming a sniper rifle right at Bai Feifei, and yelled, "Everyone, get out of the way. You monster woman, eat this." Gao Xiaoliang rushed over from a distance, desperately trying to stop him. "Don't!" The sound of the gunshot ripped through his heart. The bullet flew towards Bai Feifei, who was sitting casually on the roof of the car. She looked at the bullet as if it were just a toy. Suddenly, she leaped up, dodging its path. For a moment, it looked like the bullet would hit Gao Xiaoliang's car and destroy everything. But Bai Feifei still had a bit of a conscience. She grabbed the car's handle and gently pulled it back just as the bullet whizzed by, saving the vehicle from the explosion. Gao Xiaoliang almost fainted, happily giving her a thumbs up. "Nice one." The bullet flew straight into the wall, exploding violently. Lei Hong slowly sat up from the rubble, his body aching, and cursed, "Damn it. Who dares to sneak attack me?" Before he could finish, a wooden plank flew out of nowhere and smacked him on the head. Lei Hong collapsed in pain. "It's over," the green-haired girl and the masked guy prayed silently, calling out in panic, "Boss!" Lei Hong, with a lump on his forehead and on the verge of tears, looked at the blonde guy and yelled, "Where the hell were you aiming?" The guy scratched his head blankly, playing dumb. "I wasn't paying attention. She was just too crafty." Lei Hong jumped up, regaining his composure, and ordered a full-scale assault. "Damn it! Get them for me!" The bald guy quickly reloaded and fired a volley at Gao Xiaoliang. "You're the chosen one, right? Let's see me turn you into a sieve." Lei Hong's men opened fire in unison, and hundreds of bullets rained down. Bai Feifei was forced to find cover. Meanwhile, Mr. Qin, Gao Xiaoliang, Xiao Luo, and Xiao Ling were scared out of their wits. The 4 of them clung to each other, running frantically amidst the chaos. Under the dense hail of bullets, Gao Xiaoliang still didn't forget to worry about his precious car. He was determined to drag it along, dead or alive. He casually asked, My car isn't damaged, is it? Mr. Chin dashed off without looking back, yelling in frustration. What time do you think it is? Why are you still worried about this stupid car? The group was in a tight spot, with no idea how to get out. Gao Xiaoliang retorted indignantly. Of course, this is the time for them to be held up by that zombie so we can find a way to escape. You want us to stay here and take a beating? Even though Xiao Luo was trembling with fear, he still cursed at the bandits. These degenerates better get eaten alive by zombies. Bai Fifi suddenly turned her head to look back at Gao Xiaoliang's group, who were fleeing in disarray. Annoyed, she puffed out her cheeks angrily and thought to herself, they run pretty fast. Suddenly, she grabbed the iron bar at her feet, turning it into a formidable weapon, and decisively deflected every incoming bullet. With her extraordinary strength, Bai Fifi threw the iron bar into the air. Thrown with her incredible power, the iron bar spun like a giant pinwheel, piercing through the rain of bullets and hurtling straight towards the enemies. The leader was struck by the iron bar, the pain so intense that he dropped his gun. Their guns flew into the air, their aim completely thrown off, causing the rain of bullets to scatter chaotically across the platform. Gao Xiaoliang, Mr. Qin, Xiao Luo, and Xiao Ling could only huddle together behind the cargo cart, breathing a sigh of relief. We're finally safe. Hu Dazhuang and his underlings turned and fled, not daring to look back. At this rate, they were afraid they'd get beaten black and blue. One of the men screamed in panic, "Stop this damn gun. Getting killed by your own teammate is just too unlucky. It's not the strong enemy you fear, but the stupid teammate." After a series of fierce shots, the gun finally fell silent on the floor. The smoke gradually cleared, and the disheveled group slowly peeked out, cautiously observing the situation. Some were hiding here, others were cowering there, striking all sorts of ridiculous poses. The blonde guy cheered. The gun stopped. The green-haired girl looked around in surprise. Where'd she go? The biggest question on their minds right now was, where did that female zombie go? On the other side, Gao Xiaoliang's group, Mr. Qin, and the two kids, Xiao Luo and Xiao Ling, also slowly got up, sneaking a peek to check the situation, especially the enemy's side. Xiao Luo and Xiao Ling, the whole group sighed in relief, finally able to relax a little. Gao Xiaoliang turned to the others, his voice urgent. Now's our chance. Run. But he never expected that Bai Fifi had suddenly appeared right in front of them. Her hair fluttered in the wind, giving her the appearance of a floating ghost. She swung down from the canopy of the cargo cart, playfully throwing a punch towards Gao Xiaoliang. She was just trying to give him a little scare. It was only a joke. The four of them were stunned, thinking Bai Fifi was about to eat them. A minute and 30 seconds later, the whole group was sprinting away faster than a speeding bullet. Xiao Ling and Xiao Luo cried and begged. Children don't taste good. Out of instinct, a terrified Mr. Qin grabbed the two children's hands. He didn't even know if anyone was actually chasing them, but he screamed anyway. Don't bite me. Gao Xiaoliang sprinted at the front, looking back at the other three in panic, thinking, when did she start chasing us? In reality, Bai Fifi had no intention of eating them. After all, she was a vegetarian zombie. Watching Gao Xiaoliang's group flee like the wind, she chuckled. All in all, it was pretty fun, true. But the real danger was only now revealing itself. A monster stealthily watched their every move, its tentacles clinging tightly together. It moved slowly overhead, looking down at the panicked Cao Xiaoliang as he fled. Bai Fifi suddenly heard a strange noise from the roof. With her keen senses, she immediately recognized the lurking danger. Without a word, she darted like lightning behind Cao Xiaoliang, who was already running for his life. Cao Xiaoliang glanced back and screamed in horror. Oh my God! His legs felt like they'd grown wheels. He kept running, screaming, "We don't have any beef. Why are you only chasing me?" Just then, massive tentacles burst through the ceiling, swooping down as sticky slime dripped from them like spiderwebs. The monster attacked Cao Xiaoliang with its tentacles, and he screamed, "Help me, guys!" Bai Fifi saw the hundreds of tentacles. She was momentarily surprised, but immediately realized, this is bad. Cao Xiaoliang, her secret crush, is in danger. With a swoosh, Fifi accelerated, moving even faster than the monster. Disregarding the danger, she blocked its path, just as the tentacle was about to reach her. The monster, fearing nothing, simply swung several more of its giant tentacles, wrapping tightly around Bai Fifi and lifting her into the air. She struggled in agony, but it was no use. Cao Xiaoliang ran over, trying to help, but he couldn't pull her free from the monster's grasp. In a desperate moment, Bai Fifi reached her hand out towards him, her eyes helpless. Cao Xiaoliang's heart skipped a beat. He stood there, frozen in fear, not knowing what would happen next. This massive octopus was a real menace. After toying with her long enough, it casually retracted its tentacles, cruelly letting Bai Fifi fall from high above onto the cold, tiled floor. Slime from its tentacles dripped through the hole in the ceiling, splattering onto the floor and releasing a foul, fishy stench. At last, the monster revealed itself completely. It swooped down from above like a bird, landing majestically on the ground. Its plump body made a heavy impact, nearly crushing Gao Xiaoliang flat. The giant octopus blocked out all surrounding light, emitting a strange, thick black smoke. Its crimson eyes, like two fireballs, burned with resentment as they stared fixedly at Cao Xiaoliang. Lei Hong suddenly rushed out, yelling a warning to his team, "It's a mutated creature!" The group immediately took their positions, preparing for an ambush. A series of sniper rifles were loaded, ready to fire on Lei Hong's command. The moment the order was given, a barrage of bullets rained down, aimed directly at the monster. The giant octopus furiously swung its long, iron-like tentacles, forming a solid shield. In an instant, it deftly caught hundreds of bullets. Its thick hide, like armored padding, swelled up and blocked every attack. Bai Fifi lay motionless in a pool of blood by the wall, her severe injuries having knocked her unconscious. Cao Xiaoliang and Mr. Jin rushed over to her, filled with anxiety. Bai Fifi winced and gasped for breath, weakened by the blood soaking her body. Mr. Jin turned to Gao Xiaoliang and stammered, "It looked like she was trying to protect you." Cao Xiaoliang knelt and gently held Bai Fifi. Seeing her in this condition all because she protected him, his heart clenched with an indescribable pain. But why? Though weak, Bai Fifi recognized Gao Xiaoliang's voice and struggled to open her eyes. Her bloody hands trembled as she held something out to him. In her small, blood-stained palm was an old, crumpled candy wrapper. Gao Xiaoliang instantly recognized the familiar wrapper. He paused, lost in thought as memories came flooding back. He remembered the first time he met Bai Fifi, when he'd tossed that very candy to her. Taking the wrapper from her hand, Cao Xiaoliang was moved and asked, "She came all this way, just to give this to me?" Bai Fifi gave a slight nod, only managing a few weak sounds. Her strength completely drained. She couldn't say another word, as her eyes slowly fluttered shut. Standing nearby, Xiao Luo's eyes widened in amazement. "Can she understand us?" Cao Xiaoliang immediately contacted the system, his voice urgent. "System, she's a zombie. How can she be acting so human?" The system quickly analyzed the data from Bai Fifi's body, detecting a stream of spiritual energy flowing through her. The system ran a continuous analysis, then replied to Gao Xiaoliang with a hint of surprise. Based on the analysis, the target does contain the zombie virus. Research indicates that certain special evolutionary mutations can restore partial brain function, resulting in intelligent behavior with an IQ equivalent to that of a smart animal or a 4-year-old child. Bai Fifi groaned and coughed in agony, tears streaming down her face. Unable to bear it, Mr. Jin spoke up worriedly. "She seems to be in great pain." Xiao Luo asked innocently, "Can zombies feel pain?" Xiao Ling was also confused, asking, "But isn't she already dead?" Countless questions swirled in the two kids' minds. Xiao Luo rubbed his head, baffled. "Don't zombies only die when their heads are destroyed?" Xiao Ling cringed, challenging everyone's assumptions. "She's a good zombie. She doesn't bite people, and she even saved the boss. I don't want her to die." Mr. Chin observed Bai Fifi's injuries and sadly shook his head. "But it looks like her spine is broken. Even for a zombie, if she can't move." Gao Xiaoliang clutched the candy wrapper in his hand, bowing his head in agony as he cried out, "She's like this because of me." He ran to her and held Bai Fifi in his arms, silently wondering, "How can I help her recover? Could the gene elixir work?" The system immediately prompted, "This function is only effective on humans. Treating other creatures requires the host to complete a mission in exchange for a special item." Without a moment's hesitation, Gao Xiaoliang said decisively, "Fine, give me the mission." The system immediately accepted the command. Searching for a new mission. Within 24 hours, you must obtain one level 2 crystal core. An unprecedented determination flashed in Gao Xiaoliang's eyes. A level 2 crystal core is worth the equivalent of 100 normal crystals and can only be found in evolved zombies or mutated creatures. He looked towards the giant octopus behind them and said decisively, "In other words, I just have to kill that thing." Lei Hong also rushed over to support his men. The entire group frantically fired their guns at the monster. However, with its enormous size and skin as thick as a fortress wall, the octopus was nearly invulnerable. Dozens of long tentacles shielded its front, absorbing every cannonball that flew its way. Hu Dazhuang complained wearily, "This thing is too damn big. Our bullets can't even get through." The bald guy aggressively brandished a large gun and charged forward. "Let me handle this." He fired a massive cannonball that shot forward like an arrow, aimed directly at the monster's head. The monster seemed to sense the danger. It immediately wrapped its numerous tentacles around its body, forming an impenetrable fortress. A gap appeared, revealing a pair of blood-red eyes that gleamed with cunning. The air grew tense. The suspense was suffocating. The cannonball flew straight into the octopus, and everyone expected it to explode on impact. But it didn't. Dozens of long tentacles surged like ocean waves, wrapping tightly around the cannonball. The octopus curled up, completely still, as if in defiance of the whole world. The subordinate who fired the shot, thinking the stupid monster was done for, gloated and declared confidently, "If that doesn't blow it to smithereens, I'll eat my hat." Lei Hong, providing cover from the rear, suddenly felt a sense of unease. With his extensive combat experience, he knew it couldn't be this simple. Anxiety washed over him as he grew impatient. Why isn't anything happening? The two subordinates in front looked back at their weapons, completely bewildered. No way. Did the cannon run out of ammo? Suddenly, the octopus stirred. It opened its blazing red eyes, like two hellfires, and looked down at the tiny people at its feet, with a triumphant gaze. Its tentacles slowly unfurled as a thick, ink-like black smoke poured out. The monster slowly rose, using its tentacles as legs, standing tall like a massive and menacing mobile tower. What was it planning to do? The black smoke gradually dissipated, revealing the cannonball held snugly in the octopus's enormous mouth. The shell, now unable to detonate, was held tightly like a harmless toy. Seeing this, Hu Dazhuang roared furiously, "Give me more ammo." The other subordinate jumped in fright, stammering, completely scared, speechless. Lei Hong staggered forward, his eyes wide and jaw agape, and uttered, It actually sucked it in with its mouth." "Well, how about that?" The monster seemed to taunt them, holding the cannonball tightly in its mouth. Suddenly, its tentacles shot out with incredible speed. 1, 2, then 3 tentacles slammed into them, sending everyone flying into a corner. Lei Hong's group was scattered like dry leaves in a storm, thrown into a state of absolute panic. The monster spat out a huge amount of foul-smelling green slime that was as hot as lava. More and more of the slime poured out, sticking like glue to anyone it touched. Lei Hong's men screamed in agony. The blond man was unlucky enough to get hit by the slime on his arm. His hand immediately felt like it was on fire, and quickly began to rot. The bald guy didn't escape either. His back was covered in the slime, which ate through his clothes. He screamed, "It hurts so much!" Seeing his men injured, Lei Hong's heart filled with rage. He shouted a warning, "Get back! This liquid is corrosive." Quick as a flash, Lei Hong found a large stone slab nearby and held it up as a shield, temporarily protecting the group from the monster's assault. The giant stone slab became their makeshift shelter. Lei Hong held his ground, waiting for his men to get behind him. A moment later, Hu Dazhuang and another man scrambled behind the rock, but the monster was relentless, continuing to spray its toxic slime toward their hiding spot. With extraordinary strength, Lei Hong held the slab on his back, taking heavy steps forward. Hu Dazhuang cowered and trembled in fear, clutching his head. Suddenly, a giant tentacle swung out and slammed into the stone slab. The monster smashed it forcefully several more times, trying to break through their defense. Slime trickled down through the cracks, and the pressure from the monster became overwhelming. A pungent, foul stench filled the air as smoke billowed from the corroding stone. Hu Dazhuang broke out in a cold sweat, telling his comrades in a panic, "The concrete is being completely corroded." Model. He wouldn't be able to hold on for long like this. Though trembling, Lei Hong stubbornly held up the boulder, trying his best to protect his comrades. He roared, furious at the monster and frustrated with his useless men. "Damn it, you bastards have to hold the line for me." The monster's weight was truly beyond Lei Hong's capabilities. No matter how strong and resilient he was, it was only a matter of time before the monster overwhelmed and crushed him. Lei Hong trembled, his hands losing their grip, his legs growing weak. Suddenly, he buckled under the immense pressure. The giant boulder couldn't hold any longer and was pierced by the monster's tentacle. A thunderous crash erupted from above. The massive tentacle, towering like a pillar to the heavens, slammed violently into the ground. One of Lei Hong's men was unlucky enough to be caught by the tentacle and was dragged high into the air. The monster squeezed its prey, aiming for the hole in the ceiling to deliver the final blow. The henchman screamed in panic, "Boss, save me!" Although Lei Hong couldn't let go of the boulder, his heart was filled with anxiety and fear. Watching the monster's form, he sighed helplessly. Damn it. With no other choice, Lei Hong was determined to save his comrade. Once again, he summoned all his strength, his firepower flaring up like a raging inferno. Facing the terrifying pressure from the monster, Lei Hong roared, channeling his internal energy, lifting the massive boulder and hurling it straight at the enemy. "Let him go!" The boulder shot forward like a meteor. Quick as lightning, Lei Hong appeared before the octopus, intending to face it head-on. The tiny man broke through the monster's defenses, grabbed a tentacle, and shouted angrily, "I'll tear you to shreds, and I mean it." Lei Hong placed his hands on its body, unleashing his oppressive divine power. But after struggling for a moment, he couldn't even scratch the monster's skin. He cursed under his breath, "Damn it, the slime is too slippery. I can't get a grip." The octopus was annoyed by Lei Hong's provocative actions. It immediately swung a tentacle with great force, sending him flying. Lei Hong cried out in pain. Without stopping, the monster continued to spray toxic fluid from its tentacles like giant hoses. Lei Hong nearly fainted, standing frozen like a statue with his jaw dropped. He was inside his divine shield, but he couldn't hold on, and slowly began to freefall to the ground. Suddenly, a familiar figure appeared. Gao Xiaoliang, wearing a protective suit that covered his entire body, charged coldly towards the octopus. Taking advantage of its distraction, he ran along a tentacle, approaching from behind. Gao Xiaoliang's eyes glowed a deep blue as a terrifying power coursed through his body. Even as the slime shot out in countless toxic waves, he gracefully dodged them all. Lei Hong's men got up, staring in utter disbelief. "Up there! That's the kid. How is he not affected?" A question rang out. "Is that a special ability?" Lei Hong, having just landed safely, also couldn't believe his eyes. Impossible. There's no fluctuation of special ability energy on him. He suddenly remembered something and shouted, "Could it be that he's actually a monster?" The monster, thinking Gao Xiaoliang was an easy target, continuously attacked with its giant tentacles. But he didn't fight back with his hands. He deftly dodged every blow, weaving left and right in a perfect dance. The monster could barely touch him. Gao Xiaoliang leaped high into the air, aiming for the tentacle in front of him. Using his divine power, he moved like a flash of lightning, performing a vanishing act straight out of an action movie. In a single second, he disappeared, without a trace. A chilling aura descended. Gao Xiaoliang, tightly gripping a dagger burning with hatred, lunged straight for the monster's lower body. He aimed for the artillery shell stuck in its mouth. He yelled, "This is it!" and threw caution to the wind. Gao Xiaoliang plunged the dagger deep into the shell, in a do-or-die gamble. It was only then that everyone realized Gao Xiaoliang was the chosen one. Under the impact of the dagger, the shell immediately gave off intense sparks and was successfully detonated. A deafening explosion roared as flames erupted, engulfing the monster's body. An earth-shattering blast blew it to pieces. The fire grew larger and larger, black smoke covering the sky as pieces of the monster's body rained down in a gory mess. What was left of the octopus lay motionless, burned by the flames into grilled octopus, its blood pooling everywhere. A strong, fishy smell assaulted their noses. As the black smoke gradually cleared, Gao Xiaoliang took off his protective suit and smiled with satisfaction. This raincoat works pretty well. He was pleased with his new treasure. Even the shockwave from the explosion had been perfectly isolated. "High-tech stuff is really amazing," he called out to the system. "Hey pal, can you give me a few more of these next time?" The system chuckled at the silly request and replied, "Rewards are all from random draws, but as long as the host performs well, there will be plenty of opportunities." Gao Xiaoliang suddenly remembered his main mission. The monster was dead, so he immediately started searching through the pile of rotten flesh. Under a layer of slime, he picked up an object that emitted a warm, golden light. This was exactly what he needed. Overjoyed, he cheered. "Found it. A level 2 core," the system announced. "Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. Received a level 2 core. The reward is a healing candy with instant, unlimited healing effects, and a complimentary copy of a post-apocalyptic cookbook." Gao Xiaoliang looked at the book and asked blankly, "What's a cookbook good for?" The system explained that in the apocalypse, many creatures and plants have mutated, but as long as the virus-infected parts are removed, they are edible. However, ordinary people don't know this, and are too afraid to eat them. This book details their body structures and preparation methods. It's an indispensable item for anyone who wants to open a gourmet restaurant in the apocalypse. Hearing this, Cao Xiaoliang's anger subsided. He happily accepted the reward, thinking to himself, "Hey, this is pretty good stuff. I'll keep it." But the most important thing right now was to save the person in front of him. He hurried over to the weakened Bai Feifei, gently lifted her head, and fed her the crystal core he had just obtained. Bai Feifei winced, struggling to swallow the medicine and looking uncomfortable. But just a few seconds later, her eyes shot open as she stared at Cao Xiaoliang. Her once frail body was now completely healed. She happily stood up, stretching and moving her limbs with confidence. Beside them, Xiaoling cheered excitedly. "Awesome, you're alive!" Miss Qin watched the scene, feeling that something was off. She swallowed nervously, thinking to herself that this guy managed to handle the mutated octopus all by himself. The more she thought about it, the less she understood. He was terrified just a moment ago, but in the blink of an eye, he was like a different person. Could it be that he was hiding his true strength? After stretching for a moment, Bai Feifei looked up at Gao Xiaoliang, pointed to her mouth, and made a few cute ah sounds, as if waiting for something. Seeing Bai Feifei's naive gesture, Gao Xiaoliang couldn't help but get annoyed. His voice filled with frustration. "Are you hungry? Are you really that addicted to the game?" Hearing this, Xiaoling excitedly ran over, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. "What game? I want to play too." Miss Qin stood there watching Cao Xiaoliang, thinking to herself, "This guy doesn't seem trustworthy at all." Cao Xiaoliang had no choice but to repeat his old trick. He clutched the bag of candy just like before, and when Bai Feifei wasn't looking, he quickly tossed the candies behind him. He let her chase after them and pick them up. Xiaoling beamed, clapping her hands and cheering, as excited as if she were watching a fun performance. Watching the three of them play, Miss Qin found herself smiling, thinking, "You know, this guy Long Ye isn't so bad after all. Maybe he can be trusted." Xiao Luo remained vigilant, sneaking up behind Xiaoling and whispering, "Hey sis, stay a little further away from her." He looked at Bai Feifei, his eyes full of suspicion. "She's a zombie. Are you sure she won't bite people?" Bai Feifei suddenly turned to stare at the two siblings, her eyes shining with affection, especially towards the chubby Xiaoling. She smiled, trying to show her fondness for the little girl. Xiaoling stood frozen in worry, looking at Bai Feifei with a few candy crumbs still on her cheek. Bai Feifei excitedly pounced forward and licked the crumbs clean off Xiaoling's cheek. The little girl burst out laughing because it tickled so much. After she was done, Bai Feifei licked her lips and turned to Xiao Luo with a greedy look that scared him out of his wits. She spread her arms and lunged at him. Xiao Luo's face went deathly pale as he turned and ran, screaming, "You're a monster. You scared the living daylights out of the kid. I'm a boy, you know. Have you no shame?" Xiaoling giggled from behind. "Big brother is blushing." Lei Hong suddenly shouted and strode over to Gao Xiaoliang. His voice was filled with anxiety. "You can even cure a zombie, so you can definitely save my brothers, right?" Gao Xiaoliang looked at Hu Dazhuang and the bald man lying on the ground in agony, clutching their bloody arms poisoned by the octopus's venom. Another man was already unconscious, completely unresponsive. He observed the wound on Hu Dazhuang's arm. It looked extremely severe. The flesh was rotting, even exposing the bone, as if it had been corroded by acid. His internal organs were probably severely damaged as well. A large hole in Hu Dazhuang's arm revealed the bone inside, the wound horribly infected. Lei Hong nodded, his voice urgent. "I can see all that. Hurry up and treat them." Cao Xiaoliang glanced at Lei Hong with a flicker of annoyance. "Are you ordering me around? You've got some nerve." He stood up abruptly, crossing his arms and chiding. "You hit me so hard just now. Why should I help you?" Lei Hong didn't beat around the bush. He understood what Cao Xiaoliang wanted and made a direct offer. "How many crystal cores do you want? Just name your price." At the mention of crystal cores, Cao Xiaoliang's eyes lit up. He immediately changed his tune, flashing a cunning smile. "Well then, I won't be polite." Suddenly, a hand landed on Cao Xiaoliang's shoulder, making him jump. Miss Qin coldly tossed him aside. His pathetic scream echoed through the area. Miss Qin roared at Lei Hong, "It's useless. No matter how many you offer, he's not going to heal them." Xiaoling and Xiao Luo spoke up in unison. "That's right, you're all bandits. You're devils, murderers," Lei Hong replied wearily. "I already told you. We may be bandits, but we have principles. We don't kill those who can't fight back." He narrowed his eyes and shook his head. "If your mother was really killed by my men, then she certainly wasn't a good person either." Xiaoling and Xiao Luo immediately flew into a rage, retorting, "Nonsense. Our mother was a good person. You're the bad guys." Miss Qin grabbed the two kids' hands and scolded Lei Hong. "Stop making excuses. You're just saying that so you can get them treated. And then you'll kill us. Right? We're not that easy to fool." Gao Xiaoliang slowly walked over, cutting into the argument. What he said might actually be true. Miss Qin, Xiaoling and Xiao Luo were stunned, shouting out in unison, full of discontent. "What?" After the exhausting chase, Cao Xiaoliang, Gao Xiaoliang gently held out a tattered red headband and asked Xiao Luo, "Did this fall out of your bag?" Xiao Luo saw it and immediately shouted excitedly, "That's right, this is the mark of that group. I always carry it to remind myself never to forget what they look like." He remembered the man who killed his mother, a middle-aged man, blind in one eye, wearing a red headband, who looked almost exactly like Lei Hong. Gao Xiaoliang then showed him the dagger he had found. "Is this their dagger?" The two compared the items. The symbols on the headband and the dagger were almost identical, but facing opposite directions. He took the dagger and examined it closely, noticing a few different details. Xiao Luo was disappointed. This one looks way more stylish. Xiaoling looked at the symbol on the headband and judged. Compared to the other one, this looks like it was drawn by an elementary school student. Lei Hong, who was standing nearby listening to them judge his group's logo, turned red with anger. Huh? What do you mean? A simple drawing? This is called a powerful and free-spirited style. If you don't get it, then just shut up. Gao Xiaoliang sighed, trying to mediate. I've met quite a few gangs who use other people's names to rob and create enemies. He looked at Lei Hong. The gang you encountered was definitely a fake. Lei Hong, Xiao Luo, and Xiao Ling were stunned, saying in unison, "A fake?" Lei Hong finally understood everything. He looked sympathetic, but couldn't hide his frustration. No wonder some people suddenly attacked us before, as if they had a deep-seated grudge. It turns out a third party was pulling the strings. Xiao Luo cursed angrily. Those people were led by the nose so easily. Damn it. So they weren't the Thunder Legion at all. Those imposters. Xiao Ling looked up sadly at her brother, her voice full of resentment. So, who are we supposed to get revenge on now? The two poor children's eyes were filled with the pain of losing their mother. Gao Xiaoliang bent down, looked at them gently, and tried to comfort them to ease their pain. Getting revenge isn't a burden you two should have to carry. More than that, your mother would definitely want you to live healthy and happy lives. Xiao Luo and Xiao Ling looked at Gao Xiaoliang in silence, their eyes still filled with sorrow. Just then, Hu Dazhuang, his body wrapped in white bandages, stomped over angrily and roared. Those bastards dared to tarnish our reputation. If I ever find them, I'll chop them into 100 pieces. Suddenly, Hu Dazhuang coughed up blood, probably because his anger had aggravated his wounds. Lei Hong's eyes widened in panic as he watched his beloved subordinate in pain. He quickly supported him and turned to Gao Xiaoliang, his voice pleading, "Now that everything is clear, can you please treat my men? If we wait any longer, they'll die." Gao Xiaoliang nodded, but didn't forget to demand his fee. "I can. 10 crystal cores per person is a bargain, you know." Lei Hong immediately agreed and handed over a bag of crystal cores. "No problem. Here's the payment." Gao Xiaoliang happily gave the order. "Please step aside. This will be over in a moment." On his beloved cart, a few eggs had been smashed to pieces, their bright yellow yolks leaking everywhere. Gao Xiaoliang looked at the heartbreaking scene as if he had lost a treasure. Such delicious eggs, all ruined. He recalled the fiery encounter with the Thunder Legion. Looking sheepishly at Lei Hong, he gave a silly laugh. Something came up. How about I just give you back the crystal cores?" Hearing this, Lei Hong's eyes turned red with fury as he roared, "Are you messing with me?" Gao Xiaoliang scratched his head with an awkward laugh and quickly pushed his cart away. "Of course not. I just thought the atmosphere was too tense, so I made a little joke." Inside, he was swallowing his tears, thinking miserably. Even the eggs are gone. What am I going to use to make egg cookies now? No good deed goes unpunished. Not letting his emotions get the best of him, Gao Xiaoliang took out the cookbook he had just received and flipped through the pages. His eyes lit up as if he'd struck gold when he found a suitable recipe. All right, saving people comes first. He laughed triumphantly, closed the book, and said, "This is perfect." The only ingredients he had on hand were flour, oil, and some seasoning. After a moment of deep thought, racking his brain, he exclaimed, "I've got it." He ran to the octopus corpse, chose the best piece of meat, and carefully cut off the outer membrane and suckers, keeping only the clean meat. Then, he seasoned it to get rid of the fishy smell, and rinsed it with water. The pure white meat was gradually revealed, then diced and mixed with flour to form a liquid batter. He stirred, and stirred, and stirred. A bowl of fragrant mixture was born. He poured the batter in small portions onto a sizzling hot griddle, flipped them until they were golden brown, and added tomatoes and salad dressing. The octopus pancakes were arranged beautifully, like a work of art. As for the soul of the dish, he used finely mashed potatoes as a substitute. Ta-da! Hot, delicious octopus pancakes are ready, Gao Xiaoliang said proudly. It's done. With that, he brought the dish to Lei Hong's group. Eat all of this, and your bodies will recover immediately. The bald guy and the blonde guy screamed in horror. You used a mutant octopus to make food? What are you trying to do? Telling us to eat this thing? We're gotta. You must think we aren't dying fast enough. But Lei Hong was captivated by the enticing aroma. He kept sniffing it and hesitated. Can you really eat this thing? Gao Xiaoliang shook his head wearily and explained, Have you ever read any martial arts novels? Wherever there's a poisonous snake, you're sure to find the antidote within 5 steps. I've already taken the crystal cores, and there are no refunds. Eat it if you want. Unable to bear the pain any longer, Hu Dazhuang stepped forward. The aroma. It smells so good. The pain. I have to risk it. He popped the food into his mouth, thinking, even if this kills me, I'm going to enjoy myself first. Suddenly, Hu Dazhuang's body froze and began to transform. He was stunned. What's? He thought, before clutching his stomach and coughing violently. His men screamed in panic. Lei Hong anxiously warned Gao Xiaoliang. What did you do? If anything happens to my brother, I won't let you off the hook. But before he could do anything, Bai Feifei lunged in front of Lei Hong. He stumbled back in fear, stammering, Hey, don't you come any closer. This isn't good. Hu Dazhuang covered his mouth, letting out a few strange moans, before suddenly bursting with excitement. This is so delicious. He was ecstatic, describing the batter as fragrant and fluffy as a cloud, and the octopus meat as perfectly chewy and fresh. With every chew, it was like little sprites were dancing on his tongue. The flavor was like a powerful, living ocean crashing against his soul. He praised it endlessly. This is absolutely incredible. Hu Dazhuang's reaction left the bald guy and the blondie completely baffled. For real? Is this stuff really that delicious? Lei Hong and his crew immediately rushed over to Gao Xiaoliang's food truck, all clamoring to place an order. Screw it. I'm having some too. Get me an order. Whoa, slow down, calm down, there's enough for everyone. They savored the food, completely overwhelmed with joy. Tears started streaming down their faces. It's so good. This is pure bliss, my good brother. The blonde guy quickly brought a takoyaki ball over to Ahu. Ahu, you try one too. Ahu snatched it and chewed ravenously, as if he were devouring the very stars from the sky. He roared, his eyes sparkling. My wound. It's healed. The pain is gone. This is a miracle. He lifted his shirt, showing off his ripped six-pack. Even his old wounds had healed. Thrilled, Ahu ran over to Gao Xiaoliang. Is this also one of the effects of the octopus meat? Gao Xiaoliang was dumbfounded. Not knowing how to answer Ahu, he could only manage a stiff smile. I added some special seasoning to your portion. Just consider it a special gift. But inwardly, he was panicking. Crap, there's a bug in the system. My current power level isn't high enough to deal with supernatural abilities. If this group finds out about the system, they might capture me and exploit me until I'm dead. Gao Xiaoliang was so lost in his thoughts that he didn't hear someone calling his name. Suddenly, he flinched, jumping away as if he'd seen a ghost, thinking, have I been discovered? It was just Lei Hong, who had walked up and clapped him on the shoulder. His eyes were filled with gratitude. I didn't realize you were actually a pretty decent guy. Gao Xiaoliang silently chanted a prayer. Thank God this guy is all brawn and no brains. So easy to fool, he thought. He laughed out loud and said, So, about that partnership we were talking about? Lei Hong nodded. I'll consider it. But his underlings immediately protested, roaring in disapproval. Boss, don't listen to him. Yeah, aren't we all injured because of him? He should be the one taking responsibility for this. Gao Xiaoliang shot back immediately. You were robbing my stall. Was I not supposed to defend myself? Lei Hong and his men burst into raucous laughter, as if they'd just heard the funniest joke. The blonde guy then offered an explanation that was somehow both logical and completely absurd. We're robbers. We saw you with so much food, so of course we had to rob you. You've got to admire someone who loves their job. You get it? Ahu added. It's called professional ethics. Lei Hong roared with laughter, nodding in agreement. Exactly. Gao Xiaoliang pointed towards Bai Feifei and asked, Then what about her? Didn't you say you don't rob women and children? He rushed over to Bai Feifei's side, trying to reason with them. Even if she's turned into a zombie, she's still a girl. You tied her up in a sack and were sneaking around. Just what were you planning to do? Lei Hong and his men looked left, right, up, and down, before saying in unison, We haven't done anything. We didn't even touch her, the bald guy said sheepishly. Besides, who told her to be so beautiful? We were only doing it for our boss. Gao Xiaoliang smirked, victorious. Ah, so the truth comes out. What? What kind of weird fetish is this? Mr. Qin covered his mouth in horror. To think he'd go after a zombie. That's just nauseating. Xiao Luo covered Xiaoling's ears. Don't listen to this, okay? Hu Dazhuang looked at Lei Hong bashfully. Boss. You? The other men erupted in laughter. I saw the boss talking to someone in private earlier. So, this is what it was about. Lei Hong's face flushed red as he yelled indignantly. I've been framed. My reputation is spotless. How can I clear my name? He shook his head frantically. This has absolutely nothing to do with me. Lei Hong shot an angry glare at the three troublemakers and barked, What is the meaning of this? Explain yourselves. The blonde guy reluctantly confessed. You've got it all wrong. This was our idea. We did it on our own. Ahu added with a pained expression, his eyes welling up with tears. Our boss gets flustered around any pretty girl. He's never even had a girlfriend. We just wanted to find a pretty zombie for him to practice talking to. We thought. Maybe it would help cure his fear of women. The bald guy chimed in. We really were just trying to help. Furious, Lei Hong charged at the three of them, throwing punches. Good intentions, my ass. Who comes up with such a twisted idea? Do you take me for some kind of pervert? The blonde guy wailed. I told you guys, the boss isn't that kind of person. We were almost unjustly killed, boss. Suddenly, the system interface appeared. Mission time has expired. Host, please hire an employee immediately to complete the mission. Gao Xiaoliang stared anxiously at the notification panel. That fast? Has it already been 24 hours? He wondered. But I already hired the proprietress as an employee. Shouldn't the mission be complete? The system calmly delivered a bombshell. It does not count. The act of hiring an employee. A contract must be signed between both parties, and the employee must wear a special uniform for it to be valid. Gao Xiaoliang jumped up. An employee uniform? His imagination ran wild with 7,749 different styles, a seductive maid, a sexy doctor, 2 slutty bunnies. His nose was about to start bleeding as he thought excitedly, This could work. The system, as if reading his mind, gave him a sidelong glance. Host, please refrain from having inappropriate thoughts. We are a respectable system, and do not issue such clothing. Gao Xiaoliang gave a wicked grin and turned to look at the modest maid outfit, a far cry from his imagination. A flock of crows flew over his head. He grumbled in frustration. It's just a normal design like this? What a waste of my excitement. He handed the uniform to Mr. Jin. He put on a pitiful expression. I forgot to mention earlier. Working as an employee in this store requires a clean, tidy, and easily recognizable outfit, so customers can spot you right away. So, a uniform is necessary. These 3 sets are for you all. Mr. Jin and Xiao Luo looked at the outfits, their faces twisting. Xiao Luo complained resentfully. Even kids like us have to wear them? What a pain. But Xiao Ling happily admired the new dress, excited about the new clothes. Gao Xiaoliang spoke up to remind them, now that you have your new clothes, you should change into them now. In broad daylight, Mr. Jin casually lifted his shirt, intending to change right there. Gao Xiaoliang hurriedly stopped him, pointing to a hidden corner and saying seriously, There's no need to be in such a rush. There are too many people here. You can change inside. Lei Hong's group shook their heads, swallowed hard, and said in unison, No need to worry about such details. Mr. Jin ignored them and put on the white shirt, but because of his oversized chest, he struggled and whined. This outfit is too tight. My chest can't even fit. Is there a larger size? Lei Hong, witnessing the titillating scene before him, didn't have time to react before blood spurted from his nose and he fainted. His underlings panicked and screamed, Boss! The boss has fainted! Gao Xiaoliang angrily rushed over to shield Mr. Jin, yelling, Have some decency, will you? He closed his eyes, when suddenly, a soft object landed on his head. He looked up and saw something soft like a steamed bun, yet also resembling a potato. Holding it in his hand, he asked curiously, What is this? He brazenly looked at Mr. Jin and was shocked to his very core. Oh my God, holy saints above. A muscular body, 6-pack abs. He screamed, Are you messing with me? Surprise, old hag. Turns out you're one of my own kind. Mr. Jin removed all his accessories and smiled at Gao Xiaoliang. Gao Xiaoliang was so scared his soul nearly left his body. His limbs went weak as he looked heartbroken at the person before him, stammering, You. It felt like he'd fallen from cloud 9 as he wailed, You're a man! A man! Why would you dress like this and mislead people? Mr. Jin laughed loudly and replied cheerfully, Well, I never said I was a girl. Why are you so surprised? The blonde-haired guy's jaw dropped in astonishment. Could it be to feign weakness and lure the enemy into a trap? Ahu praised excitedly. That's brilliant. Mr. Jin rubbed his head shyly, looking pleased. No, it's just a personal hobby. Xiao Luo wasn't too surprised, and whispered to Xiao Ling, The boss says this is called being a drag queen. Xiao Ling nodded. The boss loves pretty dresses the most. He has a lot of them, but it's a pity he couldn't bring them out. Gao Xiaoliang cried silently, cursing, Mr. Jin, you damn, lying bastard. My beautiful female employee, my sexy uniform, my dream of a workplace romance. It's all gone up in smoke. Hearing this, Mr. Jin immediately understood and shot back. This guy really is a pervert. Who can understand this? The system suddenly announced a countdown had begun. Host, please complete the mission quickly. Do you confirm hiring this person? Gao Xiaoliang perked up, asking excitedly, You mean I have another choice? A moment later, he was staring at the employment contract already drafted for Mr. Jin. Helplessly, he signed the confirmation, his face scrunched up in a grimace. Bai Feifei stood by, happily watching him hand the contract to Mr. Jin. Please sign your name here. Gao Xiaoliang almost dropped the paper. Stuck between a rock and a hard place, he turned his face away. Mr. Jin glared at him resentfully. What's with that look on your face? If it wasn't for the food, who'd want to be your employee? Gao Xiaoliang looked at the contract and sighed inwardly. The system is forcing me. Other guys get a harem of beautiful women and rise to the top of the world, while I have to raise kids with another man. Mr. Jin quickly picked up the pen to sign the contract, thinking that nothing could be more tragic. But unexpectedly, Bai Feifei suddenly swooped in like a flash, snatched the contract before Mr. Jin could finish signing, and bolted off. Gao Xiaoliang and Mr. Jin stared blankly after her. He screamed, Are you serious? Even though they were both stunned, Bai Feifei held the paper tightly in her mouth and ran away. Gao Xiaoliang helplessly tried to pry the contract from Bai Feifei's small mouth, yelling, You can't eat this. The employment contract was now covered in incisor marks. Bai Feifei stood by, looking dazed, as the system suddenly confirmed that the signing was complete. A torrent of divine energy swirled around Bai Feifei. Her eyes glowed brightly, radiating a strange power. In a flash, she transformed into a beautiful maid, as gorgeous as if she had stepped out of a painting. Gao Xiaoliang stood there, stunned and helpless, sighing to himself, Can the heavens see my suffering? He let out a heaven-shattering scream. I don't want to work with a zombie. Sometime later, Mr. Jin was still holding a grudge over the incident, blaming Gao Xiaoliang. You have no taste, passing up a beauty like me, to hire a zombie as an employee. He arrogantly laid out his condition. But for the sake of the contract termination fee, I won't hold it against you. Cao Xiaoliang smiled on the outside, but inside, his heart was shattered like smoke. The contract isn't even signed yet. Where would I get a penalty fee? You guys are pressuring me. If I don't compensate you, you'll smash my car. He looked at the desolate buildings and sighed. We can't stay here anymore. What are you guys planning to do next? Mr. Qin cheerfully replied, I've already spoken with the people from the Thunder Corps. They're willing to take us with them. Xiao Le and Xiao Ling hugged their small pillows, beaming. Xiao Luo smiled brightly, showing off to Gao Xiaoliang. Lei Hong said, He'll teach you how to fight and shoot, so you can protect your boss and your sister. Cao Xiaoliang chuckled. That's great. He thought to himself, even if they're robbers, they're not bad people. With them protecting the kids, they'll be safer. Xiao Ling ran over, tugged gently at his shirt, and handed him a card with Bai Feifei's picture on it. Big brother. This is what that big sister dropped when she was changing. Gao Xiaoliang looked at the card, recognizing the ID number and full name. So her name is Bai Feifei. This must be her employee ID. He couldn't take his eyes off the card. Lei Hong handed Cao Xiaoliang a map, sincerely saying, Kid, this is where we're temporarily stationed. We won't be moving. If you ever run into trouble, just come find me. Cao Xiaoliang looked at the map, surprised. The vast laws of Lin Yu Qingshan, Heaven's Net is wide and inescapable. He shook his head in admiration. You guys really know how to pick a location. Lei Hong burst out laughing, patting his shoulder assertively. So what if it's a prison? Nobody wanted to go in before, but now there's nowhere safer. Mr. Qin excitedly ran over and hugged Lei Hong, saying, Exactly. Big brother Lei is truly brilliant. Can I get a private room later? Lei Hong's gynophobia flared up again. As soon as he saw Mr. Qin, he ran for his life. Stay away from me. He turned back and yelled, Someone get him a set of men's clothes. Mr. Qin shook his head, chasing after him. No way, I refuse. Clothing is about freedom, got it? I only like wearing women's clothes. Finally, the whole group got into their vehicles and drove off. Xiao Ling and Xiao Luo looked at Cao Xiaoliang, waving goodbye with clear, sweet voices. Big brother, bye-bye. The Thunder Corps members enthusiastically waved. Hey kid, don't let the zombies eat you. We'll come visit you again. Cao Xiaoliang felt a warmth in his heart and smiled, waving goodbye to everyone. He looked at Bai Feifei's employee ID, sighing in relief. Even if I don't know what the future holds, I won't know unless I try. He turned to look at Bai Feifei, thinking, from now on, I hope she'll be more considerate. But then he jolted. Huh? Where is she? Bai Feifei was just here, but now she was gone. He looked around, then spotted her climbing onto his beloved cargo vehicle. She was gnawing on something. He roared in anger. You can't eat that! The sound of gnawing mixed with his curses echoed throughout the desolate city. Bai Feifei seemed to have an itchy tooth, biting hard into a wooden plank on the car. Cao Xiaoliang furiously ran over and pulled her away. I told you that's not food. Spit it out now. But Bai Feifei was stubborn, growling and clamping down on the wooden plank. Cao Xiaoliang pulled hard, and the car's handle came off, causing the vehicle to collapse into pieces. He stared in horror at the pile of debris, unable to believe his eyes. He shrieked, "Oh my God!" Bai Feifei, like a docile kitten, sat calmly, gnawing on the handle and looking at him innocently. Cao Xiaoliang suddenly remembered. Wait a minute. No one even used its elasticity feature yet, so how did it break after just a few bites? He quickly contacted the system. Old Air, I suspect this vehicle is defective. I demand a replacement. The system responded immediately. Host, don't rush. I will request it from my superiors. But then, it sadly announced, the request has been rejected. Gao Xiaoliang was indignant. On what grounds? The system explained. According to the item description, the elasticity feature only protects employees and property from external attacks. It is not effective against those inside the store. Bai Feifei is an employee. Any damage caused by her, host, you are solely responsible for. Cao Xiaoliang roared in anger. Why didn't you tell me such an important detail sooner? He looked at Bai Feifei and sighed. If I had known, I swear I would have chosen a powerful lady boss over this husky in human form. Heartbroken, he sat down, staring at the car's wreckage and lamenting, oh no, it's completely broken. How am I supposed to fix this? The system appeared, cheerfully consoling him. Host, don't worry, you only need 100 more points to upgrade the store. Completing a mission will allow you to upgrade your props. Cao Xiaoliang was impatient, not waiting for it to finish. Then, what are we waiting for? Give me a mission now, a ding sound rang out. The system announced a new mission. Within 24 hours, collect 500 kilograms of edible meat. Complete this to receive a reward. Cao Xiaoliang pondered. 500 kilograms. In this apocalypse, even 5 kilograms of fresh meat is hard to find, let alone 500. But then, his eyes lit up, and he clapped his hands excitedly. He suddenly remembered a large chicken farm nearby. He flipped through a cookbook, researching. Among mutated animals, mutated chickens have low combat power. The virus is concentrated in their brains, organs, fat, and feet. If these parts are removed, the breast and thigh meat are very fresh, rich in protein, and suitable for replenishing stamina. He was enthusiastic. So, the little chickens in the coop were about to have a reckoning with him. But one mutated rooster activated its combat mode, its eyes glowing red, crowing piercingly. Cao Xiaoliang hid behind a rock, thinking, mutated chickens are just bigger. Generally, they're no different from regular chickens. The problem is their sheer numbers. I need to separate them and deal with them one by one. He looked at Bai Feifei. It's time to put her to use. Cao Xiaoliang devised a plan, demonstrating 49 different movements for Bai Feifei to understand. He asked her, got it? Bai Feifei nodded happily. He then ran off. He got into the middle of the flock of chickens and gave the order, Xiao Bai, go. Bai Feifei received the command, grabbed the wooden board and launched herself into the air, but she completely forgot the plan and ran straight towards him. Gao Xiaoliang yelled, not that way, over here, this isn't a game right now. The flock of chickens sensed something was wrong, and all turned at once, their eyes blazing with killing intent as they charged at Bai Feifei. Terrified, she bit down hard on the wooden board and leaped up onto the roof. Looking down at the ferocious chickens, Gao Xiaoliang backed away in a panic. I'm so dead, he thought, and then he ran for his life. A gigantic rooster chased after him, targeting him like prey and pecking relentlessly, making him scream, oh my God, somebody save me. Its razor-sharp beak nearly bit him on the butt. He yelled as he ran, that thing is way too sharp. One peck and it'll go right through me. The rooster quickly caught up to him. Ahead was a sturdy fence, there was no escape. Cao Xiaoliang mustered all his strength and sprinted towards the fence, overjoyed to discover a hole that someone had already dug. I'm saved. He dove through the hole, escaping to safety. Cao Xiaoliang sat in the pit, catching his breath with his heart pounding, as the flock of roosters charged toward him. Like a horde of furious, savage zombies, they clawed at the iron fence, glaring at him with eyes full of hatred as they dug frantically at the dirt. Cao Xiaoliang held his breath and waited. Exhausted, he leaned back, thinking to himself, thank God for this hole, otherwise I would have been pecked to death. Suddenly, a slimy liquid got on his hand. He panicked. What is this? It's so sticky and gross. Looking up, he was stunned to see eggshells scattered everywhere. Cao Xiaoliang wondered, why are there so many eggshells here? Then, trembling, he realized the problem. Oh no. This is a mother hen's nest. A dark shadow fell over the pit like a spotlight. Cao Xiaoliang gulped, looking up with a tremor. A gigantic mother hen stood above him, its eyes glowing blood red as it shot down like an arrow. He was scared out of his wits and scrambled out of the nest. Whoa! A full-grown mutant chicken! The chase continued. Gao Xiaoliang ran like the wind, screaming as he fled. Of all things, I had to fall into a mother hen's nest. My luck is the worst. Oh, dear Lord. He ran for his life, lamenting, "Why can't I use my elasticity skill right now?" The mother hen pecked at him repeatedly. He clutched his butt and screamed to the heavens, "Ow, ow, ow." The mother hen circled him, its eyes smug as if to say, "See how tough I am now?" Gao Xiaoliang was cornered, his back against the same fence from before. Exhausted, he gasped for air, thinking about the eggshells. The chicks are definitely going to want revenge. The mother hen advanced, its sharp beak aiming straight for his family jewels. He bit his lip and roared, "You despicable chicken." Just as it lunged, Cao Xiaoliang twisted his body with the skill of a yoga master. He cursed inwardly, "Not my jewels. I haven't even used them once." He jumped and hooked his legs around the hen's neck. Furious, he thought, "How could I die here? Eat this leg spin." Man and chicken fought fiercely. Cao Xiaoliang flexibly tightened his grip on the chicken's neck. He grinned smugly. "See how tough I am now?" But the chicken lowered its head and opened its eyes, enraged. Cao Xiaoliang was horrified. "It's not dead." It flung him into the air. He screamed, "Oh, dear mother, heavens, protect me." Luckily, he landed on the chicken's back. It charged around wildly, making him almost puke his guts out. "Oh my God, help me." After 49 spins, the chicken's neck snapped, and it flung him off with a flap of its wings. Cao Xiaoliang quickly grabbed its tail, screaming in terror. "Oh God, can someone please reattach this thing's head? This is so gross." The scene changes to a forest where a military vehicle is rolling along slowly. A voice comes from inside the vehicle. Team 3. Team 3. Teams 1 and 2 have arrived at headquarters. What's your status? It turns out to be a group of soldiers communicating with the main command. A man on the radio replied worriedly, "We're on our way back. If there are no surprises, we should arrive today." Everyone cheered happily. "I heard those 2 vehicles are coming back empty-handed this time, right? We found so many supplies. They're definitely going to be jealous." Another man said scornfully, "Serves them right for having a cowardly captain who doesn't even dare to go to remote places. Captain Hua Jiji is still the best. He was the one who thought of storing food in the cellar." A young soldier said regretfully, "It's a shame everyone in that village turned into zombies. No one survived. Anyway, we're returning safely this time, so that's worth celebrating." Suddenly, the vehicle was blocked by a wooden plank that got stuck in the wheel, bringing them to a halt. The guy in front yelled, "We've got a problem." The whole group got out to take a look. The tire had been punctured. A bearded man examined it worriedly. "Looks like we've got a flat tire." A blonde underling said cheerfully, "Captain, you worry too much. We've traveled this road so many times. If there were zombies, we would have run into them long ago." The young man from before quickly reminded them, "It's better to be careful. There are more and more types of mutants these days, especially in a wide-open area like this. You can't prevent everything. We have to maintain a high level of vigilance at all times." Guoming and Guzhen quickly changed the tire, while the others, along with Uncle Chu, kept watch over the surroundings. Guoming, busy installing the new wheel, mumbled, "Seriously, how many zombies can there possibly be on a main road like this?" His blonde friend nodded happily. "Exactly. Even if we did see one, all I'd need is a single bullet to take it down." Suddenly, there was a loud thwack. Uncle Chu walked over and gave each of them a smack on the head. "Cut the nonsense. You two have only been on a few missions, and you already think zombies are that easy to deal with?" Guoming and Guzhen gave wry smiles and apologized in unison. "Our mistake, Uncle Chu. We were wrong. Please don't be angry. We're new and don't know anything, so please bear with us." Uncle Chu sighed, took a drag from his cigarette, and spoke in a serious tone. "Of all the teams, our Team 3 has always had the highest success rate and the lowest casualties. Do you know why?" Guoming and Guzhen shook their heads. Uncle Chu said smugly, "It's because Captain Huo is incredibly experienced and cautious. Fools like you would have died countless times already if you were on any other team. Your ancestors must be smiling down on you for getting into our team." Guoming and Guzhen nudged each other, swallowing their pride and laying on the flattery. "Wow, so Captain Huo is that amazing. We're so lucky. We'll be able to learn so much from him." The blonde guy scratched his head sheepishly. Uncle Chu, I need to go get some water." Uncle Chu grumbled, "You and your weak bladder. So annoying. Hurry up, don't keep everyone waiting." The blonde guy quickly ran off. Suddenly, the surrounding bushes rustled as if something was rushing through them. Huo Zhizhi sensed it, immediately raising his guard and gripping his gun. He turned and asked, "Did you guys hear that sound?" The two men shook their heads in surprise. After relieving himself, the blonde guy muttered cheerfully, "Ah, that's better." But behind the bushes, a giant python was hiding, its eyes staring at him greedily. He vaguely sensed danger and looked around in every direction, but saw nothing and started walking back, relieved. Suddenly, from the high canopy, the ferocious python lunged down. The blonde guy looked up in horror at the colossal monster rushing towards him with its mouth wide open. Gu Zhen was so scared, he collapsed to his knees. Luckily, a bullet hit the python's eye just in time. It writhed in pain and slithered away. Huo Zhizhi fired continuously, shouting orders. "There's a mutated creature. Get back to the vehicle now," he asked Gu Zhen. "Have the tires been changed?" Uncle Chu reported worriedly. "It's done." The group wondered why there was a mutated snake here. "That thing doesn't make any sound. It's too hard to detect." Gu Zhen bowed his head. "I'm sorry, Captain. It was my carelessness." Huo Zhizhi said urgently, "Cut the chatter. That gunshot didn't seriously injure it. It'll be back soon. Get in the car. Now." The vehicle immediately started up and sped away, but the python reappeared, slithering right behind them. It went under the vehicle and effortlessly tossed it into the air like a toy. As the car fell, the python coiled around it, squeezing as if to crush it. Inside, Uncle Chu, Gu Zhen, and their teammates were thrown around, floating in the violently shaking space. Huo Zhizi ordered, "It's trying to crush the car. We need to get out." Guo Ming and a teammate tried to push the emergency exit open, but the door was stuck fast. They panicked. "Captain, what do we do?" Huo Zhizhi, observing from above, yelled, "Find a way to break the window!" He was about to shoot the monster, but Uncle Chu stopped him in fear. "Don't, Captain. The gas tank is leaking. If you shoot, we'll all blow up." Guo Ming started crying in despair. "Are we really going to die here?" Suddenly, a strange figure rushed toward them. Gu Zhen quickly shouted, "Everyone, look! What's that coming over there?" A giant bird spread its wings, flying through the air. Guo Ming, terrified and dizzy, banged on the car window and cried out, "Looks like this is really the end." "I'm even seeing an angel," Uncle Chu yelled. "What nonsense are you talking about? That's clearly a chicken." Huo Zhizi was skeptical. He looked closer. "How can a chicken be this big?" He looked again, astonished. "No, that's a person." Gao Xiaoliang was clinging tightly to the giant hen, his face streaked with tears as he screamed, "Damn it! How do I make this thing stop?" Inside another car, two men were startled. A man with pink hair pressed his hand against the glass, curious. "Who is that? He can actually control a mutated creature." The other man replied, "Is it a special ability?" The blonde man with a scar over his eye shook his head. "No. I think he's the one who." At that moment, Gao Xiaoliang was still clinging to the chicken, tears streaming down his face. Suddenly, another giant creature appeared. Its eyes glowed red, its teeth were sharp, and its long tongue hung down to the ground. It looked extremely dangerous as it lunged at the mutated chicken, which was bucking wildly, trying to throw him off. The chicken turned, growling in annoyance at Gao Xiaoliang's grip, and opened its beak as if to peck him. He looked at it and yelled, "I just sat on a few of your eggs. What's the big deal? You really think I'm afraid to kill a chicken?" With that, he leaped up, wrapped his arms tightly around the chicken's neck, and declared firmly, "Let me show you the professional skills of a chef." He squeezed hard. A sharp crack of breaking bones was heard, and the chicken collapsed. But just then, the scaly, snake-like creature lunged forward and bit into the chicken, sending blood splattering everywhere. Gao Xiaoliang, still unaware of the new danger, breathed a sigh of relief. It's finally over. He sat on the chicken and looked around, wondering, "But why am I still in the air?" Realizing he was on the snake's back, he mistook it for a telephone pole and muttered, "Just my luck, stuck on a telephone pole." Then he jumped down, grabbing onto the creature. He casually squeezed it, surprised when it squirmed and moved. The snake lowered its head to look at him with hungry eyes. Gao Xiaoliang froze as if struck by lightning. A mutated snake. He jumped away, yelling, "Hey, big brother snake, you just ate that huge chicken. You must be full, right? Please don't eat me too." The snake, as if it didn't hear him, leaned in closer. Gao Xiaoliang fell silent, not knowing what to say, then turned and ran for his life, complaining as he fled. "Why is everything going so wrong today? What the hell kind of day is this?" The snake swung its tail, flinging Huo Zhizhi's vehicle into the air again. The car crashed down with a loud bang. Inside, chaos erupted. The guy in the backward cap cheered, "Hey, we're saved." The middle-aged man nodded. "The heavens are truly watching over us." The driver reported that the vehicle could still start. That's great, let's get out of here now. But the blonde man with a scar over his eye objected. We can't, the others chimed in. If we don't leave now, this vehicle definitely won't survive a second attack when that snake comes back. The pink-haired woman added, That's right, Captain. Our vehicle is still loaded with supplies. If we lose them, we'll face a court-martial, Huokezi said firmly. That person lured the mutant snake away for us. If we just abandon him and run now, what kind of soldiers would that make us? The people in the vehicle fell silent, pondering Huokezi's words. One of them spoke up. The captain's right. Supplies aren't as important as a human life. We can always find more if we lose them. Another added, We may be new recruits, but we've had professional training. Are we really going to abandon someone in a crisis? The driver slammed on the gas and spun the steering wheel, his expression determined. Hang in there, kid. We're on our way. The vehicle U-turned, and the whole crew shouted in unison. If worst comes to worst, we'll risk it all and fight that thing. At the chicken farm, Bai Feifei leaped down from out of nowhere, landing as gently as a falling leaf. She glanced around, searching for something, when suddenly 3 ferocious chickens charged at her. Bai Feifei thought to herself, If I defeat these, Gao Xiaoliang will be so happy. She clapped her hands in excitement, then grabbed a section of the fence, hoisting it up. With a high jump, she slammed it down, trapping the chickens in the blink of an eye. In the dense forest, the mutant snake was still frantically chasing Gao Xiaoliang. As he ran for his life, he yelled, Number 2, get out here and save me. The system flew beside him and replied, Host, I'd really like to help, but my functions are blocked, and the props are unusable. There's nothing I can do. As he spoke, the snake bared its fangs and coiled its tail around Gao Xiaoliang, squeezing him uncomfortably. It opened its mouth, and a horrific stench washed over him. The smell made his head spin, and he muttered, This smell is disgusting. It might be less painful to just pass out. As the snake's mouth drew nearer, the stench intensified, nearly making him collapse. Suddenly, a piercing shriek of a chicken echoed through the air. He roared in frustration. Why is that damn chicken here again? That noise is going to rupture my eardrums. Bai Feifei appeared, carrying the giant chickens trapped inside the fence. She jumped, landing squarely on the mutant snake's head. The snake lost its balance and toppled over backward. The chickens were thrown aside as it collapsed to the ground, its eyes spinning before it went still. Gao Xiaoliang was ecstatic, shouting, Xiao Bai. He grabbed her shoulders, completely overjoyed. You showed up just in time. I was about to pass out from that stench. He then added seriously, But from now on, I have to teach you to distinguish between work and play. This can't ever happen again. The system displayed a message. Congratulations, host. Mission complete. Snack stall has leveled up. A brilliant light flashed, so bright that they both had to shield their eyes. The reward, a large, fully equipped vehicle, appeared before them. Gao Xiaoliang and Bai Feifei were stunned. He was ecstatic. It's a mobile home. He looked it over in awe. The layout was neat, the equipment was state-of-the-art, and there was even a shiny, high-end toilet. He grabbed Bai Feifei's hand and jumped for joy. Number 2, you're finally being generous for once. This is a massive upgrade. No more roughing it out in the wild for us, the system replied. I have always been generous. The system continued. Since the host previously completed the recruitment mission, there is also a special reward. A skill card appeared. Flashy pose. Significantly increases combat power. Duration, 3 minutes. Unlocks the primary weapons arsenal. Gao Xiaoliang curiously tapped on the arsenal to see what was inside. The system displayed 3 kitchen items, a cleaver, a spatula, and a slotted spoon. He was stunned. How am I supposed to use this stuff? Am I supposed to use these to stir-fry zombies? The system explained. Do not underestimate them. They come with their own skills and will level up along with the host's abilities. Everyone who uses them says they're great. He cracked his knuckles excitedly. For real? I can't wait to try them out right now. In the forest, Gao Xiaoliang looked at the mutant snake with a wicked grin. You ate my chicken, so I'll use you to break in my new knife. The system cut in. Host, please stop that perverted-looking smile. He snapped. Shut up. Then he turned to Bai Feifei. Xiao Bai, want to play a game? He brandished the cleaver at the snake and yelled, This time, you can play to your heart's content. Witness my blade. Razor-sharp slices carved through the snake's flesh. As he slashed, he yelled out the names of his techniques. Pow Ding's snake carving, tendon splitter, bone shatterer. With his final move, flesh and bone separation, the snake meat fell into neatly arranged piles. Bai Feifei leaped up and gently caught it, her expression blank. He looked at the cleaver in amazement. Wow, this is really easy to use. The system added, See? I told you so, right? The system announced a new mission. Using the currently available ingredients, create 3 new snack dishes, find customers to sample them, and receive 100 5-star reviews. There is no time limit. However, if you receive even one bad review, all of the host's accumulated points will be wiped clean. Gao Xiaoliang screamed. Whoa, 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 what? Wiped clean? Does that mean all the work I've done these past few days was for nothing? He argued with the system. You're so petty. Everyone has different tastes. Even the best chef in the world can't satisfy every single person, the system chuckled. Don't worry, host. With great challenge comes great reward. It whispered conspiratorially. If you complete this mission, not only will you get the standard reward, but there's also an incredible surprise waiting for you. Gao Xiaoliang was skeptical. I suspect you're just making empty promises, but I have no proof. He rested his chin on his hand, thinking, no time limit. That part's good. In this apocalypse, there are plenty of survivors out there. It's not like I'll find everyone in just a day or two. I'll take this chance to rest a bit. The system was startled and shouted, Host, you have to keep trying. Giving up won't get you anywhere. He replied, What do you know? A great master named Lu once said, One must rest in order to work better. The system turned away and muttered to itself, I never said that. Cao Xiaoliang put his hands on his hips, admiring the RV with awe. Honestly, this RV looks pretty badass on the outside, but I have no idea about its features. He looked at Bai Fifi helplessly and added, The main thing is, I don't know if it can take a beating. If it's like the last car that fell apart after a light tap, I won't be able to handle it. Despite saying that, he still climbed into the vehicle and called out, Let's go, little Bai. I'll take you for a spin. Bai Fifi happily ran onto the RV, her eyes sparkling. The scene changes, and a military vehicle is speeding down the road. The blond man asked, Where did that snake go? The driver replied, We're on the right track. This is the only road, so could it have gone into the forest? The man with the backward cap pointed and shouted, Everyone, look over there. The group got out of the vehicle, guns raised warily. In front of them was a large pile of bones, the blood still wet. One person knelt to examine it. The blood is still fresh. It must have just been eaten. Another person speculated, Could it be that person? The pink-haired woman added, We're too late. Huo Jiji observed and shook his head. That's not right. The leg bones are the largest and strongest bones in a human, but this bone is even bigger. It's definitely not human. Another person made a new discovery and shouted, Captain, look at this. It was another pile of bones. The group buzzed with discussion. One person concluded, These are the bones of a mutated snake. And those look like the bones of a bird. The pile of white bones, stripped clean of flesh, sent a chill down everyone's spines. One person trembled. What kind of creature could devour such a huge, mutated snake so quickly? This is terrifying. The man stroked his chin. Even so, these bones aren't human. Maybe that person isn't dead yet. Huo Jiji looked at the pile of bones, deep in thought. This scene is definitely the aftermath of a fierce battle. Could that person have escaped alone, or is the death of these mutated creatures related to him? The scene changes to Gao Xiaoliang, driving the RV. Next to him in the passenger seat, Bai Fifi was happily sticking her head out the window, cheering with excitement. He laughed out loud. This is the life that college students dream of, and I've achieved it 20 years early. If I had a signal, I'd post this moment right now. He asked little Bai. So? Was that awesome? Bai Fifi nodded, her eyes shining brightly. Suddenly, he noticed a group of zombies up ahead. Surprised, he thought, why do they look so familiar? Turns out, they were old acquaintances. He grinned slyly. Since fate brought us together, you can help me test out this new ride. I'm sure you guys won't mind, right? He slammed on the gas, and the RV shot forward, smashing right into the horde of zombies, sending them flying like fallen leaves. They fell to the ground, growling angrily as they gave chase. Cao Xiaoliang gave the system an order. Number 2. Turn off the rebound function. I want to test the vehicle's explosion resistance. The system cheerfully replied, You got it, host. The RV sped on. Bai Fifi was still excited, looking back at the zombies being sent flying. As the zombies swarmed and clawed at the RV, Gao Xiaoliang shouted, Time to show off my real skills. He spun the steering wheel, and the RV swerved, sending zombies flying in every direction. Bai Fifi beamed with a huge smile. That was so much fun. Inside the RV, the lights were bright. The bathroom was filled with hot steam, misty from the body wash. Cao Xiaoliang was taking a shower. He happily lathered his hair with shampoo, remarking, Since the apocalypse began, it's been so long since I've had a comfortable shower like this. Hot water, shampoo, body wash, this feels first class. Suddenly, a dark figure appeared behind the curtain. He pulled the curtain back but saw no one, muttering, "Who's there? Show yourself." He pulled the other curtain and continued his shower, but he still felt uneasy. Why do I feel like a pair of eyes are staring at me? The dark figure appeared again. He yelled, "Stop sneaking around!" Pulling the curtain open, he saw Bai Fifi. He panicked and used a towel to cover his lower body. He stammered, "Little Bai, when did you get in here?" Bai Fifi moved closer, babbling, Gao Xiaoliang screamed in panic. "What are you doing? I'm taking a shower, don't come over here." The system appeared out of nowhere, teasing him. "Can't you tell? She's craving your body." His heart skipped a beat as he yelled, "Number 2, are you a pervert? Were you spying on me while I was showering?" The system replied angrily, "Who's spying on you? It's my responsibility to look after your body, so I'm working overtime. If you're not going to praise me, at least don't you dare slander me." As Bai Fifi got closer, Gao Xiaoliang blushed, thinking to himself, "Even though little Bai is a zombie, she's really beautiful." He closed his eyes and told himself, "If it comes down to it, I guess I'll just have to go along with it." But then he waved his hands, shaking his head frantically. "No, I can't. That would make me no different from a beast. That's just depraved." Bai Fifi bared her bright white teeth and bit down on him. He stumbled back in a panic. "I've been bitten. I'm infected. I need to check." He was surprised. "There's no blood." Looking closely, he grabbed a handful of body wash foam and sighed in relief. "Thank goodness the body wash protected me, so she didn't actually bite me." Bai Fifi spat out the foam and turned back to look at him with a terrifying smile. He immediately started running, with Bai Fifi chasing after him. He called out to the system, "Number 2, what's going on? Why did little Bai suddenly lose control?" The system replied, "Didn't I already tell you? She's craving your body." It explained, "A zombie's stomach is a bottomless pit. They always need to eat to satisfy their hunger. What has she eaten today? Now that a delicious piece of fresh meat like you is right in front of her, how could she not lose control?" He screamed. "You didn't specify that she was literally craving my body." While running, he yelled, "Stop chasing me. I'll go get you some food." A table full of meat appeared, and Bai Fifi happily began to devour it. Gao Xiaoliang watched her and sighed in relief. "Thank God for that snake meat. Otherwise, I'd be dead meat. I have no idea how to keep her fed." He rested his chin in his hand, worried. "I got lucky this time, but if I don't solve this, Xiao Bai is like a ticking time bomb next to me. What if I oversleep one day and she eats me?" He asked the system. "Hey system, isn't there any way for you to keep me safe?" It replied, "Simple. Feed her before she gets hungry." He sighed. "That's like saying nothing at all." Suddenly, his eyes lit up and he clapped his hands. "That's right, I can use that." He rummaged through a cabinet and found a pair of dentures, smiling slyly. The next day, the RV was ready for a new journey. Gao Xiaoliang, dressed in a neat and tidy outfit, looked incredibly handsome and confident, enough to make anyone swoon. The vehicle sped along. Bai Feifei happily looked in the mirror, wearing the braces. The system was amazed. "I never thought dentures could be so useful." "Host, you truly are a genius," he replied. "As long as my intelligence doesn't fail me, there are always more solutions than problems." He laughed. "Braces are the new solution for zombies." The system nodded. "This is a significant discovery. I will report it to my superiors." Suddenly, Gao Xiaoliang spotted a military vehicle. He stopped and got out to check. He opened the door, but no one was inside. Looking under the vehicle, he was shocked. Why are there so many sharp nails here? Gao Xiaoliang dusted off his hands, then looked over at Bai Feifei, imitating him. He concluded that it seemed someone had deliberately set a trap to stop this vehicle. From the woods, a loud noise sent birds scattering in a panic. Gao Xiaoliang flinched and turned around. Gunshots. Behind him, Bai Feifei's power erupted, and she let out a low growl. He raised a hand to calm her. "Xiao Bai, calm down." He deduced from the sound that they were all from a sniper rifle, fired from the same gun. The two of them moved closer to the source of the sound. Through his binoculars, Gao Xiaoliang saw a woman fighting. Bai Feifei looked on, confused, not understanding what was happening. The woman, with cold purple eyes, aimed and shot at the zombies, never missing a single shot. He watched in awe. Her shooting technique isn't bad, and she's a beauty too. A pity she won't be able to hold out for long, he explained. This type of rifle can only fire 10 rounds at a time. Reloading takes too long. It's fine for long-range combat, but its weakness is exposed as soon as the enemy gets close. He suddenly remembered that in his past life, it was this very mistake that led to him being eaten by zombies. The more the girl shot, the lower her ammo count became, while the horde of zombies charged relentlessly. Gao Xiaoliang hesitated, wondering if he should help. He smacked himself on the head. "Damn it, Lust is a blade hanging over your head. I was just fooled by a pretty face. How could I forget so quickly? Seeing this, Bai Feifei copied him and smacked her own head. The ferocious zombies, some with mouths agape, others with tongues lolling out, closed in on the girl. She confidently fired again, but when she pulled the trigger, the gun didn't go off. She was startled. "I'm out of ammo!" A zombie lunged, almost managing to bite her. Without hesitation, she threw the gun aside and drew a small dagger from her back. Gao Xiaoliang was astonished. Whoa, a melee weapon, and she's that deadly with it. She leaped up and slashed a zombie to death, then spun around and decisively took down 2 more. With a pile of zombie corpses at her feet, she raised her dagger, standing proudly like a war goddess. Then she walked away, stepping down towards a river. She closed her eyes and took off her outer shirt, revealing a seductive black bra and a stunning figure. Cao Xiaoliang's nose started bleeding profusely. He covered his eyes, muttering, "Do not look upon what is improper. Do not look," he thought to himself. A woman who slaughters zombies, that viciously. If she mistakes me for a pervert, she'll probably tear me into 8 pieces. He put away his binoculars and called to Xiao Bai, "Let's go." But Bai Feifei was mesmerized by a purple butterfly. She accidentally elbowed Cao Xiaoliang, causing him to lose his balance and tumble down the cliff, while she innocently continued to chase the butterflies. Cao Xiaoliang rolled down the slope like a ball, landing face first in the dirt, his body flipping over as he slid painfully down. Furious, he jumped up and roared, "Xiao Bai!" Suddenly, he felt something strange on his head. What is this? When he pulled it down, he was stunned to realize it was a pair of white panties, adorned with a cute little purple bow. It was so cute it made his nose bleed. Glancing to the side, he saw a few familiar articles of clothing scattered on the green grass. They clearly belonged to that woman. Flustered, Cao Xiaoliang looked around, thinking to himself, "Just my luck. Whatever you fear, you'll meet. I'd better run before she comes back." Just as he finished that thought, a cold blade was pressed against his neck, accompanied by a wave of intense killing intent. The woman had appeared, her eyes as sharp as ice. "Looks like one more fish slipped through the net." Cao Xiaoliang's face turned pale. He trembled as he turned to the girl, quickly raising his hands in surrender, trying to explain, "I'm human. You can check if you don't believe me," he said, forgetting that his hand was still clutching the white panties. The girl trembled with rage, her eyes shooting daggers. Realizing his mistake, he quickly threw the underwear away and frantically tried to explain, "Don't misunderstand. I'm not a bad person. I was just passing by. I didn't see anything." But his clumsy words only made her even angrier. When a man says he didn't see anything, it means he saw everything. Without hesitation, she swung her knife, yelling, "You degenerate, die!" Cao Xiaoliang quickly covered his head, screaming for Xiao Bai to save him. From the cliff above, Xiao Bai did a flip and shot down like a flash of lightning. She delivered a powerful kick to the woman's back, but her opponent quickly blocked it with her dagger, grabbing a piece of a scale with her other hand. The woman looked up, surprised. "So, you have backup." The two of them charged at each other, engaging in a fierce hand-to-hand fight, perfectly matched in skill. The girl became more and more curious about Xiao Bai. Who is this girl? Every one of her own slashes was sharp and precise, but Xiao Bai was no less skilled, dodging with incredible flexibility, a bright smile still on her face. Cao Xiaoliang stood on the side, watching the two sway back and forth, and his nose couldn't help but start bleeding. The other girl noticed and yelled in his face, "What are you looking at? Keep staring and I'll gouge your eyes out." Getting the hint, he quickly wiped away the blood and mumbled, "Girls are so brutal when they fight. I'd better stay away to be safe." With that, he took off running, shouting back, "Xiao Bai, I'll be waiting for you in the car." In Xiao Bai's eyes, her opponent's full, soft chest looked like 2 giant melons, making her drool and giving her some improper ideas. Like a curious child with a new toy, she lunged forward. Caught off guard by the sudden touch, the other girl shrieked in panic, "Aren't you a girl? Why are you such a pervert?" Just then, a bullet suddenly whizzed through the air. The two quickly separated to dodge. A weirdly dressed guy with slicked-up hair stepped forward, casually retreating even while facing a horde of zombies. As expected of Gu Yue, one of the goons drooled, his eyes greedily sizing her up. "Boss, he really knows how to pick 'em. Tisk, tisk, tisk. That body is seriously hot." The girl glared at the man with disgust and confronted him directly. "Hejian, what are you doing here? I was wondering who was messing with me on the road." "So it was you guys. You're the ones who deliberately led those zombies here, aren't you?" Hejian didn't even bother to deny it, smirking. "That's right. When you rejected me back then, you probably never thought this day would come, did you?" A cold, red glint flashed in his eyes. If you had just listened and handed over management of the base to me, I might have kept you by my side to continue living the good life. But since you didn't give me any face, don't blame me for being ruthless." At Hejian's command, his goons all drew countless guns and aimed them straight at the girl. "Fire!" he roared. The girl was startled, her eyes flashing with terror as she saw a barrage of bullets tearing through the air towards her. With only 2 scraps of cloth covering her body, she was forced to find a way to defend herself. The men relentlessly fired shot after shot at her, but with her nimble movements, she did a flip, skillfully weaving through them on her bare feet. She slipped into the dense forest. A girl with flashy makeup yelled, "She's getting away!" Hejian remained unfazed, a sinister smile playing on his lips. "There's no way out on that side. She can't escape," he sneered, his voice full of cunning. "But letting her die like this would be too easy." "Take her alive!" he shouted, his voice echoing. His goons immediately fanned out, guns at the ready, and gave chase. Suddenly, one of them stopped and turned to report, "Boss, there's another woman over here." Xiao Bai was looking around in confusion, with a dazed expression as if she didn't know where to go. "She doesn't look too bright. Is there something wrong with her head?" A fully covered goon next to him whispered, "What should we do? Should we go get her?" Hejian showed no mercy, his eyes cold. "With so many of us brothers here, of course we have to share the spoils. Wait a little while. After I've had my fun, this one will be your reward." The goons immediately howled and cheered. "Thank you, boss. Long live the boss." Now, 3 of his men surrounded Xiao Bai. Their greedy eyes were fixed on her beautiful face, which still looked innocently unaware of what was happening. 2 of the men felt their wicked intentions stir. One grinned lewdly. "She looks so pure. Just my type." Another goon sneakily approached Xiao Bai from behind. He cooed, "Hey, beautiful, don't be afraid. Big brother is here to take good care of you." But the moment his hand touched her, Xiao Bai casually turned around and decisively broke his wrist. The unlucky goon screamed in agony, "My hand!" as he stumbled backward. The other 2 immediately drew their guns and yelled, "You bitch! How dare you fight back? You got a death wish?" Just then, the screech of tires filled the air as a truck sped towards them, its front end ramming straight into the 2 men with a fatal blow. It sent them and their guns flying. Gao Xiaoliang stuck his hand out of the truck, defiantly raised his middle finger, and yelled, "Eat this, you bastards. You're the ones with a death wish for touching Xiao Bai." When Xiao Bai saw him, a radiant smile spread across her face. She leaped onto the roof of the truck, holding a strange object in her hand. Gao Xiaoliang, still unaware, looked up and asked, "Xiao Bai, are you okay?" She hung upside down and showed him the object, causing him to scream his head off. "Where did you get a human hand? Throw it away, now." From deep within the forest, the rustling of leaves signaled someone's movement. The girl from before was covered in a cold sweat, still forcing herself to run along the path. But just as Hejian had said, the end of the road was a deep, bottomless abyss. "I can't cross it," the girl whispered, her voice trembling. "This is bad. It's a dead end." Hejian and his goons had caught up. He roared triumphantly from right behind her, "Stop your pointless resistance. You can't escape." One of the women brandished a weapon and swung it at her, forcing her to defend herself. With only one hand, she was skillfully tripped by her opponent and thrown to the ground. A cold gun barrel was pointed straight at her beautiful, now completely helpless face. Hejian bared his teeth in a grin, his voice dripping with sharp sarcasm. "See? Women are just this useless." Hesitating and getting scared over a single scrap of cloth, the girl gritted her teeth and screamed in anger, "You are truly despicable." Hejian's lips curled as he laughed even louder, his voice dripping with arrogance. "I've been a scumbag for a long time. Are you only just realizing that now?" He violently grabbed her hair and pulled hard. "What I hate most is that high and mighty, untouchable goddess act of yours," he whispered in her ear, his tone chillingly perverted. "Today, I'll show you what true depravity looks like." One hand still gripping her tightly, he forced her towards his crotch. "I'm gonna have my fun first. Then, I'll tie you to the front of the car and drive back to the base, so everyone can get a good look at just how slutty their goddess really is." The girl grimaced, her eyes flaring with rage. This bastard. Just then, Gao Xiaoliang's truck suddenly rushed forward, appearing right in front of them. Xiao Bai leaped down from the roof of the truck, swift as a whirlwind, landing squarely on Hejian and knocking him to the ground. Acting on instinct, she grabbed him and mercilessly ripped his clothes to shreds. Hejian screamed in panic. "Where did this crazy woman come from? Someone save me!" The other 2 girls stared wide-eyed, exclaiming in shock, "Boss!" The massive truck swept past, blocking their path. Gao Xiaoliang expertly cranked the wheel, screeching the truck around in a sharp turn to get closer to the girl. The truck door slowly opened. Seeing her looking dazed, he sat in the driver's seat, pointed inside, and said curtly, "Get in." The girl, startled, reflexively replied, "Huh? Okay." Before she left, she quickly snatched the gun from the ground. He Jian was still pinned down by Xiao Bai, lying helplessly before her, which allowed her to move freely. She looked down at him, her voice ice cold. "You want to feel good, right? I'll grant you your wish." A bullet shot out from the gun, aimed straight at his groin. "Let you feel really good." The bullet missed, only kicking up dirt, but it was enough to make He Jian piss his pants in fear. The girl clutched the tattered cloth on her body, glaring at him with contempt. "Men are so pathetic. Scared enough to piss yourselves." With that, she turned and climbed into the truck. Gao Xiaoliang called out, "Xiao Bai, you get in too." Xiao Bai leaped up, landing softly on the wooden floor of the truck bed. The truck's engine roared to life, and it shot off like an arrow. He Jian, snapping out of his stupor, started screaming in rage. "That bitch dares to mess with me. Fire! Fire at them!" His lackeys immediately opened fire. A hail of bullets rained down, hitting the trees and grass on either side of the truck. But even when they aimed true, the bullets simply ricocheted off the vehicle's solid system shield. A blinding light flashed from the shield, making the men clutch their heads in panic. "Why are the bullets coming back at us?" Amidst the chaos, the truck made its escape, now gliding smoothly down a quiet road. From the driver's seat, Gao Xiaoliang called out to the back, "There are no women's clothes on the truck, but I have some in the drawer. You can change into those for now. They're a bit torn, but you can wear them if you don't mind." The girl glanced at the wooden cabinet beside her and replied, "Then I won't be shy." She casually pulled out a dark-colored shirt and mumbled, "I guess this will do." Noticing the strange tear on the shirt, she couldn't help but exclaim, "Now that's a weird tear." Without hesitating, she tore another piece of fabric from the cabinet and began buttoning up the shirt, slowly covering herself. Once she was decent, she pulled back the curtain and stepped out. Her stunning figure was enough to burn a hole through your eyes. Cao Xiaoliang turned around and was taken aback. "Whoa. A woman with your figure wearing a man's shirt like that. It's enough to make a guy sin." The girl smiled and walked closer, her voice full of gratitude. "Thank you for the clothes." But suddenly, a cold, sharp blade was pressed against Cao Xiaoliang's neck, and his expression darkened. The girl whispered threateningly, "Now, if you don't want to die, do exactly as I say. Pull the truck over." She had been watching carefully and noticed that Xiao Bai was busy playing with a pile of fabric, completely ignoring him. A sinister smile spread across her face. "If you scream, what do you think is faster, my knife or her?" Cao Xiaoliang's jaw dropped as if he was about to yell. "Why is it always like this?" he thought. "Is there no one left in this world who's normal? Whose humanity hasn't been twisted? Whose morals haven't decayed?" He silently pleaded with the system in his head. "System, eject her." But the system replied in a helpless tone, "Host, that is not possible. The target was personally invited into the vehicle by you. The protection protocol has registered her as a VIP guest. System functions cannot harm a VIP guest." He screamed internally in despair. "What kind of stupid rule is that?" The girl behind him overheard and asked suspiciously, "Who are you talking to?" Cao Xiaoliang stammered, quickly replying, "No one." "Hey, beautiful, just calm down. I'll do whatever you say, okay?" The truck swerved slightly and pulled over to the side of the road. As he did, Cao Xiaoliang was crying internally, telling himself, "Cao Xiaoliang, I swear, if I ever stick my nose in other people's business again, I'm a dog." The girl was now sitting comfortably in the passenger seat, the cold, sharp knife still held to his neck, as she spoke in an icy tone. "Talk. Why did you save me?" With tears welling in his eyes, Cao Xiaoliang replied, "If I said it's because I'm a good person, would you let me go?" The girl pressed the blade closer, her gaze sharp. "You must have heard the saying, in the apocalypse, you kill the saints first." He panicked and quickly denied it. "A good person? Who's a good person? It's definitely not me." Cao Xiaoliang cleared his throat, regaining his composure. He explained seriously, "All right, the truth is, I'm an apocalyptic chef. I saw how well you can fight. You must have a lot of crystal cores on you, so I wanted to make you a customer." The girl stared blankly and muttered, "An apocalypse chef." But then it dawned on her. Glancing at the back of the vehicle, she thought, no wonder there's a whole kitchen set up back there, with so many utensils. She nodded in understanding. This timing is actually perfect, since all the previous chefs have kicked the bucket. As it happens, the chef at our base ate some poisonous mushrooms and died. Stroking her chin, the girl considered his offer. "If what you say is true, I can consider arranging something for you people." Hearing what he wanted to hear, Gao Xiaoliang's eyes lit up. He leaned forward and asked eagerly, "How many people are at your base? Is it 100 people? The girl let out a proud smile, her tone full of arrogance. Who are you looking down on? Our steel mill is the largest base within 100 miles. We have at least 300 people. He clenched his fists, his heart filled with excitement. This is amazing. He couldn't believe he'd found 100 customers so quickly. Even if only a third of them gave a good review, completing the mission would be a sure thing. He began to dream of grand prospects, a satisfied smile on his face. It seems good people really are rewarded. But the girl's face suddenly turned serious, her voice suspicious. But this could also be to protect yourself. Maybe you just stole this vehicle. Why should I trust you? Just then, her stomach rumbled with hunger, causing her to blush. She blurted out in embarrassment, unless you cook a dish for me to try. If it's delicious, that will prove you're really a chef. Gao Xiaoliang looked at her, immediately seeing through the emotion she was trying to hide. This woman was clearly starving, but was still trying to save face. He nodded, rolling up his sleeves aggressively. Fine. Let me show you a little something I can do. The girl was led to a waiting area while he enthusiastically entered the kitchen, ready to show off his skills. Gao Xiaoliang quickly scrolled through the screen, looking at the dishes for reference. But then he scratched his head in confusion. Since it's new dish development, I can't make anything on the menu. Worried, he muttered. Egg cakes, octopus balls. I've already made all of these. Gao Xiaoliang was flustered with his plan, telling himself, I'm just an ordinary student. I only know how to make a few things like this. I'm not really a talented chef. Suddenly, a shadow darted behind him, as fast as lightning. Panicked, he jumped, swinging the kitchen knife and yelling, Oh my God, a mutant snake! How did it get in? But then Xiao Bai emerged from the snakeskin, even trying to give him a little scare. Gao Xiaoliang's eyes widened, looking at the skin in surprise, and then he remembered. Ah, that's right. I saw Xiao Bai's pants were torn earlier, so I just grabbed a piece of cloth to wrap her in. Turns out it was the skin from that snake. She seemed to love it, playing around with the skin. He sat down, gently patting her head, and said softly, Sorry, I forgot. I remember there's a needle and thread in the drawer. Let me help you patch that up. Outside, the girl was growing impatient, muttering angrily, What kind of chef takes this long to make one dish? The customer is about to starve to death. Suspecting he was a fraud, she stormed down the steps, determined to find Gao Xiaoliang and settle the score. Meanwhile, he was meticulously threading a needle, sewing with great skill. The delicate thread passed through the eye of the needle, moving swiftly in his hands. Soon enough, he had finished a pair of boots for Xiao Bai. All right, he said, putting the boots on for her. Xiao Bai looked down at her feet with interest, kicking them a few times and cheering happily. This isn't a problem anymore. Suddenly, the other girl's surprised voice cut in. I didn't realize you could mend clothes. Gao Xiaoliang beamed, waving his hand humbly. It's nothing. When I was little, my dad didn't have time to take care of me, and my mom was busy with work. My grandma raised me in the countryside, so I just watched and learned. Recalling old memories, he smiled happily. If my grandma were still alive today, she'd probably be over 100 years old. With her fighting spirit, anyone who crossed her would be in for some bad luck. The girl chuckled, nodding in agreement. People often say that children raised by their grandparents are very blessed. To be loved by so many people, it really makes you envious. Gao Xiaoliang pouted in discontent. Every time I caused trouble, I had to eat a double portion of bamboo shoots, stir-fried with pork. You can have that kind of blessing. Do you want it? Unexpectedly, the girl answered straightforwardly, her voice somber. My brother and I are orphans. We grew up in an orphanage and never met our parents. If I could, I would really want that. Gao Xiaoliang was stunned, his face frozen in surprise. Then he turned away guiltily. The girl immediately got back to the point, her tone serious. Let's not get emotional. When is the food going to be ready? Gao Xiaoliang quickly replied, his voice a little flustered. Well, you were the one who asked, so I answered. The girl suddenly sneezed from the cold. Acting quickly, he took a warm snakeskin and draped it over her. Here, wear this. Standing up, he advised her sincerely. You're wearing so little, and you were just fighting out there. It would be strange if you didn't catch a cold. After a bit of small talk, a cooking idea suddenly struck him. I've got it. I want to make this. Before long, he placed a pot of food on the table. The girl looked curiously at the glistening golden dish. Strange, is this porridge? It doesn't really look like it. Gao Xiaoliang explained with a friendly smile. This bowl isn't porridge, it's snake soup. The girl jumped, exclaiming in alarm. Snake? She glanced at the snakeskin draped over her shoulders, and it suddenly clicked, her eyes filled with suspicion. Don't tell me. It's from this one? She questioned, her voice full of alarm. Huh? The meat of a mutated snake. Isn't that already infected? Can you even eat it? He confidently puffed out his chest and assured her, "Don't worry. Hey, the infected parts of the mutated snake have been removed. It's completely edible." Even so, her heart was still full of doubt. Can this thing really be eaten? Gao Xiaoliang leaned in close, his eyes twinkling provocatively. What's wrong? Scared? Then he picked up the bowl of soup, pretending to take it away. Well then, don't blame me. My cooking skills have already been proven. It's just that you're too scared to eat it, he called out loudly. Xiaobai, come and eat. Xiaobai, who was nearby, saw the food and immediately broke into a goofy grin, rushing over. But the girl suddenly snatched the bowl back, her voice firm. Who said I don't dare? With a trembling hand, she held the spoon, scooped up a mouthful of soup, and brought it to her lips. Instantly, her face relaxed, filled with satisfaction. The hot, tender snake meat melted in her mouth, causing an internal struggle. Isn't it just a mutated snake? I'm not even afraid of live snakes, let alone a dead one. Mustering all her courage, she put the whole spoonful in her mouth, determined not to be looked down upon. A jolt like electricity shot through her head, startling her. A soft, smooth, and sweet flavor exploded in her mouth. This texture is so soft, just like jelly. She blushed and murmured, her voice filled with fascination. So soft and smooth, with a mix of freshness and sweetness. Just a gentle bite, and the flavor fills my whole mouth. Her tongue felt as if it were enveloped in a gentle sensation, making her think of relaxing in a warm milk bath. A happy smile bloomed on her face. This is pure bliss. But she suddenly froze, a flicker of suspicion in her eyes. Wait, there seems to be something underneath. The imaginary milk bath in her mind suddenly stirred gently, as if it contained a powerful life force, stimulating her body. A hazy white mist swirled around, making the space even more mysterious. The water grew hotter, and suddenly, an egg of unknown origin cracked open. From inside, countless tiny snake tails in the shape of Gao Xiaoliang burst out, wriggling with life. The girl frantically tried to cover herself, but Gao Xiaoliang had already rushed forward, doing something unexpected that left her stunned. Countless snakes in his likeness bit into her body all at once. Her face flushed bright red as a strange sensation arose. What is this bizarre feeling? Numb, sore, and yet scorching hot. Every pore on her skin felt like it was opening up. The cold air dissipated, and her entire body felt like it was about to melt. She leaned back, panting heavily, and cried out, "Stop, please, I can't take it anymore." Back in reality, her legs were trembling, and the snakeskin cloak she wore had accidentally slipped off. She struggled to her feet, gasping for breath after the intense wave of pleasure. Gao Xiaoliang stood beside her and asked with concern, "What's wrong? Are you feeling any warmer now?" The girl looked down at her hands, shocked to realize the cold she felt earlier had completely vanished. Although she was covered in sweat, she didn't feel exhausted at all. On the contrary, she felt full of strength. She shot up to her feet and asked in amazement, "Is this really snake meat? How can it be so magical?" Gao Xiaoliang smiled and explained, "Snake meat is naturally nutritious. Not only does it nourish your blood and strengthen your muscles and bones, but it can also expel cold and replenish your stamina." He held out a small glass jar, his voice excited. "But this snake meat is just a side ingredient. The real soul of the dish is this." The girl curiously followed his hand as he sprinkled a few grains on Xiaobai's head, making her sneeze. "Without hiding anything," he said bluntly, "it's fresh ginger and pepper." A huge question mark appeared in the girl's mind. "Pepper?" He continued enthusiastically. "When I was a kid, every time I caught a cold, my grandma would force me to drink a bowl of hot and spicy soup. I'd feel better right after drinking it. It was more effective than medicine. It was all thanks to the pepper." The girl smiled faintly, secretly pleased. "I never expected this kid, who looks so naive and foolish, to know so much." Gao Xiaoliang took out a tablet and proposed, "So, do you believe I'm a chef now? If you're satisfied, please give me a good rating." The screen displayed 5 rating levels with corresponding stars. The girl decisively pressed the screen, giving him his first 5-star review. After finishing, she became more open, but still reminded him, "I acknowledge your skills, but becoming the base's chef isn't that simple. Not only do you need to know how to cook, but you also have to be able to provide meals for hundreds of people at once. For now, just consider this as passing the preliminary screening. Whether you're hired or not will depend on further tests after you come back with me." Hearing this, a fire of anger ignited in Gao Xiaoliang's heart. He muttered, "Unbelievable. Finding a chef is like recruiting for a major factory. To get a meal, I have to go through a screening and then an interview. This is even more exploitative than capitalism." Gao Xiaoliang took a deep breath, telling himself to endure it for the sake of the mission. He continued driving towards a massive base, where structures and water pipes intertwined. Gu Yue looked through the window, pointing inside. That's my base. Gao Xiaoliang drove, marveling. The walls are so high. They drove along a highway that was once the largest steel factory. The towering reinforced concrete walls and its strategic location made it easy to defend and difficult to attack. Gu Yue gazed at the scenery outside and said slowly, "We survivors wandered through so many places before we finally found this place to settle down." Her words piqued Gao Xiaoliang's curiosity. It really is an amazing shelter. No wonder those guys are always trying to fight you for territory. Speaking of which, a flash of anger flared in Gu Yue's eyes. That bastard, He Jian. I saw him being chased into a corner by a horde of zombies and took pity on him, so I let him stay. Who knew he would turn out to be such a despicable scumbag? She gritted her teeth as she recounted the unpleasant events. Not only did he harass me all day, but he also spread a rumor that I liked him. But He Jian was even worse. On top of that, he secretly brought his cronies in from the outside, planning to take over the entire base. Luckily, the patrol team discovered them in time. She held her head and sighed. I really regret it. I only kicked him out back then, instead of killing him. Suddenly, she pulled out a dagger and held it to Gao Xiaoliang's throat, her voice cold. But you learn from your mistakes. If you dare act like him. His face turned pale with fear, and he hurriedly tried to explain. Don't worry. I'd rather fall for a zombie than for you. At that moment, the base gate was still shut tight and silent. Two girls on the city wall aimed their guns down and shouted, "Stop the vehicle." Gu Yue stepped out of the driver's cabin and waved at them. The two girls immediately cheered with joy. It's Sister Yue. Open the gate. Sister Yue is back. The base gate slowly opened, revealing a well-built entrance. Gao Xiaoliang's truck rolled in after it. As soon as Gu Yue stepped down, a crowd of people rushed over to ask, Sister Yue, why did you change vehicles? That's why we didn't recognize you just now. One person frowned at her tattered clothes, their voice full of hostility, pointing a gun at Gao Xiaoliang. What happened to your clothes? Was it you who put Sister Yue in this state? He quickly raised both hands to defend himself. Hey, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't just say whatever you want. If it weren't for me, she wouldn't have any clothes on at all. Gu Yue quickly pinched Gao Xiaoliang's lips shut and yelled, "Shut your mouth!" Regaining her composure, she turned to the two girls to explain, "It has nothing to do with him. On the way back, I was ambushed by He Jian's group. Although I managed to shake them off, I couldn't bring the car and supplies back." After hearing this, the two girls exclaimed angrily, "He Jian, it's that bastard again. If Sister Yue hadn't saved his life, he would have been devoured by zombies long ago." One person gritted their teeth. "That ungrateful bastard. I'd better not run into him, or I'll blow his head off." Their attention suddenly shifted to Gao Xiaoliang and Xiao Bai. "Sister Yue, who are they?" Gu Yue smiled and introduced them cheerfully. "These two are the new cooks I hired. We've been eating biscuits every day lately. You've all had it rough. Today, we're going to have a better meal, something hot." She continued enthusiastically. "I remember we caught a wild boar a while back, but ever since the last cook died, no one knew how to prepare it. So it's just, where's old Liu? Tell him to bring that meat out." She beckoned Gao Xiaoliang closer, stir-fry a few good dishes. "This will also be a test of your skills." He pouted and mumbled, "Making me work before I've even had a sip of water. You're really heartless, you know that?" The two girls hesitated, looking concerned. Old Liu was called away by Brother Cheng." Gu Yue was surprised to hear that name. Gu Cheng. The scene shifts to the base's warehouse, a place few people visit. A piece of meat was thrown mercilessly onto the ground. A girl with a disgusted look on her face yelled, "What is this? It's dirty and smells weird. I'm not eating it." Gu Cheng stepped forward to comfort her. "Hong Hong, don't be angry. Don't worry. How could I possibly let you eat this?" Two other young men turned to yell at a middle-aged man. "Old Leo, are you deaf? Brother Cheng said to get the most nutritious food, and you bring us this garbage?" Old Liu hurriedly tried to explain. "This isn't garbage. It's wild boar meat. It's very high in nutrients." Gu Cheng lost his patience and retorted, "Stop trying to fool people. This thing is just a black lump. What's so nutritious about it?" He turned and walked straight toward the warehouse. "Don't you understand human language? Fine, I'll go in and find it myself." Old Liu reached out to stop him, his voice anxious. "Mr. Gu, please don't make things difficult for me. The warehouse is a critical area of the base. Unless Miss Gu gives the order, no one else is allowed to enter freely." The two young men immediately rushed forward and restrained him. "Brother Cheng is Sister Yue's biological brother. How can he be considered an outsider? As for you, you're just a keykeeper. Don't get ahead of yourself." Gu Cheng flew into a rage and roared, That's right. My word is my sister's word. Let me in, or I'll make you suffer. Just then, a cold, angry voice rang out. Gu Cheng, what do you think you're doing? Gu Yue and the two girls walked over, their faces stern. Seeing his sister, Gu Cheng froze for a moment, then quickly put on a look of immense joy. Sis, you're back. But Gu Yue didn't let it go so easily, questioning him. You still haven't answered me. Aren't you guys supposed to be out looking for supplies right now? Why are you at the base? And what were you trying to do in the warehouse? Gu Cheng scratched his chin, avoiding his sister's gaze. I ran into an unexpected situation, so I came back early. He pointed at old Liu, accusing him. Sis, I told him to open the warehouse to get some food, and he brought out this garbage to try and fool me. He clearly has no respect for you. Old Liu quickly tried to defend himself. Miss Gu, it's not like that. It was Mr. Gu. Gu Yue raised her hand, signaling him to stop. She looked down at the piece of wild boar meat thrown on the ground, her voice grew cold, her eyes radiating the authority of a leader. Pick it up, she ordered, her voice firm. Gu Cheng was bewildered, not understanding what was happening. Gu Yue glared and repeated, I told you to pick it up. Seeing him still hesitating, her voice turned stern. To bring this wild boar back to the base, 3 people were injured. The most severely injured one still can't get out of bed. Her sharp words made everyone lower their heads, not daring to look up. Every grain of food, every drop of water in this base was found by people risking their lives. Who gave you permission to be so wasteful? Gu Cheng clenched his fists, a sad expression on his face, and silently picked up the Gao Xiaoliang, standing to the side, observed, silently sizing this woman up. When she was serious, she truly exuded the authority of a leader, a complete contrast to her gentle demeanor from a moment ago. He glanced over at Gu Cheng and muttered, but, her younger brother. The gap between these siblings is just too wide. Hong Hong peeked out from behind Gu Cheng to take the blame. Sister Gu Yu, I'm sorry, it's my fault. Please don't blame Ah Cheng. Gu Yue's cold eyes immediately shifted to the seemingly frail Hong Hong, who quickly hid behind Gu Cheng for protection. Gu Yue frowned and asked, Who are you? Gu Yue turned unhappily towards her brother and yelled, Who is she? The girl behind Gu Cheng spoke timidly, A Cheng. Seeing this, Gu Cheng protectively shielded the girl, saying, Hong Hong is timid. Don't scare her. Hearing this, Gu Yue thought with suspicion, I haven't done anything to her. How could I have scared her? Seeing her foolish brother, Gu Yue helplessly crossed her arms and said, It seems she's the unexpected situation that made you all return early. Hearing this, Gu Cheng turned to look at Yin Hong and said, Her name is Yin Hong. We ran into her while we were looking for supplies. The image of a terrified Yin Hong, kneeling in a corner and covering her face. At that time, she was hiding alone in a small, empty supermarket, surrounded by hordes of zombies outside. Gu Cheng looked at Yin Hong, who was sobbing behind him, and continued, When we saved her, she hadn't eaten for several days. She's truly pitiful, so I brought her back. Gao Xiaoliang was startled when he heard those words. Starving for several days? Then he jumped up, thinking, as the saying goes, when you're starving, even bran tastes as sweet as honey. When you're full, even honey doesn't taste sweet. 5-star rating, difficulty is almost 0. Gu Yue heard this and yelled furiously, Don't you know the base's rules? How could you just carelessly bring back someone with an unknown background? Hearing this, Gu Cheng retorted without backing down. Hong Hong is not someone with an unknown background. Gu Cheng hurriedly explained Yin Hong's background. Her father is the richest man in this city, and her mother is a famous pianist. She is a true, pampered heiress. Gu Cheng said agitatedly to Gu Ye, Sis, I know you have trauma because of what happened with He Jian, but Hong Hong isn't like that. She's the purest and kindest girl I've ever met. I couldn't just see someone in danger and not save them. Gu Yue clicked her tongue in annoyance. The 2 men who had opened the door for Gu Yue earlier spoke up indignantly. Brother Cheng, how could you say that? Taking in He Jian wasn't Sister Yue's decision alone back then. It's that bastard's fault for being too good of an actor and fooling everyone. Besides, He Jian was a bad person. But does that mean she's definitely a good one? Innocence and kindness aren't written on her face. Hearing this, Gu Cheng's subordinates stood up and retorted unhappily. Don't judge a noble person by your own petty standards. She's a rich young lady. It's already pitiful enough that she has to face the apocalypse. Can't you have a little bit of— The other 2 girls shot back without holding back. Just because she's rich, that automatically makes her a good person? Ever heard the saying, rich and wicked? I think you guys are just smitten because she's pretty. And now you're not even listening to Sister Yue anymore. Hearing this, Gao Xiaoliang's head was full of question marks, wondering, what is this situation? Why are they fighting now? But then, As if realizing something, Gao Xiaoliang cheered happily. But the more fiercely they argue, the hungrier they'll get, which means the mission is about to be completed. Seeing their argument growing more and more heated, Gao Xiaoliang and Xiao Bai stood to the side, happily cheering them on. Keep going, don't stop, keep going, don't stop. Gu Cheng heard them and shouted in annoyance. What's all the noise? Gu Cheng saw the two of them and asked with confusion. Who are these two? Why have I never seen them before? Hearing this, Gu Yue helplessly rubbed her forehead and said, They're the new chefs I hired from outside. Gu Cheng's sister's answer seemed to hit a nerve, and he yelled, You won't let me bring Hong Hong back, but you can just carelessly bring people here yourself. Sis, how can you have such a double standard? Then he angrily turned and pointed at Gao Xiaoliang's duo, shouting, Besides, look at them. They don't look like proper chefs at all. They must be con artists, just like He Jian. As soon as he finished speaking, Gu Cheng ordered his lackeys, Throw them out for me. Hearing the order, the lackeys advanced towards Gao Xiaoliang and his companion, yelling, Did you hear him? Get the hell out of here now. Hearing their aggressive shouting, Xiao Bai furiously rushed forward. With one punch and one kick, he took them down, leaving them on the ground crying out in pain. My arm. My hand hurts so much. Seeing Xiao Bai quickly jump in to protect him, Gao Xiaoliang said cheerfully, Xiao Bai, let him go. How can you treat our customers like this? It's bad for business. The two of them started whispering to each other, If you're going to hit them, at least hit their legs. If you break their arms, how are they supposed to eat? Gao Xiaoliang then calmly approached Gu Cheng's two soldiers. He said gently, I'm so sorry. My employee here is a bit hot-headed. As an apology, your meal will come with a free side dish. Please, give us a good review, okay? Hearing this, the two soldiers clutched their shoulders and replied resentfully, What? You assault us and then ask for a good review? Are you out of your mind? Behind them, Yin Hong watched with a sinister look. Gu Cheng, completely missing the context, drew his gun and threatened them. How dare you attack my men? So you two really are bad news. Seeing that things were getting out of hand, Gu Yue rushed toward Gu Cheng, whose gun was aimed at Gao Xiaoliang. She screamed, Gu Cheng, stop! A shot rang out, killing Gao Xiaoliang. Everyone who witnessed the scene was horrified. Gao Xiaoliang collapsed, lying motionless in the courtyard. Seeing him dead, Xiao Bai went completely berserk. She let out a roar and charged at Gu Cheng, fast as the wind, kicking the gun right out of his hand. Everyone was stunned by the sight. Gu Cheng yelled in panic, Holy crap, what the hell is she? Then, a flurry of punches rained down on him. He stumbled back in pain, begging, Mercy, stop hitting me. But Xiao Bai just roared and charged at him again. She bit down hard on his arm, making him howl in agony. Seeing no way to escape, Gu Cheng turned to the two women for help. Are you two blind? Can't you see I'm being attacked? Shoot. Shoot her dead. Seeing Gu Cheng's pathetic state, the two women remembered how he'd treated them earlier and simply ignored him. Realizing the situation was dire, Yin Hong approached the two men Xiao Bai had beaten up earlier. You two, hurry up and help him. The two young men heard her and replied in terror, No way. That girl is a monster. We're no match for her. She already broke my arm. Hearing this, Yin Hong clicked her tongue in disgust and muttered to herself, Humph, completely useless. Meanwhile, Xiao Bai, her eyes bloodshot, was still savagely biting Gu Cheng's arm. Feeling like he couldn't take it anymore, Gu Cheng reached out to his sister for help. Sis, save me. This psycho is going to bite my arm off. But when he saw Gu Yue ignore his desperate pleas, she simply turned and walked away. Gu Cheng cried out in panic, Sister, don't go. But Gu Yue sadly walked over to Gao Xiaoliang's body. She gently closed his eyes and said mournfully, I'm so sorry. If I'd known it would turn out like this, I never would have brought you here. I never thought I'd be the cause of your death. Just as Gu Yue finished speaking, Gao Xiaoliang's eyes snapped open and he shot up, causing her to scream in shock. Oh my god. Gao Xiaoliang stood up and calmly stretched his back as if nothing had happened. Everyone stared, completely stunned. The moment she saw Gao Xiaoliang get up, Xiao Bai, acting as if this was completely normal, happily let go of Gu Cheng. Then she sprang up and ran straight toward Gao Xiaoliang. Seeing her coming, he opened his arms to catch her. You silly girl, don't worry. Did you really think your boss would die that easily? As he spoke, Gao Xiaoliang shot a look as sharp as a knife at Gu Cheng, who began to stammer in terror, his mouth hanging open. No, this is impossible. How are you not dead? Ignoring Gu Cheng's bewilderment, Gao Xiaoliang angrily grabbed him by the collar, raising a fist. You son of a bitch, you shot without a single word of warning. Then, he landed a hard punch right on Gu Cheng's face. If I hadn't been fast enough, you would have ruined this handsome face of mine. A moment before Gu Cheng had fired that shot, Gao Xiaoliang had quickly summoned the system. Damn it, I'm using the show-off skill card. A brilliant light enveloped Gao Xiaoliang, granting him a super speed boost. And in that split second between life and death, Gao Xiaoliang had miraculously dodged the bullet. So this is what a super speed boost feels like, huh? Everything around me has slowed to a crawl. I can clearly predict everyone's next move. It's like an Olympic champion racing against a senior citizen. Man, showing off feels amazing. Seeing Gao Xiaoliang gloating over his new ability, the system chimed in disdainfully. Show-off skill card has been activated. Time elapsed. 3.38 seconds. Remaining time, 2 minutes, 56.62 seconds. Hearing that, Gao Xiaoliang thought with annoyance. It even counts the hundredths of a second? Could this thing be any stingier? Seeing Gao Xiaoliang suddenly alive again, Gu Yue asked doubtfully, "Are you really okay?" Gao Xiaoliang crossed his arms and explained, "Physically, I'm fine. But my mental state has taken quite a blow. I haven't even gotten my first paycheck, and I've already taken a bullet for you people. Looks like I'll have to reconsider whether I should stay here or not." Witnessing all this, Gu Cheng roared furiously. "Sis, you can't let them stay. Can't you see what's going on? There's something seriously wrong with these two. That shot just now. I know I hit him. How could he be completely unharmed? And that woman. There's something bizarre about her too. Her face is as pale as a corpse, she doesn't speak, and she bites people. Those two. He's definitely not a normal person." After hearing that, Gu Yue turned to Gao Xiaoliang suspiciously and said, "Could it be?" Hearing this, Gao Xiaoliang panicked, thinking, "Oh no, those two girls are standing right behind me." He asked in surprise, "You two are?" Gao Xiaoliang was terrified. "Don't tell me they found out about Xiao Bai?" Just then, Gu Yue and the other two shouted in unison, "And awakened!" Gao Xiaoliang squeezed his eyes shut, thinking it was all over. But when he heard what they said, he was stunned. "Huh?" The girl with the high blue ponytail rushed over to him and asked eagerly, "You're definitely one of the awakened, right? Otherwise, how could you get shot and not have a single scratch on you?" The other girl excitedly said to Gu Yue, "This is great, Sister Yue. Our base has an awakened now too." Hearing this, Gu Yue couldn't help but get excited, patting Gao Xiaoliang on the shoulder. "Who would have thought? You hit it pretty well." Seeing the scene before him, Gao Xiaoliang let out a sigh of relief. "I really thought my cover was blown." Luckily, these people aren't too bright. When Gao Xiaoliang didn't answer, the two girls eagerly crowded around him to ask, "Right, what's your power? Fire type? Water type? You can dodge bullets? So does that mean you're a metal type?" Hearing this, Gao Xiaoliang broke into a cold sweat and stammered. Seeing that he was hesitant to speak, Gu Yue stepped in to help him out. "It's okay if you don't want to say. We have plenty of time ahead of us. We'll find out eventually." Yunhong stood in the distance, silently observing. Seeing everyone making a fuss over a stranger, Gu Cheng yelled angrily, "Him? An awakened? How is that possible? Isn't he just a cook? Have any of you ever met an awakened who works as a chef?" Hearing this, Gao Xiaoliang proudly flipped his hair and retorted, "Being one of the chosen is my destiny, but I was born to love cooking. Is that a problem?" Gu Cheng was left speechless. This guy. Hearing that, Gu Cheng's two lackeys whispered to each other doubtfully, "I told you, no normal girl could fight like that. In that case, including Brother Cheng, our base has 3 awakened." Gao Xiaoliang's jaw dropped. "You're an awakened too?" he asked, rushing over to Gu Cheng and circling him. He taunted, "What kind of useless power is that? Getting beaten up by Xiao Bai like this?" Annoyed by his relentless teasing, Gu Cheng snapped, "Is that any of your business?" Hearing Gao Xiaoliang's words, Gu Yue stepped forward to explain. Gu Cheng is a power seed, but he hasn't awakened yet. Gao Xiaoliang was surprised. "Huh?" Seeing that Gao Xiaoliang still didn't understand, Gu Yue crossed her arms and explained, "Before an awakened fully awakens, there are signs, like a high fever, hallucinations, and special marks appearing on the body. People like that are considered power seeds." Noticing his reputation taking a hit, Gu Cheng quickly turned to Yun Hong to reassure her. "Hong Hong, don't worry. I've been getting fevers more and more frequently lately. I'm sure I'll awaken very soon." Then, he shot a provocative look at Gao Xiaoliang. "When that happens, let's see how arrogant those who won't even say what their own power is still dare to act." Yun Hong chimed in supportively. Ah Cheng, I've always believed you're the strongest." Standing nearby, Xiao Bai heard his arrogant words and angrily started to charge at Gu Cheng. Gao Xiaoliang quickly stopped her. "Don't you go over there. Seeing that another conflict was about to break out, Gu Yue stepped forward. All right, that's enough for today. Then, Gu Ye turned to Yun Hong to give her instructions. You can stay, but our base is very fair. Everyone, no matter who they are, must work to earn their food. Furthermore, the supplies in the warehouse are communal property. No one is allowed to take things without permission. If anyone breaks the rules, they're to leave immediately for me. Understand? Yun Hong fearfully grabbed Gu Cheng's shirt and replied, Understood. Hearing this, Gu Cheng roared indignantly. Sister, I was the one who wanted to take the food. It has nothing to do with Hong Hong. Don't you dare target her. Seeing her brother refuse to listen and even yell back, Gu Yue shot him a cold glare that made Gu Cheng shudder and shut his mouth. Ignoring her foolish brother, Gu Yue cheerfully called out, Old Liu, see what ingredients are left in the warehouse, and go pick some fresh vegetables from the fields. To welcome our new member, we're having an extra meal today. Old Liu replied gloomily. All right. Gu Yue clapped Gao Xiaoliang on the shoulder and said with a cheerful smile, You better do a good job. I'm the one who brought you back, so don't embarrass me. Hearing that, Gao Xiaoliang thought indifferently. Some welcome this is. They're just making me cook for them. Sensing something was off, Gu Cheng seemed to realize something. He approached his sister and suggested, Sister, I was being unreasonable just now. I've caused enough trouble for old Liu. How about you let me prepare the food? Meanwhile, in the cafeteria, everyone had gathered to gossip. I heard there's a new chef in the base, and he's an awakened. Aren't all awakened supposed to be high and mighty? Wouldn't they be treated like gods in any other base? So why is he cooking himself? That must mean he's really approachable. He's definitely a good person. Ever since the last chef died, I've been so sick of eating biscuits. We can finally have a proper meal. Food made by an awakened has to be extraordinary. I'm so excited. At that moment, an array of ingredients appeared before Gao Xiaoliang. They were nearly expired. Wilted vegetable leaves, rotten eggs, and sprouted potatoes. Seeing this, Gao Xiaoliang said with disgust, He expects me to make an 8-course meal with 3 soups using only this? Seeing the spoiling ingredients, Gu Yue turned and asked, What happened? Gu Cheng casually replied, There's nothing to be done. It rained a few days ago and all the vegetables in the field were flooded. All we have left in the warehouse is rice and flour. I had a hard time finding even these few eggs. The 2 subordinates chimed in. Plus, we're completely out of seasonings in the kitchen. Sister Yue actually went out this time to find salt, but who would have thought she'd come back empty-handed? Gu Cheng didn't believe Gao Xiaoliang could whip up a feast with such pathetic ingredients, so he said arrogantly, But the simpler the ingredients, the greater the test of a chef's skill. I'm sure you can turn something ordinary into a masterpiece and create a dish that will make everyone's mouth water, right? Hearing this, Gao Xiaoliang could only give a helpless thumbs up. Well, I really must thank you for your vote of confidence. Gao Xiaoliang then thought to himself, No wonder that kid's attitude suddenly changed. So he was trying to put me in my place. Is he serious? I have a system. What ingredients can't I get? You think you can get one over on me? Suddenly, the system popped up with a reminder. The spatial inventory can only be used on items inside the food cart. They cannot be removed from it. Gao Xiaoliang's face went pale. There's a rule like that? He asked. Behind him and Gu Yue, Gu Cheng's group whispered excitedly. Don't worry, Boss Cheng. I've already hidden all the other ingredients in the base. Let's see what he can make with that garbage. Thanks to me hyping it up, the crowd outside has really high expectations. If he can't cook up anything decent later, it won't just be him. Sister Yue will lose face too. Hearing how effective his 2 henchmen were, Gu Cheng turned to them and said, Well done. From behind them, Yin Hong spoke up timidly. Ah, Cheng. Gu Yue is your own sister, after all. Don't you think we're going a bit too far? The 2 henchmen immediately jumped to their boss's defense. They were just targeting you a moment ago, and you're still worried about her? Hong Hong, you're too soft-hearted. Gu Cheng turned and explained with a sinister look. Those 2 are bad news. The base will only be truly safe once we drive them out. This base only needs 1 ability user, and I will absolutely not let someone like him threaten my position. Outside, the starving crowd was complaining. Why isn't the food ready yet? How much longer do we have to wait? I'm starving over here. Suddenly, 2 of Sister Yue's subordinates burst in, yelling, Sister Yue, what's going on? Everyone's getting really impatient out there. Hearing this, Gao Xiaoliang scratched his head in frustration. The eggs are spoiled, the vegetables are rotten, they're completely unusable. Only the rice is still good. He then turned to Gu Yue and said, If there's really no other way, I can only make some congee. Overhearing this, Gu Cheng thought excitedly. Oh? Just congee? He then quickly swung open the door to the dining hall and shouted, Everyone, please be patient. the chef has announced that he'll be making plain congee for all of us today. The crowd reacted with annoyed surprise. What? Weren't we told there would be 8 dishes and 3 soups? With meat? Why is it plain congee? If I had known it was just plain congee, I would have rather had instant noodles. Seeing the crowd's angry uproar, Gu Cheng's 2 lackeys chimed in as well. He's an ability user that Sister Yue worked so hard to recruit. Of course he's going to save all the good ingredients for himself. You should be grateful you're even getting plain congee. If you all keep demanding more, be careful, or he might get angry and just leave for another base. This made the crowd even more furious. I knew it. Why would an ability user work as a chef? Turns out it's so he can hoard all the good food for himself. Everyone is equal in our base. What gives him the right to special privileges and to embezzle everyone's rations? We can't afford to have someone like him here. He should just go somewhere else. Hearing the crowd mocking Gao Xiaoliang, Xiaobai fumed and gritted her teeth. Seeing this, Gao Xiaoliang calmly thought to himself, this kid is really good at stirring up hatred. Gu Cheng thought smugly. He's barely been here, and he's already causing an uproar. Let's see how you're going to stay now. Seeing the situation spiraling out of control, Gu Yue shouted an explanation. Everyone, listen to me. Today's situation is my fault. I ran into trouble on the road and couldn't bring. I promise everyone that I will find enough ingredients very soon. Next time, I definitely won't let you down. Hearing this, the crowd's tone softened, and they reassured her. Yue, how could we possibly blame you for this? Finding supplies is already difficult. The most important thing is that you returned safely. Without Sister Yue, our base wouldn't exist today. Anyone who dares to complain is just an ungrateful wretch, especially compared to those barely surviving outside. If we could have plain congee to eat every day, that would be an incredible blessing. What more could we possibly be unhappy about? Hearing this, Gu Yue called out happily, thank you all for your understanding. Seeing how Gu Yue had turned the situation around with just a few words, Yin Hong sneered. All Gu Yue had to do was speak, and the whole group's attitude changed immediately. It seems she holds a very high position in everyone's hearts. Hearing this, Gu Cheng thought with annoyance, that woman actually took the fall for him. Damn it. Yin Hong was sinister. He glanced at Gu Cheng and gave a malicious smile. Ah, one of the guests said, looking inside. You must be Chef Gao, right? This old lady's teeth aren't what they used to be, so she loves plain porridge the most. The others chimed in agreement. We didn't know what was going on earlier and said some harsh things. Please don't take it to heart. As it happens, I have a few packets of pickled vegetables at home I can bring out for everyone to eat with it. Gao Xiaoliang rubbed his chin, thinking to himself that for a woman so young to be so well liked, she would surely become a formidable figure in the future. His face suddenly turned pale. With the scale of this base, plus her leadership, it should have developed very well. But why, in his previous 9 lives, did he have no impression of this person at all? A young woman, one of Sister Yue's followers, shouted, what happened today wasn't Chef Gao's fault at all, and it certainly wasn't Sister Yue's fault. If someone hadn't ruined the pork in the warehouse, we wouldn't be stuck eating plain porridge. Hearing this, the crowd grew uneasy and began to protest. What? Are you talking about that wild boar? We all worked so hard to catch that thing. Who did this? Hearing the crowd's reaction, the other follower pointed towards Yin Hong and said, well, you'll have to ask this young lady here. She said the pork was dirty and refused to eat it, so she had it thrown away. Yin Hong shot her a nasty glare. Humph. Hearing that, the crowd erupted in indignation. Aren't you that girl Gu Cheng brought back? Why are you wasting our food? Seeing Yin Hong under attack, Gu Cheng immediately stepped forward to defend her. Hong didn't do it on purpose. She's eaten nothing but the finest food since she was a child. She's never seen stuff like this. It's normal for her not to be used to it. His 2 henchmen also chimed in to support him. That's right. Don't you women be so petty. Gu Yue's follower retorted angrily. Fine. We're petty, and you're all so generous. According to the rules, wasting food means a corresponding deduction in rations. Since you're all so generous, just deduct it from your portions. Hearing this, the 2 men stammered. Seeing the situation turning against her, Yin Hong's eyes filled with tears as she played the victim. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to waste the food. I just didn't want to harm anyone. Gu Yue heard this and asked suspiciously, what do you mean by that? Then, the group brought out a large piece of meat. Seeing it, the crowd gasped, it's the wild boar meat. Gu Yue saw this and angrily questioned Gu Cheng. Gu Cheng, didn't you say this meat had been thrown away? Gu Cheng, bewildered by the situation, turned to Yin Hong and whispered, Hong, what's going on? Seeing this, Gu Yue's 2 followers joined in, demanding an explanation. Oh, so it turns out someone else was trying to hoard it all for themselves. acting like a noble lady in public, but sneaking around and stealing behind everyone's backs. Some people want to look classy while playing dirty. Seeing that their words were getting harsher, Gu Cheng stepped forward to shield her. You, stop talking nonsense. Weren't you all just crying about this meat a minute ago? Now that you've found it, we can just give it back to you, can't we? Suddenly, Yin Hong let out a terrified scream. No, this meat is infected with a virus. The crowd heard this and asked in alarm. What? A virus? Are you talking about the zombie virus? Yin Hong covered her nose with both hands and sobbed. This meat is a dark black color, and it has a very strange smell. It's a smell I'm very familiar with. It's the stench of a zombie. Yin Hong covered her mouth and pointed at the meat. The color of this meat has turned black, and it has a bizarre smell. I'm very familiar with this stench. It's the smell of a zombie. She then continued, insisting, I was just afraid someone might not know and eat it by mistake, so I told Cheng Nan and Cheng Bei to take it away. I was going to find a place to burn it. Hearing this, the crowd started whispering amongst themselves. Is it true? Looking at the color, it's definitely not fresh meat. But that doesn't prove it's the zombie virus. Maybe it just went bad from being stored improperly? Seeing everyone's doubts, Old Mo spoke up to defend himself. It's got nothing to do with me. The meat was already like that when the chef gave it to me. Yin Hong, maintaining her panicked expression, said, if it was just improper storage, it should be covered in mold. But the surface of this meat is smooth and dry, with no signs of rot. The crowd became suspicious after hearing that. The skin is all shriveled. It looks a lot like zombie skin. Could that wild boar have been a mutant? Cheng Nan and Cheng Bei immediately chimed in. It's a good thing Hong Hong discovered this in time. If we had actually cooked this for everyone today, then the entire base would have been infected. The crowd, hearing this, excitedly agreed. She's truly our great benefactor. That's terrifying. So dangerous. Young lady, we really have to thank you. Hearing this, Yin Hong blushed and spoke up. There's no need to thank me. As long as everyone is safe, that's all that matters. Seeing that the crowd was now on their side, Gu Cheng turned to Gu Yue. All right, the truth is clear now. Sister, I think you owe Hong Hong and everyone else an apology. Gu Yue exploded in fury. Apologize? Are you saying it's my fault for not checking carefully? So you brought the virus back here? Hearing this, Gu Cheng replied irritably. Isn't it obvious? I can't believe we raised a snake in our own nest. Now you're snapping back at me. I get it. You love being acknowledged by others. You enjoy the feeling of being worshipped, but you can't just risk everyone's lives to show off. Feeling it was unfair, Gu Yue's two sisters spoke up. Cheng, how could you say something like that? Only Sister Yue would never be that kind of person. Seeing her younger brother acting so insolently, Gu Yue spoke up to clear her name. Gu Cheng, you're my brother. You know exactly what kind of person I am. Do you really think I would do something like that? Hearing this, Gu Cheng brooded in thought. Suddenly, Yin Hong spoke up to comfort him. Ah, Cheng, just forget it. I don't think Miss Gu Yue did it on purpose. Finding food is already a struggle, so a momentary mistake is hard to avoid. Hearing this, Gu Cheng replied gently, Hong Hong, it's because you're too kind-hearted that people are always taking advantage of you. Gu Yue's two sisters heard this and protested on Gu Yue's behalf. What is she trying to say? Isn't she just indirectly admitting it for Sister Yue? Hearing Gu Cheng's group, everyone else began to whisper among themselves. This made the girl accompanying Gu Yue anxious. Oh no, it looks like everyone is starting to believe them. Everyone then spoke softly with words of gratitude. It's a good thing no one ate that meat. We're lucky we found out in time. Hurry and destroy it before the virus can spread. Suddenly, Gao Xiaoliang walked toward the pile of meat, bent down, and sniffed it, making everyone jump. What are you doing? Then, to everyone's shock, Gao Xiaoliang excitedly picked up a piece of the meat. Put that down! That meat is infected with the virus. Suddenly, Gao Xiaoliang put a piece of meat into his mouth and began to chew and swallow it vigorously. This is the taste. Everyone watched, stunned, but Gao Xiaoliang calmly said, Isn't there perfectly good food right here? Gao Xiaoliang called out eagerly, Xiao Bai, take that meat over there. Xiao Bai immediately obeyed, picked up the container of meat, and headed straight for the kitchen. In the kitchen, the wok was still blazing on the hot stove. Gao Xiaoliang said enthusiastically, Good thing I already started steaming the rice. The timing is perfect. Gao Xiaoliang skillfully twirled his knife, slicing the meat with swift movements, and then cooked up a fantastic bowl of meat over rice. Seeing this, Gu Cheng's group angrily cursed at him. What are you so calm about? You know this meat is infected, and you're still planning to feed it to everyone? This guy is obviously not a good person. Is he trying to kill us all? Hearing this, everyone else craned their necks to see, asking one after another, Chef Gao, You're not joking, are you? I don't want to turn into a zombie. Hearing this, Gao Xiaoliang calmly replied, Who said you can't eat the meat of a mutated creature? As long as it's handled properly and you remove the infected parts, not only is it edible, it's a rare delicacy. Besides, this meat isn't from a mutated pig in the first place. Everyone was surprised. It's not? Gu Yue was also taken aback and asked again. Are you sure? Gao Xiaoliang replied firmly. Of course. After hearing that, Yin Hong said unhappily, Chef Gao, even if you want to protect Miss Gu Yue, you can't gamble with everyone's lives. Seeing this, Cheng Nan and Cheng Bei also went into a frenzy, trying to place the blame. Everyone, don't believe a word he says. If it's not a mutated pig, then why has the meat turned black and why does it smell? It's clearly infected with the virus. Hearing this, Gao Xiaoliang calmly explained, How ignorant. This is wind-dried, cured meat. Everyone was stunned. Wind-dried, cured meat? Gao Xiaoliang continued to explain, If I'm not mistaken, the previous chef was a man, right? Gu Yue was surprised. How did you know? Gu Yue's younger sister realized what was going on and spoke up. That's right, the chef. He had a southern accent. Everyone was stunned to hear this. He told me he was from Guishan and came here to work. Gao Xiaoliang picked up a piece of meat and explained softly. This type of wind-dried cured meat is a specialty from the Guishan region in the south. His hand gently touched the meat as he continued. The air there is humid, so food spoils easily. To preserve meat, the locals cut large pieces into smaller ones. They sprinkle it with salt, soy sauce, and sugar, then hang it to dry in a cool, ventilated place. Images of meat hanging to dry appeared through his explanation, until the outside turns black. This method preserves it and locks in the moisture, so it won't spoil even after several months. Gao Xiaoliang held a piece of meat towards everyone, affirming that the foul smell was because a protective film forms on the outside after it's been air-cured. It smells unpleasant, but as soon as it's heated, a magical effect occurs, restoring its unique flavor. Gao Xiaoliang excitedly continued cooking, explaining, Because the meat has already been marinated, the cooking method is very simple. An image of the rice topped with a piece of glistening, golden brown meat appeared. You just need to use the steam from the rice to cook it through. Let the oil and flavor from the meat seep into the rice, and sprinkle some scallions on top before taking it off the heat. And just like that, a fragrant pan of clay pot rice was ready. Everyone stared at the dish, completely dumbfounded. My mouth is watering. The meat has turned a beautiful pink, and it looks so appetizing. It smells amazing. Seeing everyone ignore his earlier words, Gu Cheng started to panic. Everyone, don't listen to him. So what if that chef was from the south? He's dead now. So who can prove this is actually jerky? Yin Hong felt indignant hearing this. Thao Mai spoke up. Sister Gu Ye, we've already forgiven you. Why did you have to get Chef Gao Da to tell such lies, just making things worse? The meat in Gao Xiaoliang's hands even made Xiaobai drool with desire. Was it jerky, or was it infected meat? Before she could react, Gao Xiaoliang quickly shoved a spoonful of rice into Yin Hong's mouth. You'll know after one bite. Seeing Gao Xiaoliang do that to the girl he secretly adored, Gu Cheng cried out in alarm, Hong Hong! Yin Hong trembled, her mouth full of rice. Her eyes welled up with tears as she chewed, fully intending to spit it out. Gao Xiaoliang waved his hand excitedly. Customer, you can't waste good food. Seeing that Yin Hong was about to spit it out, Xiaobai rushed over like the wind and clamped his hands on her cheeks, refusing to let go. But as her saliva mingled with the succulent meat, Yin Hong was taken by surprise. The meat was firm and chewy, and she could feel every single fiber. Coarse grains of salt rubbed intensely against the soft flesh inside her mouth, a strange mix of pain and wonderful pleasure. The soft, tender rice, soaked in the rich meat juices, acted like a lubricant, creating a constant flow of friction and collision that exploded with flavor in her mouth. It was all due to the food's ultimate deliciousness. An image of Yin Hong riding a giant, rampaging wild boar flashed through her mind. The sensation was as exhilarating as a climax, like she was fleeing through a primeval forest. It was just too wild. After swallowing, she collapsed to her knees, exhausted. Seeing his beloved girl fall to her knees, Gu Cheng asked worriedly, Hong Hong, are you okay? Cheng Nan and Cheng Bei also chimed in, asking, Are you feeling really sick? You have to stay conscious. Yin Hong blushed and replied, This damn piece of meat is ridiculously delicious. Seeing her expression, Gao Xiaoliang let out an amused chuckle. Ha ha. The crowd, witnessing her reaction, began to whisper, Her complexion looks much better than before. Aside from her face being a little flushed, she seems perfectly fine. That's not what zombie transformation looks like. An old woman from the crowd approached Gu Yue to speak. A Yue. This old woman was a bit confused just now. I almost believed this meat was tainted. Please, child, don't take it to heart. Gu Yue wasn't one to hold a grudge. She replied, Grandma, please don't say that. It's good that we've cleared up the misunderstanding. Hearing this, the others chimed in. I told you, only Sister Yue would never bring back something dangerous. My brother was injured while catching the boar. If it was really infected, he would have turned a long time ago. Gao Xiaoliang turned to the crowd. So, if there are no problems, everyone can eat now, right? Then, he returned to the kitchen to continue cooking. Of course, if you like it, don't forget to give me a 5-star review. Everyone picked up their plates, still hesitating before taking a bite. Suddenly, one person yelled out, This is amazing. With just one bite, the savory flavor of the meat explodes in my mouth. It's a true feast for the taste buds. Then, one after another, people cried out emotionally. This rice is so soft and fragrant, and the meat sauce seasons it perfectly. It's so delicious. Every single bite is pure satisfaction. It just goes to show, people really need to eat meat. Gu Yue's short-haired friend spoke with contempt. Some rich young miss you are, not even knowing what jerky is. Is your father a fake tycoon or something? Hearing that, others joined in. She's clueless, but loves to put on airs. What kind of person is she? So young and yet so reckless with her words. If it weren't for Chef Gao Da, Sister Yue would have been framed. Gu Yue's friend, with the ponytail, turned to them. You're the ones who should apologize. At that, the crowd started chanting. Gu Cheng and your group, apologize now. Apologize, 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 apologize. Yin Hong looked up in surprise to see Gu Yue and Gao Xiaoliang standing proudly before the crowd, looking down on them. It made her feel utterly humiliated. Like any other main character, tears welled up in her eyes as she ran off. You're all horrible. Yin Hong covered her face and ran away, sobbing. Sob, sob. Seeing her run away, Gu Cheng called out worriedly. Hong Hong. He then turned on Gao Xiaoliang, pointing accusingly. You damn bastard. You did something to the meat, didn't you? Gao Xiaoliang simply waved his hand dismissively. I'm just the cook. Taking the blame isn't part of my job description. Hearing this, Gu Cheng's blood boiled and he roared. Cut the crap. I'm challenging you to a one-on-one duel. No one interferes, especially you. Xiaobai let out a confused grunt. Humph. Gao Xiaoliang glanced at him and thought, is he just afraid Xiaobai will bully the weaker one? What a coward. Just then, a system notification rang out at the perfect time. Ding. Congratulations, host, for obtaining a rare ingredient. New skill reward. Culinary mage. Seeing the notification, what? But then Gao Xiaoliang rubbed his chin, pondering, but what the heck is a culinary massage? Suddenly, Cheng Nan and Cheng Bei grabbed both of his hands. The two of them sneered. What ability user? I think you're just putting on a show. Can you really just hide behind a woman? Without her help, let's see what you've got. Gu Cheng, get him. Seeing their despicable tactics, Gao Xiaoliang yelled in confusion. What the hell? We already agreed there'd be no help. This punk has no honor. Gu Cheng charged forward at that moment. Why would I need honor to deal with a fraud like you? He grabbed a knife, pointed it straight at Gao Xiaoliang, and yelled, Idiot, go to hell. Seeing this, Gu Yue shouted to stop him. Gu Cheng, stop. The two sisters also cried out a warning. Chef Cao, be careful. Xiaobai also got into position, ready to charge. Suddenly, Cao Xiaoliang turned around and instructed, Xiaobai, don't move. Hearing this, Xiaobai froze in place. Gao Xiaoliang leaped up arrogantly and said, Since you've served yourselves up on a platter, don't blame me for being impolite. Perfect time to test out my new skill. Cao Xiaoliang jumped, breaking free from the two lackeys' grasp, and at the same time, kicked Gu Cheng's knife away. Cao Xiaoliang then landed from above. Culinary massage. He struck powerful blows to the vital points on Gu Cheng's body, causing him immense pain before Gao Xiaoliang sent him flying with a kick. Gu Cheng was still boasting, Damn it, you dare. Then suddenly, his body trembled and he began to collapse. How can this be? My body won't listen. My arms, my legs, they're all paralyzed. Realizing things were bad, Gu Cheng lay on the ground, crying out in pain. Sis, save me. Hearing this, Gu Yue couldn't bear it and rushed over. Gu Cheng, what's wrong with you? Why were you so reckless? Hearing this, Gu Cheng pretended to be innocent and begged for help. Sis, I can't feel my whole body. Am I going to die? Hearing that, Gu Yue replied grimly. You're not going to die. It's just that your body suffered a strong impact, causing temporary muscle paralysis. You should probably recover after a while. Cao Xiaoliang saw all of this and seemed to understand. When preparing meat, chefs often use a tenderizing hammer to pound it first. This makes the muscles and nerves completely tense up. Meat treated this way becomes more tender and absorbs seasoning better. It's often called a culinary massage, so that's what culinary massage means. Cheng Nun and Cheng Bei cried out in alarm. So this guy is actually that strong? He's even scarier than that woman. Seeing their fear, Gao Xiaoliang taunted them. You're next. Hearing this, the two of them turned tail and ran for their lives. We were wrong. Please spare us. Seeing that her brother was not doing well, Gu Yue stood up to mediate. What happened today was Gu Cheng's fault. I apologize to you on his behalf. Could you do me a favor and let this go? Hearing this, Cao Xiaoliang decided not to pursue it. It's fine, as long as he doesn't mess with me again. Then, some people came in with a stretcher and carried Gu Cheng away. Lying on the stretcher, Gu Cheng thought viciously. You, surnamed Cao. Just you wait. I will absolutely not let you get away with this. While everyone was eating, Cao Xiaoliang stood on the other side, thoughtfully looking at a tablet. Good review, good review, good review, good review. Seeing the progress bar increasing, Cao Xiaoliang's eyes lit up. This is great. I can get 30 good reviews from one meal. If I keep this up, I should be able to complete the mission quickly. Suddenly, the progress bar stopped, leaving Cao Xiaoliang stunned. What's going on? Why did the progress bar suddenly shrink? Seeing Cao Xiaoliang's soul about to leave his body, the system hurriedly appeared. Host, don't panic. Let me go check. The system said, confidently. Found it. Someone gave you a 0-point review. According to the system's regulations, if the host receives a bad review, half of that day's good reviews will be deducted. If you accumulate 3 bad reviews, the system will issue a penalty, and your score will be reset to 0. Hearing this, Cao Xiaoliang shouted, What? Then Gao Xiaoliang gritted his teeth and thought, what a vicious rule. Does that mean if someone intentionally gives bad reviews, I'll never be able to complete the mission? Cao Xiaoliang tore at his hair, yelling, Who on earth was it? At that moment, in a small room, Yin Hong was gritting her teeth and furiously tapping on a screen. Bad review, bad review, bad review, bad review, bad review. She trembled as she spoke. In all my life, I'm the only one who gets to play with men. No one has ever dared to play me. Yin Hong shivered, thinking about the exhilarating sensation of tasting that piece of meat. Just thinking about it now, my body can't help but tremble and go weak. She angrily threw the pen in her hand. It's too disgusting. Suddenly, from where the pen landed, Cheng Nun and Cheng Bei, like two mesmerized dogs, slowly crawled towards Yin Hong. Master, master, master. We love our master so much, we want to be doted on. When Yin Hong saw the two of them, she seemed to get an idea and turned towards them gracefully. I, your master, only like obedient little dogs. Only by working diligently can you receive my affection. Then, a sound wave emitted from her eyes, enchanting them, making Cheng Nan and Cheng Bei fall deeper under her spell. Seeing that the two of them had fallen for her trick, she offered them her foot to lick. She leaned back in her chair like a victor and said sinisterly, Humph. Men are just animals who think with their lower bodies, and that Gao Xiaoliang is no exception. She shrewdly crushed the piece of paper, saying proudly, How dare you ruin my plans? I will make you pay a heavy price. The scene changes to Gao Xiaoliang, who is enthusiastically fishing by the lake. A bite. Seeing the size of the fish, Gao Xiaoliang exclaimed excitedly, Whoa, what a huge fish. Should I grill it or steam it? But suddenly, the fish spat out the bait, revealing its sharp fangs, and then flew like a bird, chasing after Gao Xiaoliang. It was a mutated fish. Gao Xiaoliang panicked, screaming as he ran, This damn apocalypse won't even let a guy live. You can mutate all you want, but why are you crossing species? Gao Xiaoliang rushed to the car, intending to open the door and jump in, but he suddenly realized it wouldn't open. Panicked, Gao Xiaoliang banged on the door, shouting, Xiao Bai, open up. But then, the system suddenly announced, making Gao Xiaoliang's face turn pale. Host has received 3 bad reviews. Points have been reset to 0. Host qualification revoked. Penalty. Elimination. Gao Xiaoliang panicked, facing danger while being locked outside. Host has received 3 negative reviews. Points have been cleared. Host qualification has been revoked. Penalty. Termination. Standing outside, Gao Xiaoliang pointed to a bright spot in the sky and yelled, Hey, this is totally unfair. Suddenly, the fish lunged at him, biting him hard in a sensitive spot. Urgh! It used its tail to slap Gao Xiaoliang's face repeatedly. Oof! Ow! Ah! Gao Xiaoliang, his face pale with pain, collapsed on the ground. It hurts so much. I can't breathe. But when he passed out and woke up again, Gao Xiaoliang's eyes shot open in shock. Was it a dream? Phew, what a relief. At that moment, Xiao Bai was lying on top of Gao Xiaoliang, sleeping soundly. Zzz. Seeing her, Gao Xiaoliang angrily stood up and yelled, Xiao Bai, why are you here again? Xiao Bai sleepily rubbed her eyes, while Gao Xiaoliang continued to yell at the top of his lungs. How many times have I told you? Your bed is downstairs. If you make me have dreams like that again, I'm taking away all your Hearing a commotion outside, Gao Xiaoliang asked wearily, Who is it now? Don't they need sleep this early in the morning? Gao Xiaoliang opened the sunroof of his vehicle and looked out to see everyone bustling about, preparing for something. Not understanding what was going on, Gao Xiaoliang put on a shirt and went out with Xiao Bai to greet them. Good morning. Hearing this, the two girls happily greeted him back. Good morning, Chef Gao. Did you sleep well last night? Noticing the dark circles under Gao Xiaoliang's eyes, Gu Yue asked with concern. You have such dark circles under your eyes. Didn't you sleep well last night? Hearing this, Gao Xiaoliang's face paled as he thought, I had nightmares all night. It'd be weird if I didn't have dark circles. Seeing everyone so busy, Gao Xiaoliang turned and asked, Are you all planning to go out? Gu Yue then explained, Yun Hong said her father stockpiled a lot of supplies at the foot of Mount Wanda. There are daily necessities, food, and even weapons. We're getting ready to drive over and get them, Yun Hong added demurely. In this apocalypse, these supplies are more precious than life itself. Gu Cheng looked proudly at Yun Hong and said, Hong Hong, you're willing to share all of this with everyone. You're so kind. Yun Hong spoke with an air of deep remorse as she slowly stepped down from the vehicle. When the apocalypse first started, my father stockpiled quite a few supplies in various places. It's a pity he never got to use them in the end. Yesterday, my mistake nearly cost the base its important food source. So I want to use these supplies as compensation to atone for my error. Like two loyal dogs, Cheng Nan and Cheng Bei spoke up for Yun Hong. Hong Hong. Why would you say that? It clearly wasn't your fault. That's right, you didn't do it on purpose. Besides, cigarettes from the north are rare, so how could anyone else have noticed? Two of Sister Yue's younger group members said indignantly, She hasn't even shed a tear, and they're already feeling sorry for her. A leopard never changes its spots. Gao Xiaoliang was surprised after hearing everything. Mount Wanda. As far as I know, that place used to be a resort for tourists. They opened quite a few convenience stores at the foot of the mountain. Survivors must have searched the area more than once. If there really were any supplies, they would have been found long ago. Hearing this, Cheng Nan and Cheng Bei retorted indignantly. What are you trying to say? You don't trust Hong Hong? Gu Cheng, annoyed, chimed in as well. What on earth did Hong Hong do wrong to be treated like this by you? Why are you bullying a girl like that? Are you even a man? Gao Xiaoliang didn't get angry, but replied with cool sarcasm. Oh, such a strong voice. Looks like you've all recovered quite well. Do you need me to help you guys with a relaxing massage? Hearing this, Gu Cheng wanted to rush forward and beat Gao Xiaoliang up. You bastard! Seeing that the situation was about to get out of hand, Yun Hong stepped forward. Chef Gao, I know you have a misunderstanding about me. If you're not at ease, you can come with us. Gao Xiaoliang pondered this for a moment, then turned to Gu Yue and asked, Do you really believe her? After listening, Gu Yue also shared her thoughts. They couldn't live on that smoked meat forever. People in the base were already starting to show symptoms of sodium deficiency. If they couldn't find any more seasoning, the adults might be okay, but the elderly and children wouldn't be able to handle it. So, whether she's telling the truth or not, as long as there's a chance, I have to try. Gao Xiaoliang heard this. He rubbed his temples. What a fool. Gao Xiaoliang looked up at Gu Yue and said seriously, Well, it's not time to eat yet anyway. I'll go with you. Seeing that the fish had taken the bait, Yin Hong put on a fake, sweet smile. That's right. There's a lot of stuff there. We definitely can't carry it all in one trip. Chef Gao is an expert. So with him there, we can select the necessary ingredients. She spoke with a cheerful smile. But in her heart, she thought sinisterly, he really is an idiot. So easy to fool. The two girls with Sister Yue heard this and said firmly, Sister Yue, we'll go with you too. Today is a full moon. And the full moon is when the zombies are most active. It's a little safer with more people. Gu Yue was touched by everyone's concern and replied happily, You don't have to. I'll try to be back before dark. Remember to lock the door tight, and don't let anyone in before we get back. Hearing this, the two girls cried out in disappointment. But seeing Gu Yue looking a bit lonely, Gao Xiaoliang put a hand on her shoulder and said cheekily, Don't worry, you girls stay here and take care of Grandma and everyone else. The two girls felt reassured and said, With Chef Gao here, we can rest easy. Gu Yue heard this and waved her hands shyly. What are you talking about? Don't forget who was bowing their head in front of me, begging for forgiveness before. Gao Xiaoliang replied calmly, I had no choice. If I had lifted my head then, I would have seen something I shouldn't have. When the other two girls heard this, their eyes widened as they asked, Oh my gosh, what shouldn't you have seen? Despite Gu Yue's blushing face, Gao Xiaoliang continued calmly. It was Gu Yue who panicked and covered Gao Xiaoliang's mouth, yelling, Shut your mouth. The two girls got even more excited. Oh my gosh. What was it? We're so curious. It seems like you two have a secret, don't you? Gu Yue was grabbing Gao Xiaoliang by the collar, practically lifting him to his death. Don't shake me anymore. You're gonna kill me. Seeing them having fun, Yin Hong stood to the side, thinking sinisterly, Let's see how long you can all be happy. The two vehicles of Gu Yue's group sped along the mountainside, while below them, a horde of zombies was devouring human flesh. Looking down from above, Gao Xiaoliang thought, The activity of the zombies follows a cyclical pattern. Every time there's a full moon, they become extremely agitated. Today is the 15th, so as expected, there are quite a few zombies around here. How strange. Xiaobai doesn't seem to be affected at all. Suddenly, Xiaobai pointed outside. Ah, it seems he spotted something. Gao Xiaoliang panicked and slammed on the brakes. Seeing this, Gu Yu, who was behind him, called out, What happened? Why did you stop so suddenly? Gao Xiaoliang got out of the car, looked at the crack in the road ahead, and said, The road's been washed out by the rain. Looks like we can only park the cars here. Seeing everyone awkwardly trying to find a path, Yin Hong pointed towards the forest and said, We're not far from our destination from here. It's only a half-hour walk. Hearing this, Gu Yue turned around and gave an order, Grab your weapons. Remember, don't make a sound. Be careful not to attract the zombies' attention. As everyone cautiously stepped into the forest, a small bee suddenly landed on Yin Hong's cheek. With her princess-like personality, she screamed, Ah! Realizing her scream could attract zombies, Gu Yue whispered angrily, What are you doing? Are you trying to bring the zombies here? Gu Yue angrily swatted the bee away, but the princess kept on screaming. The bee was swatted away by Gu Yue. She turned to look at Gao Xiaoliang and said, Wasn't it just a honeybee? What's there to be afraid of? The three wimpy guys turned pale. Seeing how unmanly they were, Gu Cheng went to hug Yin Hong. Yin Hong ran towards Gu Cheng, looking aggrieved as she said, I'm sorry, I was just so scared. Gu Cheng hugged Yin Hong and spoke for her, Sis, don't blame Hong Hong. What girl isn't afraid of that? Hearing her brother's unreasonable words, Gu Yue asked irritably, I'm a girl too. Why aren't I scared? Cheng Nan and Cheng Bei, as if they were brain dead, retorted, Sister Yue, you're different. You're more aggressive than a man. So of course you're not scared. Seeing the terrified Yin Hong, Gu Cheng turned to reassure her. You guys don't know, but my sister looked just like a boy with a buzz cut and shorts when she was little. Everyone thought she was a boy. One time she went into the girls' bathroom, and all the girls inside were scared to tears. Gu Yue turned red with embarrassment. Suddenly, someone sprayed insect repellent towards them. Hey, what's that? Hearing them ask, Gao Xiaoliang answered plainly, It's insect repellent. There are a lot of mosquitoes in the mountains this season, so I brought a bottle. Gao Xiaoliang mischievously aimed the insect repellent spray at the other two guys. This stuff works great. It not only repels insects, but it can also cure a foul mouth. You guys should spray some too. Seeing this, they ran away in fear. Run. It stinks. Oh, I'm dying. Seeing this, Gu Yue couldn't help but smile happily to herself. Suddenly, Gao Xiaoliang felt that something was wrong, like something was missing. He looked around and asked, Where's Xiaobai? All of a sudden, Xiaobai leaped down from a tree, holding a massive beehive. When she saw it, Gu Yue was stunned. Everyone else panicked and cried out, A beehive! Xiaobai held the beehive, smiling happily. Heh. Seeing it, Xiaobai's eyes lit up like stars, and her mouth started watering. Ha ha. Look at Xiaobai's face. The other four were horrified. What is she trying to do? She isn't actually planning to eat that thing, is she? Ignoring everything, Xiaobai opened her mouth wide, causing everyone to turn pale and scream, Stop her, quick! Seeing this, Cao Xiaoliang also shouted, Xiaobai, stop. Xiaobai took a huge bite, making the whole group scream, Ah! Everyone stood doubtfully in front of the tunnel. Gu Yue asked, Are you saying this is the place? Hearing this, Yin Hong replied with certainty, That's right. This tunnel collapsed halfway through construction, and has been abandoned for many years. Dad always said the more dangerous a place is, the safer it is. No one would dare enter a place like this, let alone think there would be supplies inside. Yin Hong said this while painfully rubbing her cheek. Ow, that hurts. Cheng Nan and Cheng Bei's eyes were red from the bee stings. They looked over at Xiao Bai, who still had honey on her mouth. It's all her fault. If we weren't so sure we couldn't beat her, I'd really love to tear her apart. Gu Yue held her gun and ordered, "Let's go in." Suddenly, Gao Xiaoliang spoke up, stopping them. "Wait a minute." Seeing Gao Xiaoliang getting in the way, Gu Cheng said with annoyance, "What are you trying to pull now?" Seeing how unprofessional they were, Cao Xiaoliang calmly explained, "It's pitch black in there. We don't know what kind of situation we'll face. It's too risky to just walk in like that." Cao Xiaoliang threw a flare inside to check things out, when suddenly a noise came from within. Seeing that, he warned, "Be careful, something's coming out." Hearing this, everyone became vigilant. Suddenly, a swarm of moths flew out from inside. They were moths. When Xiao Bai saw them, she ran away in fear. She dove right into the bushes. Seeing Xiao Bai act like this, Cao Xiaoliang was also bewildered. They're just moths. What's so scary about them? He went over and tried to pull Xiao Bai out. "Come on out." But Xiao Bai resisted, clinging tightly to a tree trunk. Ning. Seeing the strongest person among them now hugging a tree in fear, Yin Hong thought smugly, although this girl isn't right in the head, she's a great fighter. But if we leave her behind, there'll only be 2 of them left, which will make them much easier to deal with. Seeing this, she spoke up to stop him. "Xiao Bai is terrified. It must be trauma from the bees just now. We probably shouldn't try to force her to go in." Gu Yue looked up at the sky to check the time, thinking it was getting late. Gu Yue turned and said, "We can't delay any longer. Otherwise the zombies will become even more frenzied at night." At that moment, Xiao Bai was still trembling in fear. Whimpering. Hearing that, Cao Xiaoliang had no choice but to say, "All right then, just don't run off. Wait here for us to come back out." Xiao Bai curled up, shivering. Whimpering. Cao Xiaoliang held a flashlight and slowly walked inside, thinking as he went, "I didn't realize it was so deep in here." Gu Yue turned back and asked impatiently, "How much longer until we get to where the supplies are hidden?" Yin Hong heard her and replied, "Not much further. We'll be there any second." Suddenly, Cao Xiaoliang noticed something, and he shouted a warning. "There's someone over there." Hearing this, Gu Cheng immediately pointed his gun forward and said, "Who is it? A zombie?" From the flickering light, He Jian and his cronies appeared. "Ha ha ha, what a coincidence. We meet again, beautiful Miss Gu." Gu Yue, holding her gun, shouted in disbelief, "He Jian, what are you doing here?" Suddenly from behind, one of Gu Cheng's underlings smashed the butt of his gun hard into Gu Yue's head. "Ah!" One of them forcefully snatched her gun and rushed to restrain Gu Yue. "Cheng Nan, Cheng Bei, what are you 2 doing?" As Cao Xiaoliang turned to look, someone shouted, "Don't move!" A man pointed a gun at Gu Yue's head. This made her think helplessly. Damn it, they actually launched a sneak attack. Seeing the person she hated being restrained, Yin Hong crossed her arms and sneered with amusement. "Great Chef Cao. Even though you have special abilities, our dear Yue is just an ordinary person. If you don't want her to get hurt, you'd better not make any sudden moves." Seeing her trusted companions pointing guns at her, Gu Yue was horrified. Gu Cheng just watched everything unfold before his eyes. Cao Xiaoliang thought, "It's this woman again. You'd better let her go, or else." Suddenly, a large cage fell from above, swallowing Cao Xiaoliang inside. Gu Cheng said smugly, "Or else what? This cage is rigged with powerful explosives. All I have to do is press this button, and it'll blow. If bullets can't kill you, I refuse to believe explosives can't either." He Jian walked towards Gu Cheng. He eagerly praised him. "You were the one who hit me with that car last time, right? I never expected you to fall into my hands so quickly. Well done. You're exactly the kind of partner I was looking for." Hearing this, Gu Cheng, still smitten, turned towards Yin Hong to thank her. "Thanks for the great idea, Hong Hong." Inside the cage, Gao Xiaoliang thought with a dark expression, "System. This system really has a major flaw. The invisibility function isn't portable. Otherwise, I would have just pressed a button and transformed by now." The image of escaping and beating Gu Cheng to a pulp flashed through Gao Xiaoliang's mind. But often, a dream is just that, a dream. Cao Xiaoliang screamed in his head, "Damn it!" Unwilling to believe the truth before her, Gu Yue roared out a question. "Gu Cheng, are you insane? How could you listen to this bastard?" Hearing this, Gu Cheng couldn't take it anymore and screamed back, "I'm not insane. I've just had enough." Gu Yue was stunned. "What did you say?" His eyes red with fury, Gu Cheng poured out his inner feelings. When we were kids at the orphanage, you always fought with the other children to keep us from being bullied. Even though you gave me the food you fought for, they all called you Big Sis while mocking me as your useless sidekick. Even after the apocalypse started, everyone at the base only listened to you. No one ever gave me a second glance. Do you have any idea how much I hate you? I was supposed to be the one with the powers, the one everyone should respect and admire. But as long as you're here, I'll forever be stuck in your shadow. Gu Yue's eyes filled with tears as she stammered, Gu Cheng, how could you? We've been orphans since we were kids. I always considered you the most important family I had. I just wanted to protect you, to keep you from getting hurt. I never imagined you hated me so much. Witnessing this scene, Gao Xiaoliang said with disgust, talk about an ungrateful snake. He's been leeching off his sister all this time, and he still has the gall to resent her. Feeling ridiculed, Gu Cheng roared, shut your mouth, you bastard. I despise you. A stinking cook like you dares to defy me? Hearing this, Gao Xiaoliang sneered. This guy's got some serious issues. Gu Cheng said grimly, you were willing to go out and find other ability users, but you wouldn't wait for me to awaken. Seeing that everything was going according to plan, Yin Hong let out a scornful laugh. Ha ha. Without a shred of mercy, Gu Cheng aimed the gun directly at his sister and said with disgust, you're not worthy of being my sister. Seeing a brother betray his own sister and a leader being held captive by her own subordinate, He Jian exclaimed gleefully, her failure to see your potential is her loss. But I'll stand by you. Once we get back, you'll easily take over the steel mill and become the real boss. With my men and our weapons, plus the help of a powerful user like you, we'll form an unbeatable alliance. We'll surely build the strongest base in the apocalypse. Hearing this, Gu Cheng thanked him enthusiastically. Thank you, Brother Jian. Hearing this, Gu Yue cried out in alarm. What? You're going to lead them into the steel mill? Then, she screamed in a rage. Don't you know what kind of man He Jian is? Bringing them back is like inviting a wolf into our home. You're going to get everyone killed. Hearing the woman he'd captured still talking back, He Jian angrily slapped her hard across the face. Shut up. I haven't even settled the score with you from last time. So? How does it feel to be betrayed by your own little brother? Doesn't feel good, does it? Women should know their place. Daring to walk all over men. You really don't know your own limits. Even while restrained, Gu Yue shot a glare at Yin Hong. He Jian leaned down, squeezing her cheek. But making a strong woman like you cry and beg underneath me, now that would be a real pleasure. Hearing this, Yin Hong intervened with a sly proposal. Wait. Seeing as you're Ah Cheng's sister, I'm willing to give you one chance. I know there's a locked box inside the steel mill, one that you've kept hidden. If you hand it over, I'll have Brother Jian spare you, and I won't harm the people in the steel mill. So, what do you say? After hearing her out, Gu Yue asked suspiciously, a locked box? Then, she thought to herself, oh, I remember. When we first got to the steel mill, we did find a locked box, but someone noticed that the lock had a special mechanism. It would explode after 3 failed attempts to open it. I thought it was too dangerous, so I threw it away. So that's what she's after. Gu Yue said angrily, and you think I can trust you? Seeing his sister, though captured, still acting so defiant towards Yin Hong, Gu Cheng yelled angrily, don't waste time on her. Once we take over the steel mill, everything inside will be ours anyway. Finding that box will just be a matter of time. Hearing this, Yin Hong thought irritably, what an absolute idiot. I've already searched the entire steel mill. If it were there, why would I have needed to lure her here? Then Gu Yue shouted out a piece of advice. Yin Hong, even though you deceived me, as one woman to another, I have to give you a piece of advice. In this world, women like you who only know how to depend on men. And once you're thrown away, your end will be nothing short of miserable. Especially a man who would betray his own flesh and blood sister. Is he really someone you can trust? Hearing this, Gu Cheng immediately shot back. My feelings for Hong Hong are true. Don't you dare think you can drive a wedge between us. Despite Gu Yue's words, Yin Hong only leaned in closer to her ear with a sinister smile. She whispered, I'm not the type to depend on anyone. To me, men are just tools. The one who's truly pathetic is you. You act so tough and unbreakable on the outside, but you're incredibly soft-hearted, completely devoted to your little brother. You work so hard for the base, but you're blind to their selfishness and greed. All it takes is to make them a little dissatisfied, but instead, she blamed you, treating you like an enemy. She glanced over at Gao Xiaoliang and said, also, you really do like him, don't you? Seeing the look on Gu Yue's face, Yin Hong knew she had hit the mark. She smiled faintly. Don't believe me? With just a crook of my finger, even he would come crawling to my feet. Everything you like, everything you care about, will eventually be mine. Hearing this, Gu Ye shouted angrily, I don't believe you. Not everyone would throw away their conscience just for personal gain. Yin Hong heard this and arrogantly turned towards Gao Xiaoliang. Is that right? Then let's make a bet. If you lose, you give me the code box. Seeing Yin Hong walk straight towards Cao Xiaoliang, Gu Cheng asked worriedly, Hong Hong, what are you planning to do? Cao Xiaoliang saw her coming and panicked. Yin Hong put on a sweet act and spoke to Gao Xiaoliang. Master Chef Cao, I still can't forget that salted meat you made last time. I really hope I get the chance to eat it again. Hearing this, Cao Xiaoliang scratched his head and said, Really? I thought you didn't even like it. Yin Hong heard this and said arrogantly, How could that be? As long as you're willing to leave Sister Yue and join us, I can let you stay at the base as a cook. Then, she used her ability to create a pink sonic wave, leaving Gao Xiaoliang dazed. Seeing this, Yin Hong sneered to herself. Even ability users will show their weakness in a desperate situation. As soon as there's a crack in his willpower, I'll immediately invade with my psychic power and make him my prisoner. But with a main character's plot armor, how could Gao Xiaoliang be so easily hypnotized? Give me a break. Yin Hong was horrified by the scene, while Gu Yue was overjoyed. At that moment, an enraged Gao Xiaoliang grabbed the iron bar and started yelling, You think I don't know? You're the one who wrote that one-star review. I found this evaluation form right in front of your door. Hearing this, Yin Hong thought angrily, This guy. He actually wasn't controlled by me. He looks so stupid, yet his willpower is unbelievably strong. Seeing his goddess being insulted, Gu Cheng roared with anger. No way, we absolutely cannot let him live. This guy must die today, Gu Cheng shouted angrily. We still don't even know what his ability is. A person this cunning will be in immense danger if we let him live, he thought angrily. Are you kidding me? There can only be one ability user in this base, and that's me. Seeing Gu Cheng's guard was down, Gu Yue quickly broke free from Cheng Bei and Cheng Nan, then dashed towards Gu Cheng. She hit him hard, causing him to fling the remote into the air. Seeing this, Yin Hong shouted a warning. Don't let her get the remote control. After that, the two of them lunged for the remote. Seeing that she wasn't going to get it in time, Gu Yue elbowed Gu Cheng in the face. Then she kicked him away. Gu Yue pinned Gu Cheng to the ground, pulling out a knife and holding it to his throat. Seeing the tables had turned, Gu Yue shouted a warning. Everyone, drop your guns, or I'll kill him. Witnessing Gu Yue turn the situation around so brilliantly, Gao Xiaoliang immediately snapped his fingers in praise. Nicely done. The bloodline suppression really didn't fail me. Looks like I can win this one just by lying back and watching. Knowing his sister had a soft spot for him, Gu Cheng remained arrogant. Sister, you can't kill me. I'm your brother. Hearing that, Gu Yue said decisively, You ungrateful brat. From this day forward, I am no longer your sister. Hearing this, Gu Cheng panicked and begged for help. Brother Jian, Hong Hong, save me. Seeing how useless he was, Yin Hong bit her finger and thought, he can't get anything right. Only knows how to ruin things. What a waste. Realizing he was just a disposable pawn, she said calmly, Do you think doing this can threaten me? He's your brother, not mine. If you want to kill him, just do it. Hearing this, Gu Cheng fell into despair. He Jian, Gu Ye was also stunned by this. You coward. Suddenly, from the cave entrance, something like a spider's silk shot towards He Jian's subordinate. It wrapped tightly around her and pulled her up. Gao Xiaoliang was stunned. What? Everyone was now bewildered, realizing what that just was. The sounds from the cave entrance grew louder and louder. He Jian's subordinates asked nervously, I think there's something there. What if it's a zombie? It looks huge. He, Jian, still showing no fear, loaded his gun. I don't care who he is. I'm gonna turn him into a sieve. Fire! And so, on He Jian's command, everyone fired wildly. When they saw nothing appear, they were confused. There's no sound. Is it dead? Suddenly, they were all viciously slashed to death by something. Getting a clear look at the monster's form, He Jian screamed in terror. It's a mutated spider. Seeing the spider, the subordinates were shocked. That's terrifying. Can a mutated spider get this big? Seeing the spider, Gao Xiaoliang shouted in alarm. That's not right. This isn't a normal mutated animal. It's a predator. Gao Xiaoliang recalled a memory of encountering a similar creature, thinking, unlike ordinary mutated animals, predators don't just eat humans, they also hunt zombies and other mutated creatures, through absorbing their power to strengthen itself, just like raising a venomous creature. In my past lives, the predator hadn't appeared at this time. Why did it come so early this time? Could this be a chain reaction caused by me linking with the system? The group being eaten by the mutant spider cried out in pain. Help me! Seeing the monster about to catch up, Hejian's group ran for their lives. Hurry up and run! Seeing that Gu Yue was also distracted by the spider, Gu Chenggren took the opportunity to push her away. Go to hell! Pushed right in front of the spider's claws, Gu Yue screamed in terror. Ah! At that very moment, Gao Xiaoliang used his flex card skill, then grabbed the iron bars of the cage and activated his super strength. Gao Xiaoliang swiftly flew over to protect Gu Yue. Just then, the spider turned and attacked Hejian's group with its webs. Ah! Help! Save me! Help! Hejian abandoned his men and sprinted forward. The exit was right ahead, but the spider quickly used its webs to block the only path. You bastard! Seeing the monster had caught up, they screamed in fear. That monster's here. What do we do now? There's no way out here. Is there another exit? Yin Hong turned towards a sewer pipe and said, This drain pipe might lead outside, but we need someone to hold the spider off. Cheng Nan and Cheng Bei panicked, looking back and forth at each other. Hold off the spider? Wouldn't that be certain death? Who would want to go? The two of them then turned to Yin Hong and spoke softly. Hong Hong, we treat you so well. You wouldn't make us go, would you? Yin Hong replied sinisterly. Of course not. But didn't you say you were willing to sacrifice your lives for me? Then she used her hypnotic ability, causing them to shamble lifelessly towards the spider. For Hong Hong were willing to do anything, and so they were dragged away and killed by the spider. With a mouth full of blood, the spider was preparing to charge in and finish them off. Seeing this, Hejian ordered, Break it open, hurry and run. Suddenly, Gu Chenggren realized something, firmly believing it was leftover explosives from the tunnel's construction. Then he said cruelly, Gu Yue, you were cruel first, so don't blame me for being ruthless. You two pests can just die here with this monster. After shooting the fuse, he quickly ran into the sewer, and the bomb detonated, causing the entire tunnel to rumble and shake. Xiao Bai, who was trembling outside, was startled by the loud noise. She jumped back and forth, remembering the earlier scene, and felt sad. Wah! But she quickly shook her head, remembering the moments Gu Yue had helped and worried about her. With determination, Xiao Bai screamed and rushed inside. Ah! Inside, the flames raged fiercely. Gao Xiaoliang's face was injured as he thought, Ugh, my head is ringing. What just happened? Was it an explosion? But then he stood up, shaking his head to clear it. Why can't my body move? Gao Xiaoliang was stuck to a large spider web. So sticky, but that wasn't enough to stop our main character. It's just a spider web. It can't stop me. He quickly broke free from the web and landed lightly on the ground. The golden cicada sheds its shell. Gao Xiaoliang looked around and remarked, There are so many spider webs up there. Seeing the corpses wrapped in spider webs, Gao Xiaoliang lamented, These must be Hejian's men who were captured. The tightly wrapped corpses hanging there sent a shiver down Gao Xiaoliang's spine. That mutated beast must have been treating these people as a food reserve. But thanks to these webs, the impact of the explosion was reduced. Turning around and seeing Gu Yue unconscious, Gao Xiaoliang ran over worriedly. Gu Yue, are you okay? Wake up! Noticing the fire was beginning to die down, Gao Xiaoliang thought with dread. With such a big fire, the air is starting to thin out. If this continues, the tunnel will run out of oxygen soon. We have to get out of here quickly. Seeing the situation was critical, Gao Xiaoliang picked up his sword and charged, intending to cut through the spider web, but he failed. It's too tough. I can't cut through it at all. But as he looked over at the iron cage, he seemed to realize something. I've got it. Gao Xiaoliang threw the explosive charge towards the spider web, then pressed a button on the remote, instantly detonating it. Seeing his plan work, Gao Xiaoliang cheered. Success. Suddenly, something burning fell from above, leaving him stunned. What's that sound? Inside the cocoons, the forms of mutated people gradually appeared. Then, they slowly fell, closing in on Gao Xiaoliang and Gu Yue. These people are still alive? Then, they lunged forward like demons. Gao Xiaoliang screamed, No, wait! They've been infected by the virus in the cocoons. They've turned into zombies. Then the whole horde charged at them. Gao Xiaoliang immediately used the secret MAS technique, taking them down one by one. But even with their bodies twisted and deformed, they continued to roll and crawl after him. Damn it, they've turned into mutants. Then they expanded their bodies, shedding their skin and charging wildly. Zombies have no nervous system. Massage is useless against them. Looking up at the tunnel ceiling, Gao Xiaoliang seemed to realize something. After 2 explosions, this tunnel can't take much more. There are still so many troublesome things ahead. Damn it. I wish Xiaobai was here right now. Suddenly he paused and looked towards the horde of zombies. He thought, first, I'll take care of these zombies. Then I'll find a way out. He put Gu Yue down, turned around, and used his spatial storage ability to retrieve an item. Gao Xiaoliang grabbed a can of gasoline and threw it forcefully towards them. Ha! The zombies slipped on the gasoline on the ground, sliding forward and creating a domino effect that made the whole group fall over. Then Gao Xiaoliang jumped up to the ceiling and kicked it hard. My kick! With the powerful kick, the tunnel ceiling broke, and rocks rained down on the zombies. I've already dug your graves for you. I really am a good person. Suddenly, the hole in the ceiling began to crack and spread. This made Gao Xiaoliang panic. Oh no! You can't be serious. Is it going to collapse this quickly? Suddenly, from that hole, a figure leaped down from above, landing on Gao Xiaoliang. Xiaobai shook her head to get rid of the dust. Seeing this, Gao Xiaoliang jumped up and warned, "Who dares to ambush me?" When he got a clear look, Gao Xiaoliang exclaimed, "Xiaobai." As the sun set, Gao Xiaoliang and the other two were already on the move in their car. The moon event had begun. Once the full moon rises, the level of danger in the wilderness becomes completely incomparable to a normal day. We have to get to the new place quickly, Cao Xiaoliang thought, scratching his head. I wonder if Gu Cheng's group has returned to the steel mill yet. When he turned to Gu Yue, Cao Xiaoliang saw her face was flushed red from a fever. When Cao Xiaoliang touched her forehead, he was horrified. She's burning up. Seeing the situation was critical, Cao Xiaoliang immediately stopped the car, thinking a high fever was a sign of impending transformation. Could Gu Yue have been infected, just like the others? When Cao Xiaoliang turned her over, he was shocked. This is a zombie bite mark, but it doesn't look like a fresh one. Cao Xiaoliang suddenly realized something. In another scene, two of Gu Yue's sisters stood on the watchtower, worried. It's already dark. Why isn't Sister Yue's group back yet? Could something have happened to them? Stop jinxing them. Chef Cao Da and the others are with her. They'll be fine, even if they run into zombies. But suddenly, one of the two girls spotted Gu Cheng's car. Look, what did I tell you? They're back, aren't they? Gu Cheng's car stopped in front of the gate. He stuck his head out, waving. Seeing it was just them, the two girls grew worried. Why are there only two cars? Where are Chef Cao Da and Miss Bai? Hearing this, Gu Cheng explained in a panic. We ran into a mutated creature on the way. Cao Xiaoliang and Bai Feifei's car fell off a cliff. My sister is also seriously injured. Quick, open the gate and let us in. Hearing this, the two girls panicked and rushed to open the gate. What? Sister Yue is hurt? I'll go open the gate. But then the girls suddenly remembered. Wait, Sister Yue told us not to open the gate unless we saw her first. Brother Cheng, how is Sister Yue now? Let us just get a look at her. Hearing this, Gu Cheng and Yin Hong panicked. At that, Gu Cheng quickly snapped. What are you two implying? That you don't trust me? Yin Hong also poked her head out to back him up. Sister Gu Yue has lost too much blood and is already unconscious. If you delay any longer, her life will be in danger. After hearing this, the two girls grew suspicious and drew their guns as a warning. If Sister Yue is really in the car, then why won't you let us see her, Brother Cheng? This is too suspicious. You keep watch here. I'll go get help. Seeing the two girls weren't cooperating, He Jian emerged. He slammed his hand on the hood of the car and yelled, What's all this chatter? You're not opening the gate, right? Fine, I'll open it myself. The two girls panicked when they saw their enemy. It's He Jian. Quick, sound the alarm. Seeing they had no intention of opening up, He Jian aimed a cannon at them. Take this, fire. Before they could even press the alarm button, they were blown away by the blast. He Jian's other henchmen, who were lying in ambush, had already planted a series of bombs at the main gate, and those bombs blew the gate wide open. It's blown. The steel mill is ours. Staring at the devastating scene before him, Gu Cheng was stunned. Seeing him dazed, He Jian said contemptuously, What are you spacing out for? You don't seem very happy, do you? Seeing Gu Cheng hesitate, Yin Hong turned and cooed. How could that be? Brother Cheng just didn't expect things to go so smoothly. He's just overjoyed right now, isn't he? Hearing this, Gu Cheng played along, replying, Yes, that's exactly it. He Jian leaned back in his seat and prompted, Well then, go and claim the fruits of your victory. Hearing that, Gu Cheng complied. He stepped on the gas and drove straight inside. All right. In the distance, a horde of zombies heard the loud noise and gathered, waiting for their meal. He Jian's group went inside and subdued the residents. Who are you people? Let me go. Seeing that everyone was gathered, He Jian turned to one of his henchmen. Is everyone here? The subordinate replied, According to the list, no one is missing. Seeing this, the villagers began to resist. Gu Cheng, you traitor. You actually sold us out. Just wait until Sister Yue gets back. She won't let you get away with this. After hearing this, Hejian laughed mockingly. Is that so? You people really think Gu Yue can come back? Everyone panicked when they heard this. What do you mean by that? What? You dared to conspire with outsiders to harm your own sister? Are you even human? Hejian's henchmen rushed forward and kicked the civilian who had dared to speak up. What do you think you're doing? Behave yourself. Gu Cheng also chimed in with a reminder. Gu Yue is dead. From this day forward, there is only one boss in this steel mill. And that's me. Ha. Don't say I'm not considerate of our past friendship. As long as you all kneel down and call me boss, I'll let you stay here. I won't kick you out. Hearing this, the crowd started murmuring amongst themselves. Suddenly, an old woman leaning on a cane walked towards Gu Cheng. Seeing her, he thought she was coming to obey his command, and said gleefully, "Not bad. You're the oldest one here, so you can set an example for the others." Seeing their grandmother about to do something foolish, a couple cried out in fear, "Grandma!" But she immediately spat right in Gu Cheng's face, causing him to curse angrily, "You damn old hag! How dare you?" But she acted as if nothing had happened and said cheerfully, "Oh, don't mind me. Old people just have a lot of phlegm to clear. This old woman has lived a long life. Rather than living cowardly, clinging to life in fear next to evil people, I'd rather use this old body to feed the zombies." Seeing the old woman walk away, Gu Cheng was stunned. Seeing this, everyone else joined in with curses. That's right, people like him are even scarier than zombies. If we stay here, who knows when he'll get us killed. I refuse to believe there isn't a place for us to survive out there. Let's go. Seeing everyone leaving, Gu Cheng yelled in a panic, "Are you all stupid? A bunch of old, weak, and sick people like you won't survive a single day out there." But they kept leaving anyway. Gu Cheng grew desperate. Wait. Gu Yue was just a normal person, but I'm the one with special abilities. Anything she could do, I can do too. Stay here, and I'll protect you all. Completely losing his cool, he roared, "Nobody is leaving. None of you are allowed to leave this place. I'm the boss here now. You all have to listen to me." Yin Hong, seeing their intention to leave, didn't bother trying to stop them. "You can all go, but you're not to take a single thing from this base." Then, she turned to old Liu and said with a sinister smirk, "I know Gu Yue left you in charge of the supplies whenever she went out. Hand over the keys." Hearing this, old Liu stammered, If I give you the keys, can I stay?" The other survivors were shocked. "Old Liu, what are you talking about? You have no backbone, and after Sister Yue trusted you so much." Hearing this, old Liu frantically defended himself. "Trusted me? What are you talking about? I was just a keykeeper, a servant. I had no real power. Besides, it's a full moon tonight. I'm sure the outside is completely surrounded by zombies. I don't want to go out there just to die." He then turned to Yin Hong and said obsequiously, "I've always managed the supplies here at the steel mill. No one knows this place better than I do. I'll gladly give you the key. I just want a safe place to stay." He reached into his pocket, his eyes suddenly turning fierce as he lunged toward Yin Hong. "You bitch! I knew you were nothing but trouble from the start. I'll kill you and avenge Gu Yue." But as he lunged, Yin Hong cut him down with several swift slashes, sending him sprawling. Seeing him wounded, the others cried out in alarm, "Old Liu! Uncle Liu!" Looking at the deep wounds on his body, old Liu cried out in terror, You're a monster." Yin Hong used her long claws to pick up the key, sneering, "Humph, you treacherous old man. Did you really think I wouldn't be prepared for something like that?" With the key in hand, Yin Hong retracted her claws, a proud look on her face. Seeing this, Gu Cheng was utterly confused. Hong, Tom Yu. What was that? Yin Hong twirled the key in her hand and said sweetly, "Oh, this? It's just a weapon. Ah yeah. The apocalypse is such a dangerous place. A helpless little girl like me needs something for self-defense, don't you think?" Suddenly, Hejian grabbed Gu Cheng by the shoulder from behind, making him jump. Hejian said slyly, "You wanted to let them live, but it doesn't look like they appreciate it, does it? People who won't obey are useless to keep around. Wouldn't you agree?" Without warning, Hejian's men opened fire, and the survivors scattered in terror. "Ah, they're murdering us! Run!" Seeing the people fall in a hail of bullets, Gu Cheng frantically rushed to stop them. Stop shooting. If you kill them all, there'll be no one left. You can't build a strong base without people." Hejian, seeing his plan falling apart, cut him off. "Who says we have no one? You've still got me and my brothers, don't you? Unless you want to join them instead? Seeing He Jian's distrust, Gu Cheng stammered, "And no, that's not it." Hearing this, He Jian replied with a satisfied grin. "Good. In that case, do as you offered before. Kneel down and call me boss." Gu Cheng's face went blank with shock. Meanwhile, the survivors were desperately scrambling for an escape route. Up ahead, they saw the train station. "If we can get to the train, we can get away. Just hold on a little longer, ma'am. I'm fine. Old Liu, you promised we'd go fishing when this was all over. Don't you dare die on me." Suddenly, one of He Jian's henchmen grabbed a young woman by her hair. The others heard her terrified scream and cried out, "Xiao Li!" Xiao Li, seeing everyone hesitating because of her, screamed, "Forget about me. Just run." But then, he violently threw her towards the thugs. "This girl's not bad looking." The boss said, "We can do whatever we want with you here, so we won't hold back." Seeing their vile intentions, Xiao Li trembled in fear. "What? What are you trying to do?" The thugs drooled. Chu Kan sneered. "What are we doing?" "Obviously, we're going to do you. I had to hold back for so long after letting those two girls escape last time. Finally, I get to have some fun today. With so many of us, I wonder how many of my brothers you can handle." Hearing this, Xiao Li backed away in terror. "No, I don't want this." She tried to get up and run, but failed. "Ah, let go of me." Suddenly, someone struck Chu Kan hard on the head, knocking him to the ground. Hearing the thud, the others turned around to see the villagers rising up to fight back. "You bastards. I'll risk my life to take you down. You goddamn dogs. I'll beat you to death. You animals. I'll teach you a lesson on behalf of your ancestors." Seeing everyone rush out to save her, Xiao Li's eyes filled with tears. Everyone. At that moment, the crowd surged forward, attacking the thugs and snatching their guns. "Damn it, I'm not running anymore. Yue led us and we worked our asses off to build this steel mill. Even if I die, I'll protect this place for her. That's right. At worst, we'll all go down together. Everyone, get them." Hearing this, the thugs grew furious and cursed. "These people are insane. Open fire, now." Suddenly, a zombie appeared and bit into one of their necks. Seeing the zombie, everyone panicked. "It's a zombie. No, wait, it's a zombie horde." He Jian's underlings descended into chaos. Some were caught by zombies, while others panicked and started firing wildly. One of the villagers bravely spoke up. "Everyone, run. I'll hold them off." And with that, he stood his ground to block them. Suddenly, Xiao Bai appeared, kicking away one zombie after another. He charged in like a god, looking disgusted by the scene before him. "Damn it, why are there so many zombies?" Seeing their savior arrive, the people cried out in joy. He Jian revealed his true colors, explaining with annoyance, "What are you worried about? Get moving already. My patience is wearing thin." Hearing this, Gu Cheng panicked. "This isn't what you told me. I'm the one who led you in here. Besides, I'm the one with the potential for special abilities." He Jian swiftly kicked Gu Cheng's leg, causing him to collapse in pain. Then, he said arrogantly, "What's the difference between a potential user who hasn't awakened and a useless piece of trash? You talk a big game all day, but you just hide behind a woman. That kid named Gao wasn't wrong about you. You really are just a freeloader, leeching off your sister, yet you still think you're hot stuff." Then he stepped on Gu Cheng's head, mocking him. "I'm not a fool like Gu Yue. If you want to follow me, you need to know who's your daddy." Pinned under his foot, Gu Cheng thought in despair, "How can this be happening? In the end, I still have to submit to someone else. What was the point of betraying Gu Yue and the base? Damn it." At that moment, He Jian's underlings were running for their lives from the zombies. "Zombies? The zombies are here." Hearing the commotion, He Jian whipped his head around. "Why are there so many of them?" "Didn't you block the door?" his underlings explained. "We did. Who knew that wooden plank was so flimsy?" He Jian roared in anger. "You idiots! The zombies are much stronger during a full moon. How could a wooden plank possibly work? Go get the explosives, now." "Yes, sir," his terrified men replied as they ran. But then, they were all stabbed and killed by someone. The same thing happened to He Jian. He looked down in a daze. My heart's been pierced." He Jian collapsed in agony. Seeing it was Yin Hong, he screamed in fury. "Yin Hong, why?" Hearing this, Yin Hong retracted her long nails and said, "Huh, didn't you all say it yourself? There can only be one leader. Aren't I just helping you realize your place?" He Jian cursed in pain. "You goddamn bitch." Seeing Yin Hong do this, a delusional Gu Cheng rushed over. Hong, you did great." Seeing that freeloader again, Yin Hong thought with annoyance, Here comes this idiot again. Then, Gu Cheng rushed over to He Jian and kicked him hard. You treacherous dog, you dared to lecture me? Let's see who's the daddy now. Then he approached Yin Hong and pulled her along. It's too dangerous here now. We need to escape first. Once the zombie horde retreats, we'll recruit more people, and then the entire steel mill will be ours. Suddenly, Yin Hong grabbed Gu Cheng's arm, twisted it, and threw him aside. You didn't really think I liked you, did you? You and him are the same. Just tools to help me achieve my goals. I just didn't expect you all to be so useless. You had the base in your hands and still messed it up this badly. I guess I'll have to do the rest myself. Yin Hong patted Gu Cheng's pale face and continued. As for you guys, make yourselves useful one last time, and help me hold off those zombies. Hearing this and seeing the scene before him, Gu Cheng roared. Why? 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 Why do even you want to leave me? How am I inferior to Gu Yue? Why does everyone look down on me? Seeing the zombies charge towards them, a terrified He Jian begged for help. Gu Cheng, save me, quick, save me. I have several tons of explosives outside. Just get me out of here, and I'll make you my boss. I'll give you all of those explosives. Hearing this, Gu Cheng's pent-up anger finally found an outlet. You're not going to trick me again this time, are you? He Jian hurriedly assured him. No, absolutely not. As long as I can survive this, you'll be my one and only boss from now on. I'll listen to your every command. Whatever you say, goes. Hearing this, Gu Cheng said slyly, Is that so? Then I'll give you a chance right now. Gu Cheng lifted He Jian up by his throat, who choked out, You damn brat. You dare. Gu Cheng asked darkly, Didn't you just say I was your one and only boss? You're dropping the act already? He tightened his grip. Where are the explosives you mentioned? He Jian struggled. I won't tell you. Unless you get me out of here. Gu Cheng squeezed even tighter, just as the strength in his hand exploded. Hot. It's so hot. My skin is burning. Let me go. Gu Cheng stared at what was happening before his eyes, stunned and intrigued. This is a fire ability. I've awakened. I've finally awakened. He Jian struggled in a panic. I'll tell you. I'll tell you everything. Please, just let me go. Seeing that his power had manifested, Gu Cheng said arrogantly, But now, it seems I don't need you anymore. Go to hell. And with that, Gu Cheng instantly incinerated He Jian before charging at the zombies, setting them ablaze, feeling the terrifying power within him. Gu Cheng gloated. So this is the power of an ability user? Ha ha ha. He Jian is dead. From now on, I am your new boss. After dealing with He Jian, Gu Cheng immediately flew towards his former underlings. They were handling the factory's goods, joyfully discussing amongst themselves, not expecting to find so many supplies here. We've hit the jackpot this time. Move faster. While the zombies are distracted up front, let's clear this place out. That bastard He Jian. He eats his fill but won't even leave us the scraps. Following him, who knows when we'll end up dead. With all this stuff, plus that pile of explosives, it's more than enough for us to start over. Suddenly, a charred corpse fell from the sky. What was that? They realized in horror that it was their boss. Gu Cheng stood menacingly on the roof and announced, He Jian is dead. From now on, I am your new boss. Anyone who dares to disobey, this will be your fate. The underlings were terrified upon hearing this. It's him. Meanwhile, over with Gao Xiaoliang, he was busy trying to rescue everyone. Everyone, get on the bus. Hearing this, people scrambled aboard. Help! Seeing the swarm of zombies about to close in, Gao Xiaoliang thought it was all over. At this rate, no amount of fighting back would be enough to hold them off. Everyone on the bus was a chaotic mess, shouting at each other. Who just touched my butt? I told you to lose some weight a long time ago. Stop crushing me with your huge butt. Can the people in the back get on the roof? There's no more room inside. Where's my cane? Have some respect for the old and young, will you? At this point, Gao Xiaoliang was about to be squashed flat. Stop pushing. Any more and I'll be pushed out. Finding himself right in the middle of the zombie horde, he panicked and ran. This is the worst luck ever. How am I supposed to survive this? Suddenly, the system's voice rang out. Congratulations, host, for completing the hidden mission. Sacrificing oneself to save others. New weapon unlocked. Do you wish to use it? Yes. Seeing this, Gao Xiaoliang felt like he had been saved. Something this good can happen? Use it. Use it immediately.